Chapter 208. When Xiaoheng asked this, his gaze fell on the top of the lacquered bed and did not look at Gun Yinji. He waited for a long time, but Gun Yinji was still silent. Tilting his head, he saw that she had already fallen asleep. Xiaoheng looked at her silently for a while, then leaned down and kissed her forehead. His burning hot lips pressed against her bright and clean forehead, and there was actually a feeling of electricity. Xiaoheng paused before slowly moving away. He touched Gun Yinji's face and stood up with a complicated expression. In a young girl's heart, liking and disliking were two very simple and pure things. However, if two people really wanted to be together, it wasn't something that could be decided by liking or disliking. Xiaoheng straightened his collar, opened the door to the private room, and walked out. Outside the door, Xue Jingjiang and the others had returned and were singing karaoke at the top of their lungs. Xiaoheng walked over and sat on the sofa. Hong Ziki quickly came over to talk to him. Xiao, can I ask if you're close with that Barbados rich lady, Gu Yanran? No, Xiaoheng answered briefly. Why do you ask? It's like this. Didn't she want to transfer her assets to our country? We were going to invest heavily in a few areas. The great fool Xue, little Chui, and I had a project, and Gu Yanran's people came over to take a look. They were quite satisfied and planned to invest. However, we aren't familiar with her. I heard that you once did her a big favor, so I wanted to ask you. Hong Ziki said in one breath, and then said, but don't feel burdened. You don't need to show favoritism in this matter. Business is business. Private is private. We're just trying to find out if she's really rich. It would be awkward if she's a liar. Oh, Xiaoheng nodded. Not to the extent of being a scammer. The Gus are considered wealthy in Barbados. Of course, this is a small country, so don't overestimate their strength. As they talked about business, Cui Baiwen and Xue Jingjiang joined them. Bai Tianxuan remained silent. When they were done, Bai Tianxuan wiped his face and said to Xiaoheng, Xiao, do you know about my second uncle? I don't know. What happened? Well, Xiaoheng's explanation was flawless. Even if Yin Shixiang, who had worked with him, saw him like this, he would probably think that his mission back then was an illusion and that it had never happened. Bai Tianxuan painfully said, our family was thinking that although second uncle made a big mistake, he is also dead. Could we bring his body back to our country and bury it with our family? He's drifting alone in a foreign country. Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, and a glint flashed across his eyes. He looked down and tapped one hand on his thigh as he shook his head. There's no point in telling me this. If you want to plead for leniency, your Bai family's first branch will have a say. It was Bai Yueran's branch. They were against bringing Bai Yuxing's body back. Bai Tianxuan didn't have a choice. He spread his hands and said, all right, I also know that second uncle was ridiculously wrong, so he deserved this outcome. I've already done what my family told me to do. It'll be easier for me to report when I get back. Xiaoheng smiled again and turned to ask Xue Jingjiang and the others about the project they were working on. Time passed very quickly when the men started to talk about business. When Gun Yinji woke up, she realized it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Her head was still dizzy, and she didn't feel any better after sleeping. She lay on the bed for a while before she heard the door open. Xiaoheng walked in. Oh, you're already awake? Let's go eat dinner. It's all set up outside. Xiaoheng stood ramrod straight in front of the bed and looked down at her. Gun Yinji squinted uncomfortably and tried to recall what she had said and done before she fell asleep. However, her mind was a mess, and she couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. All right, stop shaking me. Let's go eat, and then we'll go home. Xiaoheng reached out to pull her up. She threw herself forward into Xiaoheng's arms. Xiaoheng was speechless. He felt that something was different about Gun Yinji now that she was awake. Gun Yinji smiled and wrapped her arms around Xiaoheng's waist to give him a hug. She quickly let go and supported herself against the wall as she left the room. Although she walked unsteadily, she didn't show any signs of falling. When she exited the small room, she saw 2 tables set up outside. This time, it was a table for the men and another table for the women. Because everyone was eating medicinal cuisine, the men ate different medicinal cuisine than the women ate, so they had to be separated. When Gun Yinji Mrs. Chui, Xue Xinran, and Gua Huaning ate, she discovered that they were drinking red wine. Nianji, this 1982 law fight tastes pretty good. Gua Huaning poured a small glass for Gu Nianji. It's mellow. I like it. Gu Nianji had just drunk Mao Dai that morning. It was white wine, so now they were asking for red wine. She wanted to refuse, but when she saw how excited Mrs. Chui and Xue Xinran were, and how the men were focused on their own business, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to drink. As expected, the white wine she had drunk in the morning hadn't been metabolized yet, so it was mixed with the red wine. When Hui Xiaoheng finally realized what was going on and asked her to stop drinking, she was already more drunk than she had been in the morning. Mrs. Chui and Xue Xinran were embarrassed. They quickly said, "It's our fault. We didn't know little Gu's tolerance was so low." Gua Huaning, who had been the most aggressive in persuading Gu Nianji to drink, shrank to the side and said nothing. It's not a matter of tolerance. Even a man with a high tolerance can't handle the combination of high-quality white wine and high-quality red wine. Xue Jingjiang sighed and called for Gu Nianji to be stewed to sober her up. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock. He hugged Gu Nianji and said, "It's fine, I'll take her home. We've been out all day, it's time to go back." He had originally come out with Gu Nianji to buy things for his mother, but they had ended up shopping all day. He had drunk so much that he couldn't drive. He had no choice but to call Fan Jian and ask him to pick them up at the underground parking lot of Sion Plaza. Gu Nianji was completely drunk. She didn't remember getting in the car or how she got home. She only remembered curling into a warm embrace as soon as the night wind blew. Her mind, which had been muddled from her nap, was starting to connect again. In her drunken stupor, Gu Nianji recalled their unfinished conversation. Hua Xiaoheng draped an arm around her shoulders and led her to his suite on the first floor. Gu Nianji clung to his arm and said drunkenly, "Hua Xiao, you want to know who I like, don't you? I remember you asked." Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and calmly walked into his room. Gu Nianji's hand caressed the side of his face impatiently, then moved forward to his lips. Her fingers traced the shape of his lips as she sleep-talked. "The person in my heart is you. Uncle Hua, Hua Xiaoheng." As soon as Gu Nianji called out Xiaoheng, Hua Xiaoheng had already kicked the door open and nimbly turned around. He grabbed her arms with one hand and pushed them high into the air. With the other hand, he raked his fingers through her black hair and pressed her against the wall by the door. Without a word, he leaned down and rained kisses on her curvy lips. Gu Nianji's seductive skills were laughably childish, but to him, it was the most difficult test of his life. The moment she said his name, she was the most powerful weapon in the world, destroying all of his toughness. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her like he was gnawing on her, his lips ravaging hers. The tip of his tongue pried open her tightly closed lips and delved in her fragrant interior, wanting nothing more than to block all her breath. His lips and tongue ravaged her, washing her. He kissed her thoroughly inside and out. This was not enough. He even started to bite her lips bit by bit, and then bit the tip of her tongue, forcefully holding it and refusing to let go. Gu Nianji was completely sober the moment Hua Xiaoheng pounced on her and kissed her. She was forcefully pressed against the wall by Hua Xiaoheng and passively enduring his kisses. Her entire body was trembling, and her consciousness was beyond her control. She couldn't believe that all of this was real. She felt like she was dreaming, and there really was everything in a dream, including the most impossible person's wild kisses. It was just like how she used to secretly fantasize about it every night. His strong arms surpassed even her boldest imagination and were more perfect than all of her imaginations. He kissed me. He kissed me. He really kissed me. Gu Nianji's entire body trembled, as if she had been electrocuted. She tried to respond. She also wanted to feel him, wanted to know if all of this was real or just a dream. But she couldn't move because of Hua Xiaoheng. She was completely under his control, and even her breathing was involuntarily controlled. Even her lips and tongue were tightly sucked in by him. The tip of his tongue moved in and out of her lips, bringing with it waves of soreness and numbness. But she didn't feel suffocated, nor did she feel pain. She only wanted to surrender to his most powerful shackles. She was willing to be imprisoned by his love and become a prison. Hua Xiaoheng's breath on his lips carried the sweet taste of alcohol and a little smoke. There was also the faint smell of sulfur between his fingers. It was the smell of gunpowder from bullets and leather. The strange thing was that when these scents were mixed together, it didn't smell bad at all. Instead, it was filled with an indescribable masculinity that strongly attracted Gunyanji. It made her think of desert dust, river sunset, a general in uniform, a bow and arrow in his hand, a wine pouch at his waist, and prey on horseback. Gunyanji's legs grew weaker and weaker, and she couldn't stand. She could only wrap around him like soft vines. If Hua Xiaoheng hadn't raised her hands to support them against the wall with one hand, she really would have slipped to the ground. But after holding them for a long time, Gunyanji couldn't help feeling her arms ache. She cried out twice and began to struggle. Hua Xiaoheng paused and finally stopped the torrential kisses. He moved away from her lips and let go of her arms. He lowered his head and buried it against Gunyanji's neck, slowly calming his heavy breathing. This was the third 3,000-word update. It was the first time Willow Deity Whisper had added an update to the spiritual pet fate in July. My dear friends' monthly votes are too amazing. I had no choice but to update 3 times today. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 209. Gunyanji could feel Hua Xiaoheng's hot breath lingering around her neck, and she couldn't help feeling very excited. She reached out with trembling hands, and her movements were very gentle. She reached out from under Hua Xiaoheng's armpits and wrapped her arms around his broad back. Because of this position, her entire body was nestled in Hua Xiaoheng's hot embrace. Hua Xiaoheng didn't make a sound. His heavy breathing gradually subsided, and he remained motionless as he leaned over and rested his head on Gunyanji's shoulder. 1 centimeter more, and he would be able to touch her soft, delicate, and slender neck, but he didn't move further. Gunyanji hugged Hua Xiaoheng tightly with satisfaction. He was so tall, so strong, and his entire body could almost cover her, but she still couldn't help reaching out and trying her best to feel and touch the only man in her heart. Hua Xiaoheng's hands were pressed against the wall, and he tried his best to maintain a physical distance from Gunyanji. Gunyanji was completely immersed in the ecstasy of being intimate with the man she loved. She didn't even feel Hua Xiaoheng's body move away. She only instinctively turned her head, and her soft lips gently swept across Hua Xiaoheng's earlobe. Her lips were so soft, and the earlobe was one of the most sensitive parts of the human body. Hua Xiaoheng was caught off guard, and a heart-wrenching numbness spread from his earlobe. It almost destroyed the perseverance he had just put up. Nyanji. Hua Xiaoheng opened his mouth to call her. His voice was extremely hoarse and low, like he was calling from the depths of his heart. Gunyanji's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, she opened her red lips and sucked on Hua Xiaoheng's earlobe. Hua Xiaoheng let out an extremely low growl from the depths of his throat. His entire body was about to explode. He clenched his fists against the wall and used almost all of his self-control, as well as the professional discipline of forbearance and restraint that had been cultivated in the military for many years. Only then did he not do anything that would get out of hand. But Gunyanji didn't seem to know the devastating impact of her actions on Hua Xiaoheng. Or maybe she knew, but she didn't care. At a time like this, she only wanted to do whatever she wanted to the man she loved. She wanted to make him happy, and she wanted to make herself happy. She wanted to feel the joy of this moment. It was like he had set a fire on her, and she wanted this fire to burn on him. She wanted him to know that she had grown up. Gunyanji sucked on Hua Xiaoheng's earlobe even harder. Hua Xiaoheng took a few deep breaths before reaching out to pinch Gunyanji's chin and force her to release his earlobe. Gunyanji moved aside impatiently to avoid Hua Xiaoheng's fingers. Hua Xiaoheng took the opportunity to stand up straight and save his earlobe. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Gunyanji was pestering him again. Standing on her tiptoes, she raised her head and closed her eyes. Pouting her red lips, she moved closer to Hua Xiaoheng's face. However, Hua Xiaoheng was too tall. Even if she stood on her tiptoes, she could only reach his chin. "Lower your head, Xiaoheng," Gunyinji begged him softly. Hua Xiaoheng sighed and bent down to bring his lips to hers. Gunyinji giggled and reached out to caress his lips with her finger for a long time before gently pressing her lips against his. Her voice was muffled as she whispered against his lips, "You're so hard, but your lips are quite soft." Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to pay attention to her meaningless whispers. He only quietly moved his hard body a step back. Gunyinji kissed him carefully, then kissed him again. Finally, she softly pressed her lips tightly against Hua Xiaoheng's. Then she stuck out the softer tip of her tongue and mimicked Hua Xiaoheng's actions. She licked his lips once. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes and wrapped his arms around Gunyinji. He really couldn't resist her playful kisses, so he took the initiative again and kissed her lips very gently. Then he moved up from her lips to the tip of her delicate nose, and then up to her forehead like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He kissed her there again. It was a kiss that didn't contain any strong emotions like a goodnight kiss. Gunyinji's pounding heart gradually calmed down with Hua Xiaoheng's gentle kiss. She raised her head and looked at Hua Xiaoheng's calm face. Her large eyes were full of hope. Hua Xiaoheng released her and said hoarsely, "Go shower and sleep early." "Oh." Gunyinji didn't expect him to tell her to sleep early after such an intense kiss. Hua Xiaoheng ignored her and turned to open the master bedroom door to take a shower in the guest bedroom. It was winter in the imperial capital, so even with central air conditioning, the cold water was still very cold. However, Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to take a cold shower to calm his hot body. After showering, he put on his black short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of pajama pants of the same color and sat alone on the bay windowsill in the guest bedroom. Opening the window a crack, he lit a cigarette and started smoking silently. Today, he actually had such an uncontrollable impulse, which really made him vigilant. Perhaps Gunyinji's influence on him was greater than he thought. He silently lowered his thick eyelashes and held the cigarette between two fingers. He gently blew out a white smoke ring. Looking up at the thick night sky and the snow that hadn't melted yet, his heart had already hardened again. After Gunyinji finished showering, she also changed into the black t-shirt Hua Xiaoheng gave her as pajamas. The long pajamas covered half of her thighs. Against the black background, the other half of her thighs looked even more fair and slender. She sat in front of the vanity for a while with her wet hair and dried it with the hairdryer before returning to the bed. Looking at the time, it was only 8 o'clock. She wasn't sleepy at all and didn't think about going to bed. Touching her nearly swollen lips, Gunyinji recalled the kiss just now. Her heart was in turmoil and couldn't calm down for a while. Sometimes she felt incredibly lucky and happy, but sometimes she felt that happiness came too quickly and made her dizzy. She almost couldn't believe it was real. But regardless of whether she believed it or not, Hua Xiaoheng really did kiss her. She couldn't be dreaming, could she? Thinking about the passionate kiss just now, Gunyinji's heart heated up even more. She lifted the blankets and got out of bed. Pacing around the room, she finally couldn't resist looking for Hua Xiaoheng. Arriving at the door of Hua Xiaoheng's guest bedroom, Gunyinji gently knocked on the door. There was no light in the room, so Gunyinji wasn't sure if Hua Xiaoheng was in the room. Also, no one answered her. She knocked for a long time, but no one responded. She steeled her heart and gently pushed the door to the guest bedroom. It actually opened. Gunyinji was speechless. The room was indeed dark, but it wasn't so dark that she couldn't see anything. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting on the bay windowsill. He had a cigarette in his hand, and his long legs were on the windowsill. One leg was bent, and the other was extended as he leaned lazily against a large pillow. Gunyinji opened her mouth and wanted to call him Xiaoheng, but when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she felt a little ashamed. It was a very normal name, but because of what he had just done, it seemed to Gunyinji that it had become a little secret between lovers. She didn't want to share this taboo with others, and she didn't want to call him that in front of others. Composing herself, Gunyinji slowly walked over. Hua Xiao, you can't sleep either? Hua Xiaoheng didn't move. He held the cigarette in his hand and watched Gunyinji walk closer. Turning his head, he stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray and closed the bay window tightly. He said dryly, "Are you done showering?" "Yeah." Gunyinji walked to the bay window sill and sat on the other side, facing him from a distance. She didn't dare to look up. Instead, she dragged a large pillow over and hugged it to her chest. Mustering up her courage, she asked, "What shall I?" "I just said what was on my mind. Do you have anything to say to me?" This was the first 2,400-word update. My dear friends, your monthly votes yesterday were so awesome. Thank you for your monthly votes. Will there be any more today? Thank you for the Heshabi that the leader of the Enigmayangsi Alliance rewarded yesterday. Moi. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 2:10. Hua Xiaoheng propped an arm on his bent left leg and looked at Gunyinji, who was hanging her head. He looked out the window and smiled faintly. "What do you want to say?" Gunyinji was speechless. She suddenly felt uncomfortable. "You shouldn't be like this." She had already said what was on her mind. How could he not respond? Gunyinji looked up angrily and bravely said, "I already said I like you. What about you?" "Oh." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said nonchalantly, "Thank you." Gunyinji exploded. She was so angry that she got up and threw the pillow in her arms at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng blocked it with his arm, and the pillow flew to the other side of the room. Seeing that the pillow couldn't attack Hua Xiaoheng, Gunyinji could only use herself as a weapon and pounced at him. Hua Xiaoheng reached out to catch her and let her sit beside him. He patted her back and smiled faintly. "Are you crazy? Can't you let me think about it?" Gunyinji became even angrier. He had already hugged and kissed her, and he still wanted to think about it. Think about what? Are you going to say that you drank too much? That's why you had sex after drinking? Gunyinji was so anxious that she didn't know what to say. "If you dare say that, I'll run away from home." Gunyinji glared at Hua Xiaoheng fiercely. She was terrified that he would say something heartless. After all, Hua Xiaoheng had always been strict with her and wouldn't agree to unreasonable requests no matter how much she argued. She remembered that when she was 13 years old, there was a time when she really liked to play games, almost to the point of addiction. Hua Xiaoheng discovered it when he came back from a mission and said he wouldn't let her play. No matter if she cried, threw a tantrum, went on a hunger strike, or ran away, he made her submit without any room for negotiation. In the end, she got rid of her gaming addiction, but her fear of Hua Xiaoheng was still deep in her bones. She moved closer to Hua Xiaoheng and grabbed his arm to look at him nervously. Hua Xiaoheng turned his breathtakingly handsome face and looked at her silently. Then he smiled at her. Gunyinji was dazzled by the pure, white snow floating outside the window. His smile dazzled her so much that she almost lost her mind. Then she heard his voice, which seemed to come from the sky. "You want to know my answer? Flirt with me. Seduce you?" Gunyinji's breath was stuck in her throat. She was almost scared silly. How did he know that I wanted to flirt with him? "That's right. Once you flirted, I'll be yours." Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward and patted Gunyinji's face. He smiled at her dazed expression. He had never been so relaxed before. He leaned against the large pillow with one arm resting on his bent left leg. His right leg was stretched out on the bay window sill. His gaze lingered on her for a moment before moving out of the window. She was shocked for a full minute before she found her tongue and stammered, Are you serious? You can't joke about this kind of thing." The expression on his face was so nervous that he almost cried. "I'm not joking." Hua Xiaoheng turned his head and reached out a finger to lift Gunyinji's chin. "I've always kept to my word." Gunyinji closed her eyes and moved her chin away angrily. There was a little person in her heart screaming, "Come on, hurt each other." Who's afraid of who? It's just flirting. As she thought this, she heard Hua Xiaoheng say leisurely, "But what if you run away from home? You'll never be able to flirt with me." The little person in Gunyinji's heart had already pulled out a knife and slashed at Hua Xiaoheng. Of course, she was only fantasizing about it in her heart. Hua Xiaoheng's powerful aura was evident. Even flirting with him required his consent. "But you kissed me just now." Gunyinji was unwilling to be completely suppressed by Hua Xiaoheng. She resisted weakly. "Wasn't it because you like me? I already said it was alcohol." Hua Xiaoheng carelessly dusted off his pajama pants. I can't help it if you don't believe me. Gu Nianji was at her wit's end. She silently lowered her head and obediently said, Then please forgive me if I'm not good at flirting. Okay, work hard to improve your professional skills. Hua Xiaoheng patted her shoulder. I like your perceptivity. He looked like he was very much looking forward to the prospect of being flirted with. Gu Nianji pouted and secretly looked at Hua Xiaoheng. However, she couldn't tell what he was feeling at all. The passionate kiss just now was like a flash in the pan. It was a rare moment when Hua Xiaoheng lost control. It was too short. Gu Nianji sleepwalked out of Hua Xiaoheng's bedroom and returned to her own. She had cried and argued with Hua Xiaoheng and even tried to hit him. Gu Nianji thought about it now and only felt exhausted. She fell asleep as soon as she fell. After Gu Nianji left, Hua Xiaoheng didn't sleep. He turned to look out the window, and the smile on his face gradually faded into the darkness. He took out his phone and played with it for a while. Finally, he opened the address book and found General G's number. It was only 9 o'clock. General G was reading in the study. When he saw it was Hua Xiaoheng calling, he happily picked it up. Xiaoheng, you're not asleep yet? Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Not yet. General G, you're still reading? Yes, there are a few translated military works from abroad. I'm fascinated by them and have a lot of thoughts. General G put his reading glasses back on. All right, why are you calling me so late at night? What's the matter? He knew that Hua Xiaoheng rarely called him outside of work hours. When he did, it meant he had something important to say. However, Hua Xiaoheng only exchanged a few pleasantries with him before asking some personal questions. General G, if I want to get married, how long will the background check take? Get married? General G almost fainted. He stood up abruptly. When did you get a girlfriend? Why are you talking about getting married? Hua Xiaoheng laughed. I'm just asking about the procedure to see how long it will take. You know, I don't have much time to spend on personal matters. If I must get married, of course, it's better to be prepared early. He had a special status. He was a high-ranking military official and an important core member of the Special Intelligence Force. The woman who could marry him had to have all their family and social connections investigated. The background check could sometimes take several years. Oh, that's more like it. You scared me so much that my high blood pressure almost flared up. General G slowly sat down. It's good that you're planning ahead. However, as someone who's been through it, I still advise you not to get married just for the sake of getting married. Find a woman you like, get along with her, and then think about getting married. As for the background check, as long as you find a girl who matches your family background, the background check will definitely be quick. If you're not quick, come find me. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. He didn't argue with General G. He only asked a lot more questions about the background check procedure. He used to think that these things were overly sensitive and never paid attention to them. He never dreamed that he would have to deal with the military's background check organization one day. After talking about the marriage background check, General G had a stroke of inspiration. He actually mentioned Gu Nianji. Xiaoheng, how's Nianji lately? She's already 18 and doesn't need a guardian. I heard that you brought her back to your home? Yeah. Hua Xiaoheng put on his Bluetooth headset and spoke to General G. He turned on his computer and began to pull up various background check documents from the intranet to carefully study. This girl has a good character, but unfortunately, her background is unknown. Otherwise, I would have specially approved her to join the army and follow you as a little follower. General G laughed. What a pity, what a pity. Hua Xiaoheng's fingers tightened around the mouse. He grunted. We're still investigating her background, so she'll still follow me. Does General G have any objections? No. General G quickly said. It's best if she's willing to follow you. Don't push her away. I feel that she's very important, so you can't let her guard down. Of course not. Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled into a faint smile. Don't worry, General G. This was the second 2,400-word update. Do you still have monthly votes? I'm a bit busy today. Tomorrow, I'll try for the third update. Chapter 2:11. Gu Nianji slept soundly, probably because she was too emotionally drained the night before. She didn't even dream. Hua Xiaoheng woke up at 6 a.m. sharp and went to his gym to train for an hour and a half after washing up. He ran on the treadmill for half an hour, then did weight lifting, stretching, and boxing. With his stamina, this kind of intense training was only a warm-up. But because he was at home, he didn't have to do the same intense training as he did in the military, such as running 10 kilometers obstacle course every day. Gunyinji often said he wasn't human. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help smiling at the thought of Gunyinji's reluctance, but not daring to speak up. A white towel hung around his neck as he walked out of the gym. He bumped into Hua Jialan. She was wearing a fitted 100-bird checkered Chanel dress suit. The dress was tight and accentuated her gourd-shaped figure. "Cousin brother, you went to the gym?" Hua Jialan was shocked. "Weren't you drunk last night? Doesn't your head hurt?" Hua Xiaoheng was wearing a black military vest, revealing his muscular arms and shoulders. Camouflage sweatpants hung loosely around his waist, his forehead beaded with sweat. He had a towel hanging from his neck, so he could wipe it off at any time. He stopped when he saw Hua Jialan and wiped the sweat off his forehead with the towel. "It's all right, I met a few friends yesterday. Cousin brother, second uncle and grandfather said we're having a New Year's party this time. Do you have any friends you want to invite? Give me the list. I'll send out the invitations." Hua Jialan stepped forward and raised her hand to pat Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. "Huh? What's this?" Hua Xiaoheng instinctively stepped back to avoid Hua Jialan's hand. "Okay, I'll get Nianji to give you the list when I get back." He nodded to Hua Jialan and walked toward his suite. Hua Jialan looked at Hua Xiaoheng's back and smiled as she shook her head. Her cousin was still the same, too defensive around women. What should she do? Was she really going to be a bachelor for the rest of her life? The servant following her saw this and whispered, "Eldest miss, what's wrong with eldest young master? She's helping him out of the goodness of her heart. It's fine, he's just like that. He's already treating his family the best." Hua Jialan left with a smile. Hua Xiaoheng returned to his suite and first went to the bathroom in the guest bedroom to shower. When he came out, he saw that Gunyinji's bedroom door was still tightly shut. He looked at his watch. It was already 8 in the morning. "Nianji, it's time to wake up." He knocked on the door. There was no sound from the other side of the door. He thought that Gunyinji still wanted to sleep in, but thinking about yesterday, maybe she deserved a good rest. Hua Xiaoheng was about to turn to leave when he suddenly heard the door behind him open. He turned around just in time to see Gunyinji standing by the door in his oversized black t-shirt. She was barefoot, and her long, snow-white legs looked breathtakingly fair against the black t-shirt. Hua Xiaoheng looked away and said dryly, "You're awake? It's time to get up." Gunyinji covered her mouth and yawned. When she opened her eyes to see that Hua Xiaoheng was about to leave, she instinctively grabbed his wrist. "Hua Xiao, you're up. Well, do you want to exercise early?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn around and said seriously, "There's also a gym here and a treadmill. Do you want to go exercise?" Gunyinji hated treadmills, so she immediately let go of his wrist. Her eyes darted around, and she said softly, "I want a shower. Hua Xiao, I can't find my clothes. Can you help me find something to change into?" With that, she turned to leave. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and saw that the door was ajar. Gunyinji's long legs were alluring as she walked toward the bathroom. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and he swallowed again. He instantly changed his mind and pushed the door open to follow her. Closing the door to Gunyinji's bedroom, Hua Xiaoheng first went to the closet to look. He picked out a loose yellow cashmere pullover from Alice and Olivia, straight white custom-made wool trousers, and a pair of nude ankle boots to match. He put them on the sofa. When Gunyinji came out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her, she saw Hua Xiaoheng standing in front of the French windows with his back to her. His hands were in his trouser pockets as he looked out at the beautiful scenery of white snow and red plum blossoms. The clothes are on the sofa. Hua Xiaoheng heard the bathroom door open and knew that Gunyinji had finished showering. He said without turning around. Gunyinji glanced at the loose yellow cashmere pullover, straight white trousers, and nude ankle boots on the sofa. Her eyelids couldn't help but twitch. She thought to herself that Hua Xiao hadn't taken care of her daily life in the past few years, but he hadn't forgotten about it. When she had first started working for him, he had taken care of all her clothes from inside out. At that time, a young man of only 22 years old had to take care of a little girl like that. It must have been hard on him, Gun Yinji was touched and happy, but when she thought of Hua Xiaoheng's annoying words last night, she felt indignant. Did anyone hit on her? She coughed lightly and said, Hua Xiao, I have the outerwear, but what about the underwear? I can't just wear the outerwear, can I? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. After a long time, his lips finally curved into a smile, but when he turned around, his expression had already returned to normal. Do you want underwear? Okay, he said calmly and walked to the closet again. He opened the bottom drawer and found where Gun Yinji kept her bra and panties. Gun Yinji's face instantly turned as red as blood. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, Xiaoheng only acted as if no one was around and rummaged through her colorful underwear drawer for a while. He asked without looking up, What cup size do you wear now? Gun Yinji's face darkened. She clenched her fists angrily and gritted her teeth as she said word by word, No, I'll find it myself. Huh, I thought you didn't know where you put it. Xiaoheng finally turned around slowly and raised his long brows slightly. His dark, jade-like eyes were bottomless. Gun Yinji rushed to the closet and pushed Hua Xiaoheng away. She smiled and said, Didn't Hua Xiao find it for me? I can find it myself now. Gun Yinji turned around and grabbed a dark blue lace bra and panties of the same style from the drawer. She quickly closed the drawer. Really? Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her. Her flawless skin was fair and pink from the shower. There were still transparent water droplets on it. A drop of water flowed down her neck and into her chest, all the way to the cleavage wrapped in a bath towel. He smiled meaningfully. Is that so? I see. Then I'm leaving. He seemed to be dismissive of Gun Yinji's seduction methods. Gun Yinji's thoughts were exposed. She was furious and embarrassed. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng's back and saw that he was about to leave the bedroom. She suddenly said, Why is Hua Xiao leaving? Isn't he going to wait to see if I look good in this? Hua Xiaoheng stopped and let out a long sigh. After a moment of silence, he turned around and returned to the sofa. He put one hand on the back of the sofa and the other on his lap. He said calmly, Okay, you change. I'll watch. Gun Yinji gritted her teeth and tried to take off the bath towel several times. However, under Hua Xiaoheng's intense gaze, her hands trembled for a long time and she couldn't undo the towel. After a while, Gun Yinji stomped her feet. Okay, you're good. I lost to you. She bent over, grabbed her clothes from the sofa, and ran to the bathroom with them. Hua Xiaoheng didn't leave either. He waited for Gun Yinji to change and come out. He looked her up and down and was very satisfied with his taste. He stood up as well. Let's go eat breakfast. Gun Yinji had already come back to her senses. She gathered her courage and walked over to take Hua Xiaoheng's hand. She looked up and said, Hua Xiao, I think there's sand in my eyes. Can you blow it for me? Hua Xiaoheng stared at her for a while and said leisurely, Since you want to blow the sand in your eyes, why are you pouting and closing your eyes? This was the 2,400-word update for the first time. Continue asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you so much, Mom. The Phantom Mark, the Jade Goddess Sword, and yesterday's gift of Heshabi. Mwah. Today is the first day of the Labor Day long weekend in the United States. I have guests at home, so the update is a little late. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. If you want the third update, give your relatives some excitement with their monthly votes. Oh, intersection or intersection. Oh. Chapter 2:12. Gun Yinji quickly opened her eyes to glare at Hua Xiaoheng. Her misty eyes were a little moist, like she was about to cry, but there was also a bit of uneasiness and awkwardness. She was like an unripe fruit that was gradually showing its mature charm. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. He couldn't help holding her cheeks and lowering his head to kiss her. It was different from the storm-like kiss last time. This time, he was extremely gentle as he pressed his lips against her incredibly soft lips. After carefully kissing her from top to bottom, he finally opened his lips slightly and sucked on her lips. Gun Yinji's lips were a little swollen and sore. She reached out to hug Hua Xiaoheng's waist and lay limply in his arms. Her heart was filled with excitement as she savored this extremely delicate kiss. Because she was nervous, her lips were pressed together a little tightly. Hua Xiaoheng spent a lot of effort to slowly make her open her lips and reveal a gap. The tip of his tongue took advantage of the opening and once again invaded her private territory. Like an emperor patrolling his territory, he finally hooked the tip of her delicate tongue up and down a few times. Gun Yinji's body couldn't help trembling. Could it be that her sensitive spot was the tip of her tongue? Why was it so soft that she couldn't stand steadily after a light touch? Hua Xiaoheng felt her body become increasingly soft. He released one hand and wrapped it around her slender waist. His other hand was still holding her cheek as he lowered his head to kiss her. Gun Yinji had always been a studious person and a very smart student. She quickly mastered the major elements of kissing and began to timidly give him a taste of his own medicine. Closing her lips, she mimicked Hua Xiaoheng and gently sucked on it. Hua Xiaoheng paused and couldn't help but tighten his grip. He held her tightly in his arms and parted his lips slightly. Gun Yinji couldn't miss this kind of invitation. She tentatively extended the tip of her tongue into Hua Xiaoheng's territory. However, she only managed to get her head in before the tip of Hua Xiaoheng's tongue met hers impatiently. He twisted her tongue gently and heavily, slowly crushing and teasing. Every time Gun Yinji felt that she had learned how to kiss, Hua Xiaoheng would surprise her even more the next time. Indeed, there was no end to the sea of learning. She was dizzy from Hua Xiaoheng's kisses. In a daze, she thought that the unyielding and decisive Major General Hua Xiaoheng could also be so gentle. After some time, the doorbell to the suite rang, and the orderly's voice came through the intercom. Major General Hua, breakfast is ready. He was urging them to have breakfast. Hua Xiaoheng released Gun Yinji's lips and combed her messy hair. Gun Yinji sighed contentedly and leaned into Hua Xiaoheng's arms. She lowered her eyes and giggled like a kitten that had stolen a fish. He looked down at her. Yinji, are you flirting with me? Gun Yinji, he had been discovered. She smiled and took a step back. She smoothed her hair and adjusted her slightly messy top. She tilted her head and said, Yes, did I seduce Hua Xiao? Just SOSO. Keep up the good work. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head and gave her a perfunctory reply before turning to leave. Gun Yinji pouted as she followed him to the dining room for breakfast. They arrived at the dining room one after another and saw that Hua Jialan, Zhang Wenna, and Zhang Wenjie were already there. Eldest cousin brother. The three of them stood up to greet Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and greeted them one by one. He waved for them to sit. Zhang Wenna's eyes lit up when she saw Gun Yinji's youthful and beautiful outfit. She smiled and came over to take her hand. Yinji, your outfit is so beautiful. Where did you buy it? What brand is it? Gun Yinji sat down with her and said, The top is Alice and Oliver, and the pants are from Taylor. I also like this set of clothes very much. Alice and Oliver is a brand for young girls. It's sweet and light and sexy. Yinji, this goose yellow cashmere jumper is perfect for you. Without your fair and translucent skin, you wouldn't dare to wear such a bright color. Zhang Wenna was obviously very familiar with the world's famous brands. She spoke clearly and logically. Gun Yinji felt slightly embarrassed. If Hua Xiaoheng hadn't been so generous to her, an orphan like her wouldn't have had the opportunity to come into contact with the world's top brands. Because she had a small frame and an especially thin waist, but was more voluptuous and her legs were long, there weren't many suitable pants that she could buy. She had to change every pair anyway. After that, Hua Xiaoheng stopped buying her trousers from ready-to-wear brands. Instead, he had them all custom-made. There were well-known tailors in the country, and there were also custom-made tailors from foreign brands. He picked the fabric and style himself and traveled abroad 3 times a year just to make trousers for her. She had taken it all for granted and didn't think it was special. Later, when she went to university and came into contact with all kinds of students, she realized that Hua Xiaoheng treated her better than even her biological parents. Although she had no parents, she was lucky enough to meet Hua Xiaoheng when she was at her most helpless. Gun Yinji tilted her head and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a smile. She turned to Zhang Wenna and nodded. You're right. I like this brand too, but I'm old now. I don't think it's appropriate for me to wear this brand anymore. What? Zhang Wen's eyes widened. You're only 18. What do you mean old? Do you want us over 20 years old to live? Gu Nianji burst into laughter. You're exaggerating. How old are you again? 22. Zhang went aside. I want to be 18 too. Hua Jialan, who was sitting across from Hua Xiaoheng, shifted uncomfortably. She gently knocked on the table. Let's eat breakfast. The Hua family was very particular about not talking during meals. Although there were no elders joining them for breakfast, Hua Jialan was very strict about this rule. Zhang Wenna pursed her lips and pulled a long face. She lowered her head and stirred the milk and oatmeal in front of her. She hurriedly finished it and put down the bowl. She said to Hua Jialan, Sister Lan, I have a few friends that I'd like to invite to our family's New Year's party. Hua Jialan grunted. I'll give you a form. Fill it out and give it to me before tonight. I'll get someone to investigate. Investigate? Zhang Wenna raised her voice. Why are you investigating my friends? Because we don't know each other well. Hua Jialan didn't even look at her. I'm sure you know what this place is. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come here. You. Zhang Wenna was so angry she stood up. She pointed at Hua Jialan. Fine, fine. If you don't want to come, then don't come. What's the big deal? It's not the big deal. Hua Jialan wiped her mouth with a napkin. But didn't you all go through so much just to be able to live here? Zhang Wenna felt a pang of guilt. She quickly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji, afraid that they would laugh at her. However, Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji were in the exact same posture. They lowered their eyes and ate their breakfast, completely oblivious to what was happening in the dining room. Zhang Wenna sighed in relief. She glared at Hua Jialan and said to Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji, Cousin brother, Nianji, take your time. I'm going to leave first. Gu Nianji looked up to reply, but saw that Hua Jialan had already stormed off. Zhang Wenjie was extremely uncomfortable, but he couldn't bear to leave Gu Nianji. Seeing that she was still eating, he dilly-dallied to add milk to his oatmeal. He racked his brain to think of a way to speak to Gu Nianji. Miss Gu, have you been to the imperial capital before? Gu Nianji swallowed the last mouthful of breakfast and rinsed her mouth with tea. She smiled. This is my first time here. I'll be starting school next spring. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at Zhang Wenjie. He put down the knife and leaned over to Gu Nianji. Where did you put the things you bought? I'm going to bring them up. Gu Nianji quickly said, Let's go together. They're all in my room. They were talking about the gifts for Hua Xiaoheng's mother, Song Jining. They were the things they had bought at the Chanel flagship store in Sion Square yesterday. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. When he got up, he said to Hua Jialan and Zhang Wenjie, You guys take your time. We'll be on our way. Zhang Wenjie's face flushed. He stood up and said to Gu Nianji, Miss Gu, if you want to go shopping in the imperial capital, I can take you there when I'm free. Gu Nianji smiled. Thank you. I'll look for you when I'm free. She followed Hua Xiaoheng back to their suite and found the Chanel bags. She said to Hua Xiaoheng, Let's go up now. I don't know if Mrs. Hua is awake yet. Hua Xiaoheng took the bags from her and paused. He said dryly, Don't call her Mrs. Hua anymore. My mother and father divorced more than 10 years ago. This was the second chapter, 2,400 words. Do you still have monthly votes? No, I can't write the third chapter. I'm too tired today. I'll try for the third chapter tomorrow. Chapter 213. Divorced more than a decade ago? Gu Nianji was stunned by Hua Xiaoheng's words. She stared at Hua Xiaoheng in a daze and slowly reached out to hold his wrist. Her throat was choked, and she didn't know what to say to comfort him. They divorced more than a decade ago, and Hua Xiaoheng was still a teenager at the time. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji. You don't have to comfort me. I already said it was a long time ago, and it doesn't affect me anymore. I'm only telling you because I don't want you to hear it from someone else and overthink it. Gu Nianji wanted to hit him so badly. She silently let go. Hua Xiaoheng carried the Chanel bag and walked in front. He said dryly, Of course I have a reason for saying this. Gu Nianji quickly followed and tugged on the corner of his shirt. She looked up at him to make things clear before leaving. Hua Xiaoheng stopped and turned to look at her. He said casually, I told you before that my mother suddenly fainted 16 years ago and became like this when she woke up. I remember. Gu Nianji quickly said, Auntie Song fainted because she was divorced. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched as he rubbed her head with his free hand. What divorce? That little brain of yours always thinks too much. Actually, that's not the truth, but it involves confidentiality, so I can't tell outsiders. Oh, Gu Nianji was even more shocked. What involves confidentiality? Annie fainted? Or was she divorced? Of course it's about fainting. Well, Xiaoheng was exasperated with Gu Nianji's insistence to get to the bottom of things. But since it involved his mother, it was also very important to Gu Nianji. Therefore, he had to tell her. Of course, he wouldn't say a word that he shouldn't. Gu Nianji said, Can I tell you? I really want to know. Of course I'll tell you what I can. What Xiaoheng said succinctly. My maternal grandfather was Song Haichuan, a famous high-energy physicist, but he passed away 16 years ago. Gu Nianji keenly sensed the same year. Also 16 years ago, the year Annie Song had her illness flared up? Could it be that her father's death had triggered her? She didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to give a completely different reason. It's the same year. My mother is a scientist. She used to be a very smart woman. She went to university at the age of 15 and received her PhD in theoretical physics at the age of 20. After her PhD, she entered my grandfather's laboratory and helped the military conduct top-secret research. But on that day 16 years ago, my grandfather had an accident during an experiment, and the whole laboratory was destroyed. My grandfather passed away in that accident, and my mother was pushed out by my grandfather at the last moment. Her brain suffered a huge impact and concussion, and she fainted. When I woke up, I looked like this. Gu Nianji asked, So there was an accident? Yes. In the beginning, he thought that she was just muddle-headed for a while and that she would get over it with time. In the end, after 4 or 5 years, she was still the same. My father was a normal man and couldn't be with a patient. Hua Xiaoheng sighed, so we divorced. Gu Nianji gradually came back to her senses. She had mixed feelings and didn't know what to say. There was no one to blame for Song Jining becoming like this because of an accident during an experiment. At that time, she and Hua Guanqin were still young, and there was no reason to ask a man in his prime to stay chaste for his mentally ill wife. However, Gu Nianji was a woman, and there was always a barrier in her heart. After thinking for a long time, she said in a low voice, If this were the other way around, and Uncle Hua met with this kind of accident, I think Annie Song would definitely stay by his side. She wouldn't. Nianji, this is a matter between the elders. We have no right to interfere. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and walked out of the suite. Besides, it was only a legal divorce. My father and grandfather didn't allow the Song family to take my mother away, so she stayed at home. After all these years, my mother's condition hasn't worsened because this is the environment she is familiar with. But her illness hasn't improved either. Gu Nianji muttered to herself, but she instinctively knew that she shouldn't talk about this topic at this time. One was Hua Xiaoheng's mother, and the other was Hua Xiaoheng's father. He definitely couldn't blame one person for the other, especially in this matter, where no one had made a mistake. He was in no position to blame anyone. Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng out of the room and suddenly remembered something. She tugged at the corner of his shirt and tried her best to control her gossipy expression. She asked very seriously, Yes, then Hua Xiao, your father, that is Uncle Hua, he didn't remarry, did he? No. Then, who does he resolve his personal problems with now? Under Hua Xiaoheng's sharp gaze, Gu Nianji lowered her head in shame and circled her hands together. She was too gossipy, but she really wanted to know. Hua Guanqin had divorced Song Jining, who was mentally ill because of marital problems, and a woman's intuition told her that Hua Guanqin must have divorced Song Jining to resolve his personal problems with another woman. Otherwise, he would be cheating on her in marriage, which was a very serious style problem. Hua Xiaoheng stared at Gu Nianji for a while. Although his expression was calm, he was still a little surprised. He didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so sensitive and immediately think of his father having someone else. Yes, he did have a girlfriend later. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to talk about this anymore. Let's go. My mother should still be making breakfast. Do you still want some porridge? Oh, yes. Gunyinji's attention was quickly diverted. Song Jinning's porridge was so delicious that her taste buds still remembered the taste. The two of them carried 4 or 5 Chanel bags to Song Jinning's residence on the 3rd floor. As expected, she was making breakfast in the small kitchen. She was still making porridge, but now there was seafood fried rice. When Song Jinning saw Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng come in, a confused expression appeared on her face. May I ask who you're looking for? Gunyinji walked up to her and took her arm with a smile. Mrs. Song, I'm here to freeload off your breakfast. Your porridge is so delicious. Although Gunyinji had already had a full breakfast, Song Jinning's food was even better. She didn't want to give it up. Song Jinning looked embarrassed. No matter who it was, they would be very happy to be complimented. This was especially true for a mentally ill patient like Song Jinning. Hua Xiaoheng sat alone in the small living room. Unlike Gunyinji, he didn't go to the kitchen to join in on the fun. Sure, you like my porridge? Have you eaten it before? Song Jinning smiled as she scooped a small bowl of porridge for her. She then used a white orchid and iced jade porcelain plate to put a plate of golden fried rice on the dining table. Gunyinji noticed that Hua Xiaoheng had used the same plate to put a plate of fried rice for Song Jinning last time. Her gaze slid over Song Jinning's body. Who said Song Jinning wouldn't remember what happened the day before? She clearly remembered it, but the memory was too vague. It was so vague that it seemed like an instinct, a mother's instinct. Hua Xiao, Mrs. Song's breakfast is ready. Do you want to come eat? Gunyinji called out. Hua Xiaoheng finally got up and walked in. He nodded to Song Jinning to thank her. She didn't even dare to look him in the eye. She rubbed the apron in front of her chest with her hand and said quietly, "You guys eat. I'll go out and take a look." With that, she walked out quickly. Hua Xiaoheng sat down and looked at the fried rice in front of him. He calmly picked up the spoon and took a bite. Gunyinji ate 2 mouthfuls of porridge and asked quietly, "Hua Xiao, where are the servants taking care of Annie's Song? Why haven't I seen them today?" This was the first chapter with 2,400 words. Continue begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes, especially the recommendation votes on Monday. He didn't know if his relatives felt the same. The holidays were really more tiring than going to work. 0. Today, try to be as late as possible. My relatives will come to take a look at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If there is, then there is. Then there would definitely be an update at 7 p.m. Chapter 214. The 2 maids in charge of taking care of Song Jinning were called Annie Xing and Annie Yu. Gunyinji had seen them before and remembered them clearly. I don't know, go ask. Hua Xiaoheng focused on his egg fried rice and gave Gunyinji a chance to approach Song Jinning. Gunyinji finished the porridge in a few mouthfuls and came out to look for Song Jinning. She walked around and finally saw Song Jinning in the small bedroom inside. She wore a large embroidered begonia shawl and stood in front of the window, staring blankly at the sky outside. The bedroom was very small, and the top floor was very low. The room was full of furniture, and although they looked expensive, there were too many of them, and it was very depressing. Just like the human heart, if it was filled with too many things, it would appear narrow and easy to be calculative and tired. This kind of space was not suitable for people with psychological problems. Gunyinji herself had psychological problems in her early years because she had been frightened too much. For example, she often had night terrors at night and couldn't stay in a closed space alone, let alone see a fire. Later, with Chun Lai and Hua Xiaoheng's joint efforts, she recovered day by day. If she had lived in such a small room back then, her psychological problems would have been even more serious, and she would not have recovered at all. It was because Gunyinji had experienced it herself that she sympathized with Song Jinning even more. It wasn't just because she was Hua Xiaoheng's mother. Song Jinning's side profile was breathtakingly beautiful. Although she had been sick for so many years, she was like a beautiful flower that had bloomed to the end of its life. But because she was about to wither, she was even more beautiful. Like the sunset glow of the setting sun, her beauty was indescribable. Only a mother like this could have given birth to a son as handsome as Hua Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji sighed internally as she walked in and stood next to Song Jining. She said gently, "Mrs. Song?" Song Jining turned around and smiled at her. "Are you done eating? Was it good?" "Yes." Gun Yinji nodded. "Did you have breakfast?" "I didn't." Song Jining sighed. "I couldn't eat." Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She gently held Song Jinning's wrist and realized she was really only bones. Song Jinning already had serious psychological and mental problems. If her health was affected as well, she would really become a disabled person. She could only wait for death. Gun Yinji felt uneasy. Her intuition had always been accurate, and because she was a woman, she could empathize with Song Jinning's situation. "Mrs. Song, shall we go for a walk?" Gun Yinji gently shook her arm. "Shall we go for a walk in the garden? You're a member of the Hua family, and this is my first time here. Can you show me around?" Song Jinning suddenly blushed. I'm not married yet." "You can't call me madam." Gun Yinji, when the Hua family called her Mrs. Song, she didn't object at all. Now, she didn't even want to be called Mrs. Song anymore. Did her condition worsen? Or was her condition getting better? Gun Yinji immediately decided that she couldn't delay any longer. If Song Jinning's condition worsened, then the treatment method needed to be changed immediately. If her condition improved, then the effective treatment method needed to help her recover as soon as possible. "Mrs. Song, shall we go to the gardens to have a look?" Gun Yinji wanted to take Song Jinning out to have some fun. "We shall, and I just brought some gifts for you. It's almost New Year. Shall we try them out?" "Gifts? Are they for me?" Song Jinning was surprised and happy. "I have gifts too?" "Yes, we've eaten so many delicious meals from you, so of course we have to return the favor. Wait here, I'll go get it. You can change right away, then we can go downstairs and play in the garden together. Okay?" Gun Yinji tried her best to persuade Song Jinning. She turned around and ran to the living room to get the Chanel paper bag. As soon as she went out, she saw Annie Xing and Auntie Yu were already there. They were looking through the Chanel paper bag she had brought. "Put it down. How can you touch the owner's things?" Gun Yinji's face darkened as she stopped the two of them rudely. Annie Xing and Annie Yu hadn't expected Gun Yinji to be in Song Jinning's bedroom. Their expressions were a bit awkward as they reluctantly put down the paper bag and said to Gun Yinji, "Miss was said that we have to carefully inspect everything that's given to Mrs. Song. We're just following Miss Song's instructions. If Miss Gu doesn't agree, you can tell Miss Song. What's the point of yelling at servants like us?" "That's right. People who don't know better would think that she's the head of the Hua family. I don't know where she came from, but she dares to act like a big boss in front of us." The corners of Auntie Yu's mouth twitched. Her disdain was obvious. She really didn't care about Gun Yinji at all. If their words had been directed at an ordinary girl, she would probably have cursed them in her heart at most and wouldn't have dared to make a big deal out of it. But they had picked the wrong target. Gun Yinji had never been a pushover. She had been worried about not being able to find an opportunity to change Song Jinning's situation. Now that a great opportunity had been presented to her, she immediately came up with a plan. She burst into tears and ran to the small kitchen. She threw herself into Hua Xiaoheng's arms and stomped her feet. "Hua Xiao, they're chasing me out. I don't have the face to stay here anymore. I want to go home. I want to go home." Hua Xiaoheng had heard everything that had happened outside from the small kitchen, but he was too lazy to go out. A few maids didn't listen to him, so he had fired them. He didn't want to waste too much effort at all. But when Gun Yinji cried and threw a tantrum, he knew that something was wrong. "Yinji," he pushed her away and frowned. "What's wrong?" "Hua Xiao, did you hear what they said just now? Tell me, how can I still have the face to stay here? I'll make it clear today. In this family, I can't live with them, and I can't live with them." Gun Yinji threw herself into Hua Xiaoheng's arms again and cried loudly. As she cried, she pinched Hua Xiaoheng's waist. "Hua Xiaoheng." Song Jinning heard the loud noise outside and didn't know what had happened. She quickly came out and saw two middle-aged women standing in the living room with ugly expressions on their faces. She quickly asked softly, "Who are you? What happened?" Annie Xing and Annie Yu had taken care of Song Jinning for 7 or 8 years. They knew that she had a habit of not remembering yesterday's events today, so they quickly introduced themselves to her. Madam, I'm Annie Xing, and this is Auntie Yu. Song Jining frowned. I'm not married yet. Why are you calling me madam? What are you doing here? Why are you arguing with my guests? Annie Xing and Auntie Yu were stunned. They exchanged glances and quickly said, Madam, we were asked by the eldest daughter to take care of you. May I ask if you have breakfast today? They had always introduced themselves like this. They introduced themselves every morning, so she was used to it. Song Jining usually didn't ask any more questions at this time. Anyway, she was either in a daze in the bedroom or in the living room every day. They had long gotten used to it and didn't talk to her. They just treated her like an exquisite piece of porcelain. They just needed to take good care of her and didn't need to treat her like a human. However, they didn't expect Song Jining to actually accuse them of arguing with her guests today. Annie Xing and Annie, you were a little embarrassed. They pursed their lips and whispered disdainfully, both of you think of yourselves as the masters of this family. It's not even certain if you have the right. They knew that Hua Guanchen and Song Jining had divorced. However, because Hua Guanchen was kind and saw that Song Jining was seriously ill, he didn't let her move out. Actually, when Hua Guanchen remarried and his new wife entered the family, Song Jining would have to leave even if she didn't want to. Therefore, Annie Xing and Annie, you had never really treated Song Jining as the mistress of the family. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at Gun Yinji, who was rubbing in his arms. What do you want to do? Gun Yinji gave him a look. Are you the one in charge of this family? This was the 2,400 words of the second chapter. Today, she could finally ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes, especially the recommendation votes on Monday. There was the third chapter at 7 p.m. Chapter 2:15. You want to kick them out? Hua Xiaoheng expressionlessly picked up a tissue from the dining table to wipe her tears. You don't have to cry like this, right? I'm not just kicking them out. Gun Yinji wrote Hua Jialan on Hua Xiaoheng's palm. I also want to take the authority to take care of Mrs. Song from her. Although Song Jining was Hua Xiaoheng's mother, and Hua Xiaoheng should have more say in her matters, Hua Jialan had been responsible for taking care of Song Jining for so many years. Even if she didn't get credit, she still put in a lot of hard work. Hua Jialan's position in the Hua family was rather special, and Gun Yinji probably didn't know about it yet. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a while, then said quietly, We'll talk about this when we get back. Come with me now, and take my mother downstairs to the garden. As for those two servants, just tell Jialan to fire them. Gun Yinji blinked her large eyes, sensing that Hua Xiaoheng probably hadn't told her something. Okay, that's all for today. We'll talk about it when we get back tonight. Gun Yinji nodded and smiled at Hua Xiaoheng. She suddenly reached out to straighten his collar and said sheepishly, It dirtied your shirt. I'll wash it for you when we get back. Her fingers were gentle and slightly cold. They gently glided over Hua Xiaoheng's neck, like a feather brushing against his heart, bringing with it a numbing sensation. After straightening his collar, Gun Yinji turned to leave. Hua Xiaoheng squinted, his hands in his trouser pockets. He looked at Gun Yinji's back, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Miss Song, let's go get changed. The weather is great today, and the plum blossoms in the garden are all in bloom. Let's go enjoy the plum blossoms. Gun Yinji chattered. She had been crying a moment ago, but now she was completely fine. Song Jining watched Gun Yinji take out a rose-red herringbone dress suit from a Chanel bag. The collar and cuffs were trimmed with white rabbit fur, and she couldn't help sighing. So pretty. You'll look even prettier in it. Gun Yinji enthusiastically closed the bedroom door. Come on, hurry and change. Huh? Do it now? These are for me? Song Jining was a little confused. Her fingers glided over the rose-red Chanel sheath dress. Her reluctance to part with it was obvious. It's so pretty, then put on. Gun Yinji smiled, her eyes crinkling. Her words were very moving. Song Jining thought for a while, her cheeks blushing. She lowered her head and muttered, Guanchen likes rosy red. Gun Yinji, what a coincidence. She had thought that Song Jining's skin was as white as cream, and she would look especially charming in rose red, so she had purposely chosen this color. Okay, let's have a chance encounter in the garden. Maybe we'll meet Hua Guanchen. Gun Yinji resisted the urge to call Song Jining uncle. She didn't want to burden Song Jining even more. She pondered over Song Jining's situation. It was like role-playing. In Song Jining's mind, she was an 18-year-old girl, so Gun Yinji only needed to talk and interact with her as a real 18-year-old girl. Song Jining was indeed moved by Gun Yinji's words and planned to change. However, Gun Yinji crossed her elbows and smiled at her in the mirror. Song Jining felt embarrassed again and stammered. You're not going to wait outside? Ms. Song, don't be like this. We're both women. Don't be embarrassed. Gun Yinji winked at her. Here, let me see if the clothes I picked out for you are the right size. Song Jining finally felt relieved. She took off her old-fashioned button-up jacket to reveal the tank top she was wearing underneath. Gun Yinji, fine. Although it was a tank top and Song Jining was very thin, her breasts were still quite voluptuous. Of course, they weren't as voluptuous as when she was healthy. It was just that she was too thin, and the butterfly bones on her back could be used as weapons. The collarbone at the bottom of her neck protruded from her shoulders. It was heartbreaking to see. Gun Yinji sighed and walked over to help Song Jining put on the dress. She whispered, "Why are you so thin?" She had already bought the smallest size, but she hadn't expected it to still not fit well on Song Jining. However, the color did suit her very well. Her milky white skin looked even more beautiful under the rose-red herringbone Chanel suit. Gun Yinji led Song Jining out of the small bedroom and found that Annie Xing and Annie Yu were no longer there. Major General Hua? She called out. Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the small kitchen and was stunned when he saw Song Jining dressed up. He hadn't seen Song Jining so energetic in many years. In his memory, his mother had always been pale and lifeless after she got sick. When she looked at people, she was timid and cautious, afraid of offending anyone. Even when she looked at his father, she would secretly look at him. When he asked her to go over and say something, she would be so scared that she would hide far away. But when she thought no one was paying attention, she would peek at Hua Guanchen shyly. Hua Guanchen couldn't get close to Song Jining, not even a step. He could only look at her from a safe distance. Of course, he couldn't force her to live a married life with him. Hua Guanchen used to love Song Jining deeply, but even Hua Xiaoheng couldn't be sure how much of that love remained after the passage of time. Gun Yinji raised her eyebrows at Hua Xiaoheng proudly. Major General Hua, how is it? Can we go down now? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the youthful Gun Yinji, who was wearing a light yellow cashmere jumper and white straight-tube custom-made wool pants. He then looked at his mother, Song Jining, who was as elegant and beautiful as a goddess in a rose-red Chanel dress. He smiled and said in a good mood, "Okay, let's go together." He led the way, and Gun Yinji held Song Jining's arm as they walked downstairs. In the living room of Hua Jialan's suite on the second floor, Annie Xing and Auntie Yu were blushing as they talked about what had happened on the third floor. They then added fuel to the fire. "Miss, you've always been the head of this family. You've worked hard for this family, even if you haven't done much. Now you've been slapped in the face by a little vixen who came out of nowhere. You have to stand up for us. We can't let her push her luck." Hua Jialan frowned. She thought the two servants were being too vulgar. If she hadn't used them for so many years, she would have fired them immediately. "Okay, I understand. I'll arrange something else for you. Don't worry about Mrs. Song for now." Hua Jialan nodded. "Go home and take a break. Come back when they're gone." Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji wouldn't be staying at home for long. Hua Jialan knew this, so she didn't want to have a direct confrontation with Gun Yinji. She still wasn't sure what position Gun Yinji held in Hua Xiaoheng's heart, and how much protection she could receive from him. Annie Xing and Auntie Yu returned, and Hua Jialan stood alone in front of the living room window. She looked out and saw the garden in the Hua's backyard. There were several plum trees there, and they were in full bloom. A young girl in a light yellow jumper and a woman in a rose-red dress were walking towards the plum trees. The tall and steady Hua Xiaoheng walked behind them, his hands in his trouser pockets. His expression was hidden. Just then, a custom-made bulletproof car stopped in front of the Hua Manor. Hua Guanchen got out of the car and saw Song Jining in a rose-red dress as he passed by the plum forest. She tilted her head and smiled happily at the plum blossoms on the tree. Hua Guanchen hadn't seen Song Jining like this in 16 years. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks, his eyes lingering almost greedily on Song Jining. Hua Jialan saw this from the window on the second floor. She smiled slightly and picked up her phone to make a call. "Annie Bai, are you back from your expedition?" "You're back." "Great, we're having a New Year's party. Can you come?" This was the 2,400th word of the third chapter. Today, she could finally ask for monthly recommendation votes for the third chapter, especially the recommendation votes for Monday. Moi. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 216. New Year's Reception. The person on the other end of the line seemed to hesitate. "I just got back and have a lot of data to process. I might not have the time." "Really?" Hua Jialan smiled. She changed the direction of her phone and aimed it at the garden downstairs to record a small video. 5 minutes later, Hua Jialan sent the video to the person on the other end of the line. In the video, a handsome middle-aged man in military uniform walked steadily to a blooming plum tree. He smiled at a woman who was looking up at him from under the tree. The woman was wearing a rose-red dress suit. The style was elegant and made her milky white skin look even more seductive and beautiful. The man said something to the woman, and she blushed and nodded lightly. The man reached out and plucked off the most beautiful plum blossom on the tree. He handed it to the woman. The woman took it and smiled at the man. Then, she quickly turned around and walked towards the arched door of the garden. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and leaned against the arched door. She lowered her head and sniffed the plum blossoms. Then, she turned around and smiled at the man. The man on the video was Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanchen, the director of the military's political department. The woman was Song Jining, whom they had not met in a long time. The person on the other end of the line was silent for a long time. After a while, she asked in surprise, "Jining has recovered?" "When did she recover? Why didn't you tell me about it?" "Annie Bai, you're wrong. Mrs. Song hasn't recovered." Hua Jialan chuckled, but there was no trace of smile in her eyes. "So, are you coming to our New Year's reception?" "There's no need to wait for the New Year's reception. I'll be right there. Jinning's condition seems to have improved greatly. I hope we can continue to work hard and find a way to cure her." The person on the other end of the line hung up. She was very decisive. Hua Jialan glanced at her phone and curled her lips in disdain. She put her phone away and crossed her arms. Her gaze lingered on Hua Guanchen and Hua Xiaoheng in the garden downstairs for a moment, then shifted to Gun Yinji, who was standing on her tiptoes behind Hua Xiaoheng, trying to pluck a plum. She watched for a while and guessed that Aunt Bai would be arriving soon. She walked down to the garden on the first floor and interrupted Hua Guanchen and Hua Xiaoheng's conversation with a smile. "Second uncle, cousin brother, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have something to tell you, especially second uncle." "What is it? Tell me." Hua Guanchen had just returned from a meeting and had yet to change out of his military uniform. He stood under the plum tree, his posture ramrod straight and elegant, but his sideburns were slightly gray. Hua Jialan glanced at Gun Yinji, who was standing behind Hua Xiaoheng, and smiled. "Miss Gu, could you please step aside for a moment?" Gun Yinji turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng gestured to her, and Gun Yinji nodded. "Then I'll go see Annie Song." She walked towards the arched door of the garden. Hua Jialan was speechless. She stared at Gun Yinji's back for a while, before turning to Hua Guanchen and Hua Xiaoheng. Aunt Bai just came back from her exam. She heard that Mrs. Song's condition has improved and was very happy. She didn't even want to rest and said she wanted to come see Mrs. Song immediately. Everyone in the Hua family knew who Aunt Bai was. But for the past 12 years, no one had dared to mention Aunt Bai when Hua Xiaoheng was at home. Other than necessary business, Hua Xiaoheng had never spoken to Aunt Bai in private. Hua Guanchen had also never met her at home for the sake of his son's feelings and pride. Hua Jialan knew this, but still said it out loud. She said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Cousin brother, I know you've never liked Aunt Bai, but Aunt Bai is here this time because of Mrs. Song's condition. You know, Aunt Bai has been in charge of Mrs. Song's condition all these years. Now that her condition has improved, Aunt Bai was very happy to hear about it. She wants to come see her immediately and try to help Mrs. Song recover as soon as possible. Hua Guanchen was anxious to hear Hua Jialan say this. He desperately wanted Song Jining to recover, but for the past 16 years, he had tried everything he could to no avail. When he finally heard from Hua Jialan that Song Jining's condition had improved, he quickly asked, Jialan, is what you said true? Has your second aunt's condition really improved? I feel much better. Hua Jialan laughed softly. Didn't you just pluck plum blossoms for Mrs. Song? Mrs. Song didn't run away as soon as she saw you again. Does that mean she's getting better? Hua Guanchen was very excited. He nodded repeatedly. It's really different. It's really different. Jialan, thank you. If it weren't for your care all these years. No, it wasn't me. Hua Jialan shook her head. I only started taking care of Mrs. Song 8 years ago. I don't dare take credit. I think Aunt Bai is the one who deserves the most credit. She spoke as she observed Hua Xiaoheng's reaction. Hua Xiaoheng's expression did not change at all. It was frighteningly calm. Since Director Bai wants to come, then come. He turned and walked towards the arched door of the garden. Gun Yinji saw Hua Xiaoheng walk over alone. Although his expression was as calm as ever, his footsteps were slightly hurried. Hua Xiao, what's wrong? Gun Yinji pouted behind him. What's so important that I can't listen in? It's nothing. Hua Xiaoheng said dryly. Bai Genie is coming to treat Mrs. Song. Bai Genie? Gun Yinji suddenly realized. That famous female scientist. She's a doctor? She's not a doctor, but she's a PhD student in psychology. She's been taking care of my mother's condition. Hua Xiaoheng didn't seem to want to talk about it. Let's go in first. Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng walked Song Jining into the house together. As they were about to go upstairs, Gun Yinji called out to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, the small suite I stayed in for one night when I first arrived is still empty. Why don't we let Annie's Song stay there? Hua Xiaoheng looked at her questioningly. Why? The attic on the 3rd floor is too low, and Annie Song's bedroom is too small. Even a healthy person would feel uncomfortable living there, let alone someone like Annie Song. Gun Yinji told him honestly, I've always hated cramped places. Every time I go in, I feel annoyed like hell. I want to kick up a fuss or get into a fight. Hua Xiaoheng's expression darkened. I'll go up and take a look. You wait here with her. Gun Yinji nodded and watched Hua Xiaoheng's lithe figure disappear around the corner of the stairs. Hua Xiaoheng arrived at Song Jining's small attic suite and went to her bedroom first. Just as Gun Yinji had said, the bedroom was cramped because there were too many things in it. Any normal person would feel uncomfortable looking at it. This bedroom was completely different from the one he had seen 6 years ago. Had something been slowly eroding Song Jining's living space over the past 6 years and preventing her from recovering? Hua Xiaoheng came down from the 3rd floor and immediately ordered his orderlies, decorate a new suite for my mother. Put on the 1st floor where Yinji used to live. That used to be my mother's room as well. Decorate it as it was. He looked at his watch. I'll give you half an hour. If you can't finish in half an hour, you'll be dealt with according to military law. Yes, sir. Let's go sit in the living room. Hua Xiaoheng led Gun Yinji and Song Jining to the living room and sat down. He reminded Gun Yinji, Bai Genie will be here in a bit. She knows you, but she hasn't seen you yet. Gun Yinji grunted and rested her chin on her hand, thinking, Bai Genie, is that amazing? She's a famous physicist and psychologist. And she's a psychologist. There's a reason for this, Hua Xiaoheng said briefly. When my mother woke up, she only had memories from before she was 18 years old, and the only people she recognized were Bai Genie and my father. She was closer to Bai Genie, so she could get close to her, but no one else could. It was just like when Gun Yinji had first escaped from a car accident and was too shocked. But Gun Yinji only recognized Hua Xiaoheng and no one else. This was the first 2,400-word update. Keep asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. I just saw my friends off today and am exhausted. I'll update at 7 p.m. and I'll update again tomorrow. Chapter 217. Gun Yinji was silent. She knew what it was like, so she didn't comment on it for now. Song Jining watched curiously as Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng exchanged questions and answers. She was confused, but when she heard a familiar name, Bai Genie, she immediately said, Genie is my classmate. She's very smart and capable, and can take a lot of hardship. Gu Nianji, she looked at Hua Xiaoheng and raised her eyebrows. She asked silently, Really? Hua Xiaoheng sat calmly on the sofa, looking noncommittal. Every time he showed this expression, Gu Nianji knew he didn't want to admit it, but couldn't deny it either. Got it. Gu Nianji quietly pursed her red lips and pouted. Her eyes wandered, and her face blushed. Hua Xiaoheng, he could only look away expressionlessly towards the door. At that moment, 3 people walked in. It was Hua Guanxin, Hua Jialan, and a tall, skinny woman with honey-colored skin. However, it was obvious that this woman was a bit older. She had deep crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and her features were elegant. She had a similar angle to the beautiful Bai Yueran, but of course, she was much older. Gu Nianji knew that this person had to be the famous physicist, Bai Genie. Born into the Bai family, she was knowledgeable and had her own career instead of relying on the family's wealth. From this perspective, Gu Nianji admired her. However, when Hua Xiaoheng said she was the one who took care of Song Jining's illness, Gu Nianji felt a bit strange. Song Jining's illness required a professional psychologist to take care of her 24/7, to say nothing of anything else. As a female scientist, Bai Genie was said to be a workaholic. How did she find time to take care of Song Jining? Gu Nianji remembered when she had just escaped from the car accident. Chun Lai had been monitoring and treating her almost 24/7, with Hua Xiaoheng present, of course. This situation lasted for 3 months before Gu Nianji gradually recovered from the uncontrollable state of shock. After that, Chun Lai monitored her condition 12 hours a day. This continued for a year before Gu Nianji fully recovered. Gu Nianji really wanted to know how Bai Genie spent her time. The 3 of them walked in, and Hua Xiaoheng slowly stood up from the sofa. Gu Nianji also stood up with a timid Song Jining by her side. The elderly woman with honey-colored skin was indeed Bai Genie. As soon as she came in, her eyes stopped on Song Jining. Jining, do you still remember me? I'm Genie. She quickly walked up to Song Jining and introduced herself with a smile. Song Jining remembered the name, Genie, and her face. She looked at the woman in front of her and asked, Are you Genie? Why have you aged so much? Look at the crow's feet on your face, the bags under your eyes, the spots. Oh my God, there are even wrinkles at the corners of your mouth. No way. Are you really Genie? Bai Genie looked like she had been punched in the face. Puff! Gu Nianji couldn't help it. She quickly turned her head away and laughed in the direction of the sofa. Bai Genie's gaze finally shifted to Gu Nianji. This is what Xiaoheng replied dryly. Gu Nianji, it's her. Bai Genie's expression was lively. Although she was old, she still had the vigor of a young person. How'd she grow up to look like this? Are you sure? Bai Genie had been one of the people at the scene of Gu Nianji's car accident when she was 12. She had seen Gu Nianji when Hua Xiaoheng had rescued her from the burning car. The chubby little girl had slender eyebrows and a chubby little face. Now that she had grown up, her features were completely developed. She was completely different from the little girl she used to be. She's always been by my side from 12 to 18. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets. What does director Bai mean? Gu Nianji was very angry when she heard this and couldn't help but say, Mr. Hua, I think physicist Bai is suspicious of the Special Operations Force's ability. She thinks that someone can replace a living person right under your nose. Bai Genie looked at Gu Nianji in shock and shook her head in disapproval. She said to Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, didn't you raise her properly? What's the meaning of talking back to an elder in public? Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He only cocked his head to look at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji received Hua Xiaoheng's encouraging look and stood up straighter. She could have been unreasonable, but she was afraid of Hua Xiaoheng and was afraid he would punish her. Now that Hua Xiaoheng was supporting her, she was even more unforgiving. Gu Nianji took a step forward and looked Bai Genie up and down. May I ask your name? Bai, what's wrong? Didn't you just say I was physicist Bai? How did you forget my surname in the blink of an eye? Bai Jini was getting impatient. She had come to the Hua family for Song Jinning's illness, not to bicker with a little girl who was still wet behind the ears. She didn't expect Gun Yinji to be so persistent. She clapped her hands and laughed. So you know your surname is Bai? Then why are you my elder? Why can't I be your elder? Bai Jini didn't like girls like Gun Yinji, who were as pretty as a comic book girl. She thought they weren't dignified, so she didn't treat Gun Yinji nicely. Your surname is neither Gu nor Hua, so what right do you have to be my elder? Who gave you the right to flaunt your seniority in front of me? Gun Yinji retorted mercilessly. You. Bai Jini took a step back, hurt by Gun Yinji's words. She tilted her head to look at Hua Guanxin and didn't say anything else. Hua Jialan had been watching the drama unfold from the side with her arms crossed. She chuckled and came to Bai Jini's rescue. Annie Bai, don't be angry. Little Gu has only been here for a few days and doesn't know your position in the family. Ignorance is not a crime. She glanced sideways at Hua Xiaoheng as she spoke. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the ground. He didn't bother to explain or stop Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji was even less afraid. She asked Hua Jialan bluntly, Annie Lan, may I ask if physicist Bai is a relative of the Hua family? Not yet. Hua Jialan could only look at her second uncle, Hua Guanxin. Hua Guanxin frowned. That's enough. Don't talk nonsense. Genie, didn't you say you wanted to see Jinning's illness? Yes, Gun Yinji was being unreasonable just now. I was so angry I lost my mind. Bai Jini laughed heartily and extended her hand to Song Jinning. Come, Jinning, come with me. I'll give you a good evaluation. Song Jinning looked at her hesitantly. She didn't extend her hand. She only muttered to herself. How did Genie become like this? Are you really Genie? Gun Yinji giggled and held Song Jinning's arm. Mrs. Song, I'll go with you. Don't be afraid. She also wanted to see how Bai Jini would treat Song Jinning. However, Bai Jini frowned and didn't allow her to go. Gun Yinji, Mrs. Song isn't used to being close to others. You should let her go. I like to see what you're going to do if she gets sick. Also, I don't need outsiders around when I treat her. Really? Gun Yinji drawled. Physicist Bai, I know you're a famous physicist, but I didn't know you were also a psychologist. Do you have a license to practice psychiatry? Little Gu, Aunt Bai has a PhD in psychology from a famous school. She's more than qualified to be a psychologist, right? Hua Jialan spoke up to help Bai Jini out. She urged, Aunt Bai, don't waste time. Hurry up and go. Wait. Gun Yinji didn't allow them to leave. She said to Hua Jialan bluntly, Aunt Lan, I can tell you're legally illiterate. What did you study in university? Did you take basic law courses? It's a compulsory course in many schools. The corners of Hua Jialan's mouth twitched. She tried her best to maintain her composure. I studied at Yale. I've never heard of the basic law course you mentioned. Oh, no wonder you're illiterate. Gun Yinji didn't seem to care about the word Yale at all. This made Hua Jialan feel very awkward. She smiled. I graduated from Yale. You're saying I'm illiterate? Gun Yinji wanted to roll on the floor with laughter. Who would dare to argue with her? Was he tired of living? Was he tired of living? You graduated from Yale. That has nothing to do with you being illiterate. Gun Yinji waggled her slender fingers. Illiterates are people who don't know the law. Do you know the law just because you graduated from Yale? May I ask, did you study law at Yale? Hua Jialan was speechless. Of course she didn't study law. She studied art appreciation. It was actually an online correspondence course from the Yale Adult Education Institute. She had to take care of Song Jinning. In the end, she gave up the opportunity to study abroad. In the end, she could only study online correspondence courses from famous foreign schools. Gun Yinji saw that Hua Jialan didn't speak for a long time. She knew for sure that Hua Jialan didn't study law. Otherwise, she would have jumped up to refute her. Fine, don't argue with me. Gun Yinji patted Hua Jialan's shoulder graciously. She turned to Bai Jini. Physicist Bai, if you're going to conduct a psychological evaluation on Mrs. Song, I request to be present. That's not appropriate, is it? Jinning isn't used to having outsiders around. She'll get scared and panic. Bai Jini's frown deepened. I've been the one to give her psychological treatment all this time. Is that so? Then how often do you conduct psychological treatment on Mrs. Song? Do you keep her medical records? Gunyinji was very familiar with psychiatrists. She had studied the subject herself. Moreover, she was a law student. She had checked the legislation in this area several times. Bai Jini suppressed her impatience and explained to Gunyinji. Of course, the medical records are kept. As for how often I treat her, you know that I'm very busy. I have a major national research project and close cooperation with the military. So the time I can give Jinning is limited. But as long as I have time, I don't care if I don't eat or drink. I'll take care of her and treat her first. Yes, Aunt Bai is very responsible. Otherwise, Mrs. Song wouldn't be getting better. Hua Jialan snapped out of her daze and stopped arguing with Gunyinji. She only spoke up for Bai Jini. Bai Jini nodded. Jialan, you flatter me. It's my duty. Jinning's father is also my tutor, and Jinning is my classmate. I can't just leave her be. The two of them echoed each other. Gunyinji thought about it and said, Physicist Bai, it seems like you're also ignorant of the law, so I'll explain it to you. According to the relevant laws, Mrs. Song is a person without legal capacity. Therefore, when she's undergoing psychological treatment, a family member or an independent third party must be present to conduct psychological treatment. Gunyinji paused and shook her head. She said bitterly, but you've been treating Mrs. Song alone for so many years. You're already breaking the law, don't you know that? Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Guanqin, Hua Jialan. Bai Jini suddenly felt a headache coming on. She said dryly, it's an emergency. Jinning's illness is confidential, so it's possible to do it without a third party present. Gunyinji wagged her finger. I'm not sure if this will work. I'll have to go back and look up the legal provisions. She then asked, Physicist Bai, may I ask if you're qualified to practice as a psychologist? Aunt Bai is already a PhD student in psychology from a prestigious university. Why can't you be a minor psychologist? Hua Jialan expressed her disagreement with Gunyinji's accusation. Gunyinji didn't even look at Hua Jialan. She said dryly, Aunt Lan, those who are ignorant of the law will be taught a lesson by the law at any time. If you don't want to taste the feeling of being sued, then you'd better stop talking nonsense. Hua Jialan's face turned purple from anger at Gunyinji's words. She breathed heavily, and her expression was almost ferocious. So, Physicist Bai, you're not qualified to practice as a psychologist, are you? Gunyinji shook her head regretfully. This time she looked at Hua Guanqin. It's a pity that Annie Song's illness was delayed for 16 years. If you had found a proper psychiatrist and given enough time for treatment, Annie Song's illness might have been cured a long time ago. Hua Guanqin was moved for a moment, but when he saw Bai Jini's embarrassed expression, her usually strong and optimistic face was suddenly filled with sadness. He couldn't bear to see it. He explained to Gunyinji, it can't be helped. Back then, Jinning only acknowledged Jini, and no one else could get close to her. Up until now, she only trusts Jini. Oh, is that so? Gunyinji smiled. Uncle Hua, Annie Song has actually changed a lot. Have you noticed? Changed? Yes. You see, Annie Song used to only allow Physicist Bai to get close to her. That was because she had no choice and had a trouble Physicist Bai to take the time out of her busy schedule to treat her. The fact that Annie Song's illness hasn't worsened already proves that Physicist Bai has some skills, so I won't pursue this matter any further. Gunyinji walked to Song Jinning's side and held her arm. Song Jinning turned to smile at her. Gunyinji looked up at Hua Guanqin. But Uncle Hua, you see, the situation has changed. Annie Song has actually been allowing people to get close to her for a long time now. Haven't you noticed? Those servants are all close to her. Of course, she and Hua Xiaoheng were still able to get close to Song Jinning. Actually, Song Jinning had been able to allow people to get close to her. Even Hua Guanqin had approached her today and given her a plum blossom. Although these changes were minor, it was already a very important improvement for Song Jinning, who had been like this for 16 years. Bai Jini finally said, Yes, I heard about the changes in Jinning. That's why I rushed over. As she spoke, she sincerely apologized to Hua Guanqin, her tone affectionate. Guanqin, it's all my fault. I've been too busy these past few years and haven't taken more time to treat Jinning. This time I'm back. I plan to stay for a few more months. I'll live with Jinning and see the treatment through to the end. Gunyinji hadn't been biased against Bai Jini in the beginning. Everything she said was based on objective facts. It wasn't until she heard Bai Jini apologize to Hua Guanxin and affectionately call him Guanxin that Gunyinji finally understood. Oh my god, could this famous physicist be the woman who had helped Hua Guanxin with his personal needs? Was this the girlfriend that Hua Xiaoheng had mentioned? Gunyinji's eyes widened. She looked at Bai Jini, then at Hua Xiaoheng. She tugged at the corner of his shirt and pouted at Bai Jini. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and met Gunyinji's large, clear eyes. He closed his eyes slightly to indicate that it was exactly what she was thinking. This was the second installment of 4,500 words. It was an additional installment of the immortal fate awarded by Alliance leader GU in August. Keep asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 218. Gunyinji had originally thought that she had already learned a little of his general's composure from following Hua Xiaoheng. Ordinary things could no longer make her fuss. The corners of Gunyinji's mouth twitched when she confirmed Bai Jini's other identity. Damn it, letting their love rival treat them. Why didn't this family go to heaven? However, now that things had developed to such an unbelievable stage, Gunyinji was no longer as agitated as before. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng's calm expression and calmed herself down. The Hua family was not an ordinary family. Grandfather Hua Xiwenong, and Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanxin, were all high-ranking people in the military. Such a person would never make such a low-level mistake. As Song Jinning's biological son, it was strange that Hua Xiaoheng was indifferent to this matter. Of course, Gunyinji didn't think Hua Xiaoheng was wrong. In her heart, Hua Xiaoheng was always right no matter what he did. If someone thought that Hua Xiaoheng was wrong, Gunyinji would think that there was something wrong with that person's IQ and vision. That person should go to the hospital for a neurological and ophthalmological examination. So, was there any inside story that she didn't know? Gunyinji recalled that Hua Xiaoheng had said that he would tell her the specifics of the situation that night. She hadn't expected Bai Jini to arrive before nightfall. What could he do? Gunyinji's mind raced, but she still decided that the most urgent task at hand was to isolate Bai Jini and Hua Jialan from Song Jinning. No matter what reason she didn't know, it shouldn't be a problem to get Song Jinning out of their control. Gunyinji made up her mind and coughed. Physicist Bai Jini was looking at Hua Guanxin helplessly. Her lips were parted and her face was gloomy. Compared to Song Jinning, she was indeed a far cry in terms of beauty. Is there anything else? Bai Jini looked away from Hua Guanxin to Gunyinji. I'm very busy. I know physicist Bai must be very busy. You're the chief scientist, so your time is limited. Mrs. Song's treatment is also urgent, so I don't think we should bother you anymore. Gunyinji cocked her head and smiled. Let's get another psychiatrist. I'm not busy these days. I told you I could take a few months to live with Jinning and focus on her treatment. Bai Jini looked away. She didn't want to talk to Gunyinji anymore. She looked at Hua Guanxin. Guanxin, what do you think? When can I move in? Hua Guanxin nodded. Anytime. Hua Jialan smiled happily and clasped her hands together. Aunt Bai, did you bring your things? It doesn't matter if you didn't bring it. We have everything at home. Even if we don't, you can make a list of the things you usually use and I'll send someone to buy them. Gunyinji's eyes widened. She looked at Hua Guanxin, then at the silent Hua Xiaoheng. She began to panic. What's wrong with these men? Did they really think that Bai Jini would have no problem treating Song Jinning? Gunyinji was so anxious that she didn't notice the look Hua Xiaoheng was giving her. She walked over to take Song Jinning's arm and complained to Hua Guanxin. Uncle Hua, with physicist Bai's special relationship with you, she's not suitable to be Annie Song's psychiatrist. She needs to stay out of trouble. Avoid suspicion. Avoid arousing suspicion. Hua Jialan pulled her violet Peruvian wool shawl tighter around her. What are you hinting at? Stop hemming and hawing. No one here is an outsider other than you. Make yourself clear. Gunyinji was infuriated by Hua Jialan's sarcastic words. What did she mean by no one here was an outsider other than her? Miss Hua, I made myself very clear. Physicist by his uncle Hua's current girlfriend. How can you let your current girlfriend treat your ex-wife? Aren't you afraid of people laughing at you? Gu Nianji carefully studied Song Jinning's expression as she spoke. She saw that Song Jinning had a strange expression on her face. She wasn't the least bit interested in what everyone was saying. Could it be that she didn't know what everyone was talking about? Gu Nianji was speechless. Hua Jialan had been waiting for Gu Nianji to say this. She wiped her smile and said sarcastically, Aunt Bai is a noble and decent person. How can you think of her like that? Also, when Aunt Bai was with my second uncle was already divorced. There's someone else who's taking his place. If that's your concern, Miss Gu, then I think you're overthinking it. I'm not that despicable to purposely make things difficult for a mentally ill person. Yes, I've been busy with work these past few years. I've been neglectful, so I want to make it up to you. Bai Jini also understood what Gu Nianji was implying. Hua Jialan also praised Bai Jini. Miss Gu, you don't know how much effort Aunt Bai had to put in to help Mrs. Song recover from her hysterical state. You'd be scared to death if I told you what happened. Only Aunt Bai had the ability, patience, and qualifications to approach Mrs. Song. Only then did my family and the military trust her to take care of Mrs. Song. Gu Nianji felt uneasy as Hua Jialan, and Bai Jini became more and more confident. However, she didn't give up. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything to stop her, so she continued, Yes, I'm not denying physicist Bai's ability. But it's been 16 years, and Mrs. Song still hasn't recovered. Why can't she get someone else to look at her? People have to compare prices to buy things, much less treat illnesses. But Mrs. Song's illness is related to the military's top secret experiment. To prevent leaks, normal people can't even approach Mrs. Song. If you want to find another doctor to treat Mrs. Song, please apply to the military first. She can only be treated after the military's background check is over. I don't know how many years it'll take before the background check is over. Hua Jialan's objection was watertight. Her eyes flashed with pride as she looked at Gu Nianji like she was watching a child throwing a tantrum. Because psychotherapy always involves hypnosis. If it's an unreliable person, what if the hypnosis reveals top secret information? So we can't be careless. I was also part of that lab. Although I wasn't directly involved in the experiment, I know all aspects of it. That's why the military finally decided to let me take over the treatment. Bai Jini also recovered from her shock and began to explain amiably to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji felt like she had fallen into a net. Hua Jialan and Bai Jini stood on top of it, watching her torment coldly. However, she was never one to be defeated with a few words. Gu Nianji retorted without hesitation, Actually, you can also find a military doctor. For example, the National Miracle Doctor, Chun Lai. You all know about him, right? Can't we let him try? He's a soldier, and his security clearance is very high. If he takes over, there's no way he won't leak anything, right? Gu Nianji spread her hands and used her ultimate trump card. Close the door and let Chun Lai go. Hua Jialan still disagreed. Chun Lai is indeed known as the National Miracle Doctor, but I've never heard of him dabbling in psychology and has no experience as a psychologist. Aunt Bai, on the other hand, has 16 years of experience. Gu Nianji raised a brow and insisted, Who said Chun Lai has no experience? She was about to explain her own situation, but Hua Xiaoheng spoke up before she could. As long as the military agrees, of course we can let Chun Lai try. But as far as I know, Chun Lai is a bit busy. I don't know if he has the time. Hua Jialan, Bai Jini, and Hua Guanchen were all surprised that Hua Xiaoheng actually agreed with Gu Nianji. Bai Jini and Hua Guanchen looked at each other, but did not speak. Hua Jialan was still unwilling. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, Miss Gu is being ridiculous. Cousin brother, how could you let her do as she pleases? She stared at Hua Xiaoheng as she spoke. Cousin brother, don't forget my father was also in the lab at the time. But there was an accident in the lab, and the military told me and my mother that my father was missing. Hua Jialan pointed at Song Jinning, who was beside Gu Nianji, and said, Only her. Only she knows what happened in the lab at the time. They want to take her away? I won't allow it. My father's whereabouts still depend on her. This was the 2,400-word first chapter. Keep asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today's second and third chapters were 2 chapters in one and would be released at 7 p.m. Because she had read the outline, she thought it was better to publish it all at once, lest her friends say that she was missing chapters again. Chapter 219. Hua Xiaoheng quietly glanced in the direction Hua Jialan was pointing and saw that Gun Yinji was still confused. He couldn't bear it anymore and was about to call her over when Gun Yinji retorted again. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Gun Yinji suddenly understood why she had been feeling so uneasy all this time. It was Hua Jialan's parents. Logically speaking, Hua Jialan's father was the eldest son of the Hua family, and her mother was the eldest daughter-in-law. They were close relatives, but she had been here for 2 days and had yet to hear anyone mention them. Even Hua Jialan had not said anything about her parents to her. Today was the first time she had heard Hua Jialan mention her own father. Gun Yinji instinctively clapped her hands and said solemnly, "That's even better. Miss Hua, we have the same goal, and that is to cure Mrs. Song as soon as possible. That way you can find your father's whereabouts as soon as possible. Don't you agree?" This counterattack was truly watertight. Even Grandfather Hua, who had been watching from the stairs, nodded slightly, but quickly shook his head. After all, she wasn't a member of the Hua family, so it was obvious that she knew nothing about the Hua family. But this also showed that Hua Xiaoheng was a person who kept his work and business separate. He still treated Gun Yinji as his mission and work. Although he had raised her for 6 years, Hua Xiaoheng had never mentioned a word to her about the Hua family. Of course, Grandfather Hua would never have guessed that it wasn't that Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to mention it, but that he didn't have the opportunity to. He had originally planned to tell Gun Yinji everything about the Hua family that night, but plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Everything had happened ahead of schedule. Of course, to Hua Xiaoheng, this situation was nothing. He had faced situations that were thousands of times more dangerous than this. Being able to adapt to changing circumstances was one of the most important criteria for the Special Operations Forces to evaluate the abilities of their members. And if Yinji wanted to follow him, she would have to get used to these kinds of unexpected situations. Hua Xiaoheng remained expressionless as he watched the situation unfold with his hands behind his back. Although Hua Jialan was older than Gun Yinji, she obviously didn't have Gun Yinji's ability and intelligence to adapt to changing circumstances. She was flabbergasted as she listened to Gun Yinji twist this matter into a good thing and take Song Jinning away from under her nose. How could this be? Hua Jialan could not accept this outcome at all. She looked around the living room and saw her grandfather, Hua Xuenong, standing on the stairs to the 3rd floor. Uncle and Aunt Zhang's family stood on the stairs to the 2nd floor. Their daughter, Zhang Wenna, and son, Zhang Wenjie, were also looking towards the living room anxiously. She turned to look at her second uncle, Hua Guanchen. He seemed to be tempted as well. As for Aunt Bai, her eyes were deep and serene, looking at her with pity and sympathy. Bai Genie's gaze was the straw that broke the camel's back. Hua Jialan trembled all over and could no longer pretend. She thought of her mother lying in the bedroom with a pale face, and her face changed rapidly. One moment it was dazzlingly red, the next moment it was frighteningly white, and finally she broke down. Hua Jialan wailed and pointed at Song Jinning, who was standing next to Gun Yinji. She yelled at Gun Yinji, "I won't let you take her. You're not allowed to take that slut away. Do you know that my mother committed suicide by swallowing sleeping pills because of her? What right did she have to pretend to be crazy after doing all those shameless things? Wasn't she crazy? Did he lose his memory? I'll make her crazy for the rest of her life. Lose her memory for the rest of her life. I'll make it up to my mother." Gun Yinji suddenly felt like her heart was on a tightrope. She couldn't go up, couldn't go down, and even felt dizzy for a moment. This was very different from what she had expected. Had she been wrong? She looked at Xiaoheng pleadingly, but he continued to stare back at her expressionlessly. He had no intention of speaking. Hua Jialan collapsed into Bai Genie's arms. She cried so hard that her entire body shook. I know. I knew it 10 years ago. My father didn't go missing at all. You're all lying to me and my mother. In order to protect that bitch's life, he died without even leaving a corpse behind. That's enough. Gu Nianji couldn't take it anymore. Since no one was speaking up for Song Jining, then she would. She was an outsider anyway, so she might as well speak a few words of justice. Hu Jialan, speak nicely. Swearing won't make you more reasonable. It'll only make people hate you. Hu Jialan choked on her words. She coughed violently. Bai Jini quickly patted her back and shook her head at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji, I didn't expect you to have such a sharp tongue. Don't you know that her mother's suicide was a lifelong pain for Jialan? How could you rub salt into her wound? Gu Nianji took a deep breath to calm herself down. She said calmly, I didn't know that Hu Jialan's mother committed suicide. I only know that it's wrong for her to address Mrs. Song like that. Mrs. Song, you're still calling her Mrs. Song? Hu Jialan looked up from Bai Jini's arms. She looked at Gu Nianji with tears streaming down her face. Wait here, I'll show you something. She pushed Bai Jini away and sprinted to her room on the second floor. The Zhang family on the second floor stared at her in shock. They didn't even blink. Hu Jialan rushed into her suite and came out not long after. She was holding a stack of old and yellowed envelopes in her hands. The envelope at the top was relatively new and seemed to be well preserved. Gu Nianji, are you ready? Do you want to see what's going on? Hu Jialan took the stack of envelopes and looked at Hu Xiaoheng's face. He was still expressionless and stood behind Gu Nianji. Hu Jialan was slightly embarrassed. No wonder they said a man's heart was as hard as steel. Her cousin had been in the army for more than a decade. Did he have a heart of stone? Or did he not have a heart or feelings at all? His mother's scandal was about to be exposed to the public, but he didn't do anything. Hu Jialan almost lost her temper at the thought. You don't even care about your mother's scandal. Why should I cover it up for you? I'll let everyone know that bitch's true colors. Gu Nianji stared at the envelope in Hu Jialan's hand and looked up at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He didn't try to stop or encourage her. He just stood there calmly, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Did Hu Xiaoheng have something against his mother? Without another word, she took the stack of envelopes from Hu Jialan and tilted her head. Then let me see what's so great about the inside story. She pulled out the top envelope that had been well preserved. Opening the seal, she found only a piece of floral note with 2 sentences written on it. Tears fall from the eyes of a pearl. I regret not meeting you before we were married. It was signed in beautiful, small script Jining. Gu Nianji's expression changed. She clutched the rest of the envelopes like they were a ball of fire. What's wrong? Are you scared? Hu Jialan snickered. She stretched out her arms and twirled around the living room like she was dancing ballet. Look, the truth can't be contained. Whatever's going to come out will come out. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng again, but this time he looked away. His expression was calm, and even his Adam's apple bobbing up and down was normal. It was clear that Hu Xiaoheng's well-hidden self-restraint had gone up another level. Gu Nianji's heart calmed down. She pulled out a few pieces of paper from the rest of the envelopes and looked at them. They were love letters signed Hu Guanyin. Hu Xiaoheng's father's name was Hu Guanqin, so this Hu Guanyuan? Hu Jialan saw Gu Nianji staring at the autograph in a daze and couldn't help snickering. Yes, Hu Guanyuan. That's my dear father. Ha ha ha. I just hope he burns these shameful letters before he dies. That way my mother won't find them after he's gone. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Jialan and frowned. Your mother found them? Yes. Jialan's mother was originally a very strong woman. After discovering these letters, she didn't tell anyone and endured it in silence. When she couldn't take it anymore, she swallowed sleeping pills and committed suicide. Bai Jini sighed. That was 10 years ago. It was that year that Hu Jialan came home from school to find her mother lying motionless on the bed, and a suicide note her mother had left behind. Although her mother had asked her to burn the letters in her mother's will, Hu Jialan refused. Her home had been destroyed, and both her parents were gone because of that woman. She wasn't going to swallow her anger and end up suffering from depression like her mother. She chose to show grandfather Hu and Hu Guanqin, as well as Hu Xiaoheng, who had just started his second year at the time. Do you know what she was like before she became ill? She was a slut who used her beauty to attract attention everywhere. Otherwise, why will my father die for her? She looks normal to you now, but what was she like before? You're the only one who doesn't know, right? If it wasn't for Aunt Bai, she would have been locked up in a mental hospital for electroshock therapy. She's much better now than before she became mentally ill. I'm just letting her continue to lose her memory and providing for her to eat and drink well. Everyone doesn't have to worry. So what are you unhappy about? What does it have to do with you? Hua Jialan felt that she had the upper hand, and every word she said was mean to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji hadn't expected to get into such a big mess, and her palms went cold. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng helplessly. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was stern, but he didn't deny it. He looked at her calmly, then away. Was it because there were so many secrets that Hua Xiaoheng was hesitant to speak? No wonder he felt so conflicted every time he saw Song Jining. Although he didn't stop himself from approaching her, he always watched her from behind. They weren't completely unaware of what happened all those years ago, right? She thought about Hua Guanxin's divorce, but he still kept Song Jining, who had already lost her memory, by his side. How much of the inside story was not known to outsiders? No wonder Hua Xiaoheng decided to leave home to join the army, and didn't return for so many years, nor did he interfere with his elder's affairs. Bai Jini looked at Hua Guanxin's gloomy face and sighed. Hua Jialan pointed at Song Jining, her heart filled with glee. She said to Gun Yinji, "Do you know when your Mrs. Song changed from Mrs. Hua to Mrs. Song? It was that year that second uncle read these letters and decided to file for divorce. At the time, the written reason for filing for divorce was that Song Jining was mentally ill and unfit for married life. Of course, he wouldn't say that the real reason was because his wife was in a relationship with his older brother." Gun Yinji remembered Hua Xiaoheng's hesitation when he mentioned his mother, Song Jining. No wonder he wanted to find a special time to tell her. The inside story really wasn't something that outsiders should know. If Bai Jini hadn't rushed over today, wouldn't she have heard the whole story from Hua Xiaoheng first? She wouldn't have been so shocked. Fortunately, she was able to cope with it. Gun Yinji sneaked another glance at Hua Xiaoheng, her eyes lingering on his face. This was one of the main reasons Hua Xiaoheng decided to join the army 10 years ago, wasn't it? His home was foreign and suffocating, and he really didn't want to go home again. After joining the army, he rushed to do all kinds of missions, as long as he didn't have to go home. Because he couldn't go home to face his family. It took him 10 years to gain the tranquility and strength of his heart, allowing him to stay out of the matter and look at it without any emotions. Gun Yinji tried to figure out Hua Xiaoheng's feelings, and felt terrible. She couldn't help but feel that things might turn for the better. Song Jining was still crazy, and Hua Guanyuan was missing. Who knew what had happened? Hua Xiaoheng walked over and took the letters from Gun Yinji's hands. He said calmly to Hua Jialan, "I'll put these away for now. My mother will be sent away for now. Don't worry, we'll give you an explanation." He turned around and called, "Orderly?" The head orderly on duty that day ran over, "Hello, Chief. Call my personal secretary and have him bring Chan Lai and Dr. Yi over to take my mother to the 6th Military Region's headquarters." Hua Xiaoheng ordered in an orderly manner. His deep and magnetic voice had the calmness and composure that made the final decision. Gun Yinji's heart immediately found a place to return to, and was no longer swaying like she was walking on a tightrope. "You still want to take her away?" Hua Jialan's body swayed, and she couldn't control her grief. "Cousin brother, how can you be so cruel? Your mother's life is a life, but my parents' lives are not." Gun Yinji couldn't take it anymore, and raised her voice, "Hua Jialan, don't go too far. How can you ask Hua Xiao to agree to your unreasonable demands? No matter what, Mrs. Song is still sick, and it's too early to tell what the truth is." "What do you mean it's too early?" Hua Jialan rushed to Gun Yinji's side with a fierce expression. "Don't you believe these things? I'm telling you, grandfather and second uncle took these letters to the best handwriting experts in the military, and they confirmed that they're my father and his mother's handwriting. So what?" Gun Yinji wasn't afraid at all. He Ji-Chu had once praised Gun Yinji, saying that she had the indomitable spirit that a lawyer needed. Even when the evidence was conclusive, She didn't give up and attack the opponent's weakness. She didn't disappoint He Ji-chu and retorted to Huajialan again. Huajialan, I think both you and your mother are a bit stupid. You're using a few yellowed letters to convict your own family for being absent. You should at least wait for your father to be found, and for Mrs. Song to wake up before we confront each other in court, okay? You're delaying Mrs. Song's illness like this. Aren't you just helping the enemy? This was a large chapter of 4,000 words, consisting of the second and third chapters of the Guanghan Palace Mistress A's first additional chapter in August. Keep asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 220. Huajialan took a few steps back from Gun Yinji's incisive question. She couldn't help but be taken aback. Bai Jini saw this and shook her head in disapproval. She said to Hua Guanqin, Guanqin, Jinning has finally improved. Are you going to give up now? If I give up now, I don't know how many years I'll have to wait. Hua Guanqin pursed his lips tightly and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a livid expression. He said sternly, What do you want to do? Hurry up and take your mother upstairs. Don't listen to the nonsense of idle people. This miscellaneous person was, of course, referring to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji's mind raced. Just as she was thinking about how to convince Hua Guanqin, she heard Hua Xiaoheng say calmly, Yinji's opinion is my opinion. I'm going to take her for treatment. Nonsense. I won't allow it. Hua Guanqin stood in front of Hua Xiaoheng. From the back, the father and son looked about the same size, but Hua Xiaoheng was taller, more robust, and younger. You won't allow it? Why can't you allow it? Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets. His posture was relaxed, but his aura was no less imposing than his father, Hua Guanqin. You've already divorced her, so you have no right to interfere with her decision. I'm her son and a major general of the 6th Military Region. Whether it's official or private, I have the right and authority to take her away. As for you, take care. Hua Guanqin's hands trembled. You, how dare you? In the past, I couldn't go against your decisions. You can make decisions for me, but now I can't. It's not about whether I dare or not. It's about whether I want to or not, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Hua Guanqin's face turned purple. Although a father should be happy that his son was successful, the feeling of being surpassed and even stepped on by his son was too hard to accept. Bai Jini hurriedly advised, Both of you should take a step back. She then said to Hua Xiaoheng, Xiaoheng, your father has high blood pressure. He can't be agitated. Your mother is very important to the military's experimental plan, and she is so sick. If you take her away now and something happens to her, your future will be ruined. Gun Yinji understood what he was getting at. Bai Jini was threatening Hua Xiaoheng with her future. Of course, Gun Yinji wouldn't let Bai Jini have her way. This old woman was really too idle. Not only did she steal someone else's husband, but she even meddled in other people's family affairs. I really need to find something for her to do. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes and said coldly to Bai Jini, Physicist Bai, you should worry about yourself first. She paused. When everyone in the living room had their eyes on her, she slowly and clearly said, I've decided to sue Bai Jini for practicing medicine without a license, causing a patient's condition to worsen, as well as intentional assault, attempted murder, and breaking up a military marriage. Just wait for the court summons. She wanted to make the accusation as big as possible so that it would have a deterrent effect. Otherwise, this physicist would think that she was Einstein who could cover the sky with one hand. Bai Jini didn't think much of Gun Yinji. She pursed her lips into a smile. Little girl, everyone can talk big. Don't blow your own trumpet. Who knows who will be the one to be embarrassed when the time comes. If you want to sue me, go online and find out what the Bai family does. There's no need to go online now. I've already done it. Gun Yinji held Song Jinning even tighter and glanced at Bai Jini. The Bai family does have a lot of old in-laws. I even drew a family map. TSK. How intricate. I can guarantee that when I sue you in court, I'll personally go online and report the Bai family for attempting to use their family connections to obstruct justice. When that time comes, you'll have to bear the wrath of the common people. For these aristocratic families, There were many things that could not be brought to the surface. Anything that attracted the attention of society was the time when the internal relationships of families like theirs became dysfunctional. When the time comes, the Bai family will lose a pawn to save a rook. You'll be the unfortunate pawn. Gunyinji raised an eyebrow with a smile on her face. She gestured with her right hand like a pistol and made a boo gesture at Bai Genie to shoot. Bai Genie's expression changed several times in an instant. It had to be said that Gunyinji was a genius when it came to bewitching people. Gunyinji had not only warned Bai Genie to refrain from interfering with Song Jinning's illness, she had also warned her not to use the Bai family's influence to hinder Hua Xiaoheng's future. Also, the Bai family was in a tight spot because of Bai Yuxing's incident. Gunyinji believed that the Bai family's clear-headed elders would not follow Bai Genie's lead. If Hua Xiaoheng agreed, Gunyinji really wanted to sue Bai Genie in court and add a case to her postgraduate career. She would be able to test her skills in the legal world. Gunyinji's threat was effective. The living room was silent for a moment. Everyone's gaze became conflicted, except for Song Jinning. Her eyes were unfocused, and she could no longer focus. She had not eaten all day, and her body swayed. She had to rely on Gunyinji beside her to steady herself. In the silence, Hua Xiaoheng's phone rang. He took out his phone to see it was Chunlai. He unlocked the phone and answered. "You got the news?" Chunlai asked sternly. "Why is it early? Didn't you say after the new year?" "We'll talk when we meet. Have you shipped all your things?" Most of them came with Dr. Yi a long time ago, but there are still a few precision core instruments and samples that I have to carry with me. Don't worry, I'll be boarding soon. I won't be in your way. Chunlai hung up and boarded the private military plane that Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretary, In Xixiang, had found for him. He flew directly from Sea City to the imperial capital. Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone. His expression did not change at all. It was as if he had just said goodbye to a good friend. No one could tell that he had been preparing for this moment for 6 years. Even Gunyinji could not tell. It was even more impossible for anyone else to tell. The most important person was Bai Genie. She was frightened by Gunyinji's words and was deep in thought. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at Gunyinji. "Shall we go?" "Let's go." Gunyinji supported Song Jinning. "Mrs. Song, let's go get a car, okay?" Song Jinning nodded. "I'm hungry. Is there food in the car?" "Yes." Gunyinji quickly looked at Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua Xiao, what about our luggage? This is our home. It's not like we'll never come back." Hua Xiaoheng walked forward nonchalantly. "Let's get Mrs. Song out of here first." Gunyinji held Song Jinning's hand and coaxed her. "There's good food in the car. Let's go for a walk after eating. I've never been to the imperial capital before." "Mrs. Song, have you been to many places?" Song Jinning was a native of the imperial capital. She frowned and thought about it. "There are many places to go in the imperial capital. Where do you want to go?" The two of them chatted as they walked out of the Home Manor gates. They saw 4 cars parked outside, like a small motorcade. They boarded the second sleek black, military bulletproof sedan in the middle. Hua Xiaoheng went in first and sat on the far left of the back row. Gunyinji sat in the middle, and Song Jinning sat on the far right. As soon as she entered, she looked around curiously. She kept her eyes on Hua Xiaoheng, who sat on the other side of Gunyinji. Hua Xiaoheng didn't look up. He looked straight ahead and said to the orderly, "Fan Jian, drive." The car drove out smoothly. Gunyinji found a carton of milk in the small fridge in the car. Hua Xiaoheng took out a bag of macarons from the small cabinet on the car door and handed it to her. This was Gunyinji's favorite kind of biscuits. Hua Xiaoheng had people prepare several bags of them every time and kept them sealed in the cabinet. Gunyinji quickly opened it and took out a macaron. She placed it on a napkin for Song Jinning. "Eat it. You'll be full after drinking this carton of milk." "Thank you." Song Jinning quietly took it and sipped the milk as she ate the muffin. She ate with a dignified and elegant demeanor. The macarons were very fluffy, and crumbs fell everywhere when she ate them. Therefore, some Western countries would use macarons to test whether a girl's eating manners were ladylike or not. The way Song Jinning ate was obviously the most ladylike of ladies. As someone with severe mental illness and whose memory had stopped at the age of 18, The way she ate was enough to prove that these rules were deeply ingrained in her memory. She didn't even need to think about it to show it. The car was soundproof, so they couldn't even hear Song Jinning eating. Gunyinji tilted her head to look at Song Jinning eating and said emotionally, Huashao, now I know where you learned those rules when you trained me to eat. Huashao crossed his arms in the car, his expression extremely calm. He didn't respond to Gunyinji at all. Gunyinji didn't expect Huashao to respond to her meaningless words. She just liked to talk and let everyone relax. Ever since she got into the car, she felt an indescribable tension in the air. It was like something was happening that she didn't know about. Huashao didn't speak, and Fan Jian was focused on driving, so he didn't talk to her. Gunyinji wanted to talk to Zhao Liangzi, who was sitting next to Fan Jian. Brother Zhe, what have you been doing these past few days? Did you miss me? Zhao Liangzi was speechless. Why did he suddenly feel like a cheetah was staring at the back of his neck? He shrunk his neck and didn't dare to speak. He slid down the seat. Gunyinji saw that Zhao Liangzi didn't respond for a long time. She couldn't even see the back of his head anymore, so she didn't speak either. Fortunately, they arrived at the 6th Military Region's headquarters in the imperial capital half an hour later. Half a year had passed, and the place was completely different from 6 months ago. Not to mention the top-notch security system. The high walls were equipped with countless infrared cameras and laser weapons that could destroy anyone who dared to climb over the walls at any time. There was a sign that said, Military Restricted Area, about a mile away from the main entrance. Anyone who trespassed would be legally liable, and the highest punishment could be death on the spot. Huashao's motorcade scanned the invisible code at the main entrance, and a guard came out to check their passes before saluting and letting them in. Gunyinji looked around and realized that the layout was very similar to the Special Operations Forces base in Sea City, but there were some differences in the details. She wanted to talk to Huashao, but he continued to ignore her until they got out of the car and entered Huashao's official residence at the headquarters. Yizitan was actually already waiting there. Seeing them enter, Yizitan came out to greet them and saluted. Hello, Chief. Huashao nodded. Chunlai will be here soon. Prepare everything. We'll start the surgery as soon as he arrives. Yes, Chief. Yizitan didn't have time to greet Gunyinji and immediately turned to a temporary operating room in the official residence to prepare for the surgery. Gunyinji was confused and asked Huashao curiously, Is Brother Chen coming? Who is he going to operate on? Huashao gazed at her and reached out to pat her head. His voice was very gentle and moving. Ninji, come here. I have something to tell you. This was the first 3,500-word chapter. Continue asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today's second and third chapters were 2 chapters in one, and it would be released at 7 p.m. P.S. A reminder to my friends, try not to make this book literary. Read it as soon as it's updated. If they make it literary, they won't be able to see the original flavor. Chapter 2:21. Huashao's voice was extremely magnetic. Gunyinji didn't need to look at his face to be mesmerized by his voice. She smiled slightly and blushed as she followed Huashao to a room on the 2nd floor. The room was very large, and there was a living room outside. The inside should be a bedroom and study. Gunyinji only glanced at the furnishings in the room and saw the large bed with white striped sheets in the middle of the room. She couldn't help blushing even more. Wasn't that the same bedsheet she had bought for Huashao at the Special Operations Forces base in Sea City? Was this Huashao's bedroom? Gunyinji was too embarrassed to ask. Sit. Huashao had her sit on the large L-shaped sofa across from the bed. He went out to get a carton of iced milk from the fridge and heated it in the microwave before bringing it over for her to drink. Gunyinji held the freshly warmed milk and sipped it. She raised a brow at Huashao and mumbled, What is it? Huashao, why are you so cautious? Huashao closed the bedroom door and sat on the coffee table in front of the sofa. He faced Gunyinji. Gunyinji became even more nervous. She didn't even want to drink the milk anymore. She said timidly, Huashao, what is it? Don't scare me. You know I'm a coward. Her blushing face had now turned snow white. Her hands trembled slightly as she held the milk. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and removed the milk carton from her hands. He placed it on the coffee table beside him and held her hands that were gradually turning cold to warm them for a while before saying in a low voice, "Nianji, I want to ask you for a favor. Are you willing?" "Yes, yes, of course I'm willing." Gu Nianji sighed in relief when she heard it was only a favor. She immediately agreed to Hua Xiaoheng's request. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at her. His dark, jade-like eyes were like the abyss. They were extremely attractive to her. With such a pair of eyes focused on her, she wouldn't hesitate even if there was an abyss in front of her. "You haven't even heard me say what it is. How can you agree so easily?" Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand to wipe the milk foam from the corner of Gunyanji's mouth. "Are you also this warm-hearted when you're outside?" "Of course not. If it was someone else, I would definitely ask clearly what the matter was and see if it was within my capabilities and if I could do it. But Hua Xiao, how could I refuse your request?" Gu Nianji winked playfully at Hua Xiaoheng. "Also, I want to flirt with you. If I don't show my sincerity, how can I seduce you?" "All right, tell me, what is it? I can definitely do it." Gu Nianji confidently held Hua Xiaoheng's warm palm. Hua Xiaoheng raised his neat, dashing eyebrows and looked at Gu Nianji inquiringly. "How do you know you can do it?" "Because Hua Xiao was the one who suggested it. If I couldn't do it, you wouldn't have mentioned it." Gu Nianji was very confident in Hua Xiaoheng, even more than she was in herself. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless for a long time. He squeezed her hand tightly and said in an even deeper voice, "Okay, Nianji, it's like this. My mother's illness was caused by a genetic defect in her body and brain caused by an experimental accident." Gu Nianji, what was Hua Xiao talking about? She didn't seem to understand. "So my mother's illness wasn't just a psychological insanity, but also a biological genetic retrogression. A part of her brain cells, due to abnormal stimulation from the external magnetic field, began to continuously circulate in reverse, thus limiting her memory and thinking. This was also why she could only remember what had happened before she turned 18, but every day after that was a new day for her. This is because the top-secret experiment caused a change in the magnetic field, which caused the organic lesions in her body. So normal psychological treatment will never be effective and will inevitably require special drug treatment." Hua Xiaoheng said all this in one breath, then stared closely at Gu Nianji's face, paying attention to the changes in her expression. Gu Nianji still looked confused, but she nodded. "Is that so? No wonder Bai Genie's psychological treatment didn't work for 16 years. So it wasn't just a mental illness caused by psychological problems, but also an organic lesion caused by magnetic field stimulation." "Yes. 8 years ago, I had brought Chun-Lai home to treat my mother in secret. Chun-Lai confirmed the cause of the illness and suggested that we must find a drug to repair my mother's damaged brain cells and stop the reverse growth of that part of the brain cells. But even with his ability, he still couldn't find a drug to treat this genetic defect, even after a long time." Hua Xiaoheng sighed and looked down at Gu Nianji's soft, almost boneless hand and gently held it in his palm. Gu Nianji thought about it and said, "This illness sounds like it's in the category of difficult to treat." After a pause, she asked again, "But you brought Mrs. Song here today and even asked Chun-Lai and Yi Zitan to prepare for the surgery. Did you find the drug to treat Mrs. Song?" Hua Xiaoheng raised his head with difficulty and looked into Gu Nianji's large, clear eyes. The words tumbled in his heart for a long time, but he couldn't say them. Chun-Lai had never been able to find a suitable drug to treat Song Jining. Until 6 years ago, when a special magnetic field had appeared somewhere in Sea City, Hua Xiaoheng had been ordered to protect Bai Genie as she entered the magnetic field to obtain data. It was at that time that the car Gu Nianji was in suddenly entered the magnetic field and was attacked by Bai Genie's men. It immediately burst into flames. Gu Nianji trespassed on a military ground and was supposed to die. She cried and struggled in the fire, her terrified expression reflected in Hua Xiaoheng's eyes through the raging flames. He suddenly couldn't bear to see her and refused to retreat immediately. Instead, he risked his life and rushed in to rescue her from the burning car. Then the car immediately exploded into nothingness, and not even a speck of smoke was left. It was as if it had been completely annihilated. Of course, after saving Gunyenji, they realized that although the little girl's origins were unknown, she must have had an extraordinary background. It was obvious from the blueprints in the small backpack she was carrying. In addition, the rescued Gunyenji only recognized He Xiaoheng, so the military decided that He Xiaoheng would be Gunyenji's guardian. He would personally take care of her and work hard to find out the truth about her background. It would be best if he could directly contact the person behind her who had the blueprints. Later, during the process of treating Gunyenji, Qinlai secretly told He Xiaoheng that the natural magnetic field that Gunyenji had entered was exactly the same as the magnetic field that had appeared when the famous physicist Song Haichuan, He Xiaoheng's grandfather, had failed a top-secret military experiment 10 years ago. And Gunyenji's symptoms were very similar to Song Jinning's. In other words, the environment and mechanism of Gunyenji's illness were almost exactly the same as Song Jinning's, and the resulting symptoms were also similar. The only difference was that Gunyenji's body was very special. Her body cells had a very perfect self-repair function, and the genes that had been damaged under the powerful magnetic field attack were actually slowly repaired by her body. Although every human body cells had a certain DNA repair function, this function was magnified countless times in Gunyenji's body. Therefore, Qinlai came up with an idea to use the hematopoietic stem cells in Gunyenji's bone marrow and inject them into Song Jinning's body. Using Gunyenji's special constitution, would it help Song Jinning's genes repair? Of course, this was only Qinlai's idea, and he still needed to verify it with more data. Although Gunyenji's own recovery ability was very strong, after she recovered, she had lost all her memories before the age of 12. Qinlai didn't know if it was a side effect caused by the magnetic field. Regarding this, Qinlai indicated that he would continue to observe. Although Gunyenji didn't have memories before the age of 12, she could live like a normal person. To He Xiaoheng, it was enough if Song Jinning could live like a normal person. Even if she lost her memories of the past, He Xiaoheng didn't care. In a sense, Gunyenji was He Xiaoheng's last hope. Her successful recovery proved that her blood cells had this ability. However, she was young at the time, and her health was unstable. She was very emotional, and she had lost a lot of her memories. They didn't know if it was good or bad, so they didn't dare to use the hematopoietic stem cells in her bone marrow to treat Song Jinning. After 6 years of observation, Qinlai thought that when Gunyenji became an adult, it would be time to give it a try. He Xiaoheng had brought her home this time to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He wanted his family to accept her, and he wanted her to get to know his mother. That way, after the new year, he would persuade Gunyenji to help treat his mother. In the end, what happened after he returned home was a few days faster than he had expected. He Xiaoheng held Gunyenji's hand, and his emotions became even more complicated. Gunyenji saw that He Xiaoheng didn't speak for a long time and felt a little strange, but she didn't rush him. She only waited patiently. He Xiaoheng was silent for a long time and finally looked up at Gunyenji. He finally said, "Yes, we found the medicine that can treat my mother. It's you." Gunyenji was surprised for a moment and then quickly smiled from the bottom of her heart. "Really? I can really treat Mrs. Song? Tell me, how can I help her?" He Xiaoheng froze and instinctively asked, "You're really willing? Really willing to treat my mother's illness?" Of course, Gunyenji didn't hesitate to pull her hand out of his and leaned forward to pat his shoulder. "No problem, just do it. What do you want it? Her leg or her arm?" "Of course not." He Xiaoheng laughed. "Qinlai said that the hematopoietic stem cells in your bone marrow should be enough. We'll do the surgery as soon as he gets here." Gunyenji sighed and smiled. "That's a big deal. I thought it was for your mother." At the same time, He Xiaoheng looked at his watch. Qinlai said that it's best if we do it at the same time. "Then, we'll give her anesthetics?" Gunyenji thought about it and asked quietly, "Will it hurt?" "Of course." He Xiaoheng patted her head. "You'll be fine once you wake up." Gunyenji was very confident in Qinlai's medical skills and completely trusted He Xiaoheng's character. Also, She really liked Song Jinning and sincerely hoped that she could recover from now on and never forget her own son again. Sigh. Gun Yinji sighed again when she thought of Song Jinning. What's wrong? Hua Xiaoheng stood up. Why are you sighing? If you don't want to, it's not that I don't want to. I'm just thinking about your mother. Gun Yinji rested her chin on one hand and said thoughtfully, if she gets better, I don't know if she'll be able to take it when she remembers what happened all these years. My mother is a tenacious woman. She'll be able to take it. Hua Xiaoheng pulled Gun Yinji to her feet. Chun-Lai should be here soon. Let's wait for him outside. This is the second update, and I'm begging for monthly and recommendation votes. P.S. A reminder to my friends, try not to make this book literary and read it as soon as it's updated. If they make it literary, they won't be able to see the original flavor. Chapter 222. Gun Yinji followed Hua Xiaoheng out of his official residence and looked around. Winter in the imperial capital had always been cold, and it had snowed heavily on Christmas Eve. The snow hadn't melted yet. The black ground was covered in patches of snow. There were patches of black and white, and it had a unique flavor to it. There was no snow on the road leading to the official residence, so there must be a temperature control device buried under the road. They hadn't been out for long when they saw a motorcade driving again. Sir, Senior Colonel Chun-Lai has arrived. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and folded his hands behind his back as he stood with Gun Yinji and watched the motorcade stop on the path in front of the official residence. The door of the first car opened, and Chun-Lai stepped out with a large suitcase. He still had a round face, a round nose, and round eyes. He wore round black-rimmed glasses, and his figure was even rounder. He looked even fatter than a few months ago. Gun Yinji couldn't help but open her arms and walk over to hug him. Brother Chun, it's so good to see you. Chun-Lai smiled and patted her back. Brother Chun missed you too. Yinji, how are you? How have you been? Let's talk inside. Hua Xiaoheng pulled Gun Yinji over and turned to walk towards the main entrance. Chun-Lai chuckled and chased after them with the suitcase. Hua Xiao, is this the attitude you use to beg? Yinji and I haven't seen each other in a long time. What's wrong with a hug? Do you have to turn around and leave just like that? Hua Xiaoheng glared at him. Hurry up and prepare for surgery. We don't have much time. Chun-Lai pouted. What do you mean we don't have much time? Are you looking down on my medical skills or something? Come on, let's fight on the operating table. Let's see whose scalpel is better. Gun Yinji turned around and blushed at Chun-Lai. Brother Chun, why would Hua Xiao want to compete with you? Do you dare compete with Hua Xiao in marksmanship? Go away. I know you only care about your uncle, Hua. Chun-Lai winked at Hua Xiaoheng meaningfully. He then noticed that Gun Yinji had changed the way she addressed him. Why aren't you calling me uncle anymore? Aren't you afraid Hua Xiao will beat you up? Hua Xiao never hits me. Gun Yinji looked proud. Brother Chun, you don't understand. Yes. I don't understand. Only the two of you do. I wish that you have no wings of the flying rainbow phoenix, and that your hearts are of one mind. Is that all right? Chun-Lai was sensitive to the change in the atmosphere between Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng. Sure enough, Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look at him. He continued to walk forward with a calm expression. His military posture was ramrod straight, unlike in the past when he would glare at him and warn him when he teased him like this. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't respond. So Gun Yinji retorted bluntly, Brother Chun, don't be so literary. If you have the time, read your medical books more. Don't read those messy poems and lyrics. Even if you read them 100 times, Dr. Yi still wouldn't understand. Shut up. Chun-Lai caught a glimpse of Yi Zitan's silhouette appearing on the steps of the official residence in front of him. His face was pale with anxiety, and he glared at Gun Yinji to stop her. Gun Yinji nodded proudly. Brother Chun, you reap what you sow. If you dare tease Hua Xiao again, I'll go bully Dr. Yi. Hua Xiaoheng glared at her. With just one glance, Gun Yinji obediently shut up and obediently walked forward with him. Yi Zitan was nearby, watching them walk over. Chun-Lai didn't dare to tease Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji anymore. However, he wasn't willing to be controlled by Gun Yinji like this. He muttered quietly, what is love in this world? It's like tofu and brine. Everything has its vanquisher. Hua Xiaoheng, Gun Yinji. The three of them arrived at the steps of the official residence. Yi Zitan saluted Hua Xiaoheng and Chun Lai. Sir, the operating room is ready. Chun Lai and Hua Xiaoheng's expressions immediately turned serious. Where's your mother? Chun Lai asked Hua Xiaoheng first. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Yi Zitan. Dr. Yi took my mother in just now. Yi Zitan quickly said, the patient has been anesthetized. She's in operating room B. Chun Lai nodded and looked Gun Yinji up and down, then back at Hua Xiaoheng. Did you tell Yinji everything? Hua Xiaoheng understood what he meant and grunted. Yinji, are you ready? I'm fine. Gun Yinji replied immediately. She even took off her coat and rolled up the sleeves of her cashmere sweater to reveal her fair, delicate arms. Look, I'm ready any time. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Chun Lai smiled as he pulled Gun Yinji's sleeves down. Let's go. Follow me in. Gun Yinji followed Chun Lai into operating room. Yi Zitan was wearing a full set of sterile surgical gowns and a pair of surgical gloves that reached her elbows. Her face was covered with a large blue surgical mask. She was fully armed as she waited beside a very high-end operating chair. This operating chair had been personally designed by Chun Lai. It was custom-made by the Imperial military's most skilled craftsmen and the most advanced factory. It was more convenient to use and had more functions than a surgical bed. Outside operating room, it was a small lounge and pantry. Chun Lai put down the box and had two orderlies in sterile surgical gowns carry it into the back room while he spoke to Gun Yinji from the outside. Yinji, are you really ready? You're volunteering, right? Chun Lai asked very seriously. Don't worry about Hua Xiao. Tell Brother Chun, are you really willing? Gun Yinji's smile faded, and she also said very seriously, Brother Chun, I'm really sincere. I want to help Mrs. Song. I want her illness to be cured. If I can really help her, don't be soft-hearted. Take as much bone marrow as you need. I'm young, I'm not afraid. Chun Lai looked at her emotionally and closed his eyes. He murmured, Yinji, you won't blame us, will you? Why would I blame you? Gun Yinji didn't understand. You saved my life, and I originally had no way to repay you. Now that I have a chance to repay you, I'm more than happy. What are you talking about, Brother Chun? Chun Lai grinned. Yes, Brother Chun is overthinking things. Good job, Yinji. Come, go to the sterilization room inside, and stay for 5 minutes. When you come out, change into surgical gowns, then go to the back room and find Dr. Yi. She'll give you general anesthesia. Gun Yinji listened attentively and repeated the steps and process to Chun Lai before walking to the sterilization room inside. Chun Lai went to the men's sterilization room on the other side and changed into a full surgical gown. He went to room A to assemble his sophisticated instruments. Yi Zitan helped him from the side, and the two of them worked together to quickly prepare the surgical instruments he needed. Mrs. Song is in room B. The anesthesia has been completed, Yi Zitan reported to Chun Lai. Chun Lai went to room B to check on Song Jining, who had already fainted and drew a few more vials of blood. While waiting for Gun Yinji, he also checked Song Jining's blood routine. The data was, of course, inconceivable and defied common sense. Chun Lai shook his round head and sighed. Actually, so many people want to go against their growth. But who knew that if they really went against their growth, even their intelligence would grow? A 30-year-old with an 18-year-old's IQ, or an 18-year-old with an 8-year-old's IQ? Which combination would you want? These were all choices that made one's balls hurt. Yi Zitan had been very nervous, but when she heard Chun Lai's words, she couldn't help but giggle. Both of them wore surgical masks that covered most of their faces and hats, so they could only see each other's eyes. But to Chun Lai, seeing Yi Zitan's smiling face was enough to make him very satisfied. Yes, that's it. Smile more and don't be too nervous. Chun Lai instinctively comforted Yi Zitan. At that moment, Gun Yinji changed into surgical gowns and went from the sterilization room to operating room A. She called out, Dr. Yi? Yi Zitan quickly replied, Coming. She quickly walked to operating room A and led Gun Yinji to lie on the operating chair. Then she put a mask on her face. Gun Yinji fainted in a second. Yi Zitan took out a thick needle and inserted it into the back of Gun Yinji's spine. Hua Xiaoheng stood in the middle of the living room and looked at his watch. According to the timetable Chen Lai had given him, it was time for the surgery to begin. He calculated the time and waved for Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi to come in. He ordered, Big Xiong, take a company of armed guards and set up a perimeter 500 meters away from the base. No one is allowed to enter for the next 3 hours. Yin Shixiang froze but didn't ask why. He immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yes, Chief. After Yin Shixiang left, Hua Xiaoheng ordered Zhao Liangzi, take the electronic unit and monitor the movements of the Imperial Capital garrison troops for the next 3 hours. Report to me immediately if there's anything out of the ordinary. Also, here's a list of names. I want their phones, landlines, and all electronic network equipment, as well as the nearby surveillance cameras. I want them all under your surveillance. Zhao Liangzi took the list and saluted. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi didn't understand why Hua Xiaoheng had made such an arrangement at first. It wasn't until 15 minutes later that Zhao Liangzi discovered the phones of the people he was monitoring were frequently contacting each other. The communications of the Imperial Capital garrison troops were chaotic for a while, but were eventually suppressed by some big shot. There are no signs of troops being mobilized. In the end, only the SWAT team from the police headquarters was successfully mobilized to the 6th Military Region's base. Hua Xiaoheng received Zhao Liangzi's message and immediately turned on his computer to monitor Yin Shixiang's situation. The Deputy Secretary General of the Imperial Central Government Secretariat, Bai Chongwei, and his sister, Bai Jini, were rushing over with 100 SWAT team members. At the same time, in a professor's building at B University, He Zichu sat in front of a table and looked at the photos in front of him. His expression was frighteningly cold. The photos were of Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng. The photo in the middle was of a snowy Christmas Eve. Hua Xiaoheng, dressed in military uniform, was quietly hugging Gun Yinji under the streetlights. There was another photo of Gun Yinji lying in his arms with a face full of longing. The most recent photo was of the two of them shopping in Sion Square. Gun Yinji was beaming with joy, while Hua Xiaoheng looked back at her calmly. The love in his eyes was overflowing. That was the first 3,000-word update. Keep asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today's second update was at 7 p.m. I'm done with my updates, so let me rest for 2 days. Kiss me, my dear readers, kiss me one by one. Chapter 223. Professor He. As you can see, Gun Yinji's background isn't simple. When Shui stood in front of He Zichu's desk and pointed at the photos. According to our investigation, this man's name is Hua Xiaoheng. He's a major general in the Huaxiao Imperial Army and the acting commander of the newly established 6th Military Region. He's also Gun Yinji's guardian. She chuckled. This little girl's luck is pretty good. She's able to hook up with important people wherever she goes. He Zichu picked up the Christmas Eve photo and flicked it. His shimmering, sultry eyes flashed coldly. His emotions were extremely conflicted. He should be happy to know that Gun Yinji had been living well for the past 6 years. But living so well had exceeded his expectations, and he couldn't stand it. Of course, what he couldn't stand the most was seeing the undisguised love and dependence in Gun Yinji's eyes when Shui glanced at He Zichu. He sat with his back to the light, and the outline of his facial features looked even more three-dimensional and deep in the dim light. His cold nose bridge, cold thin lips, and a pair of shimmering peach blossom eyes that always carried a gentle smile. But now there was not a trace of warmth. His entire body exuded a cold aura that prevented anyone from getting close. Why did you only give me the photos today? He Zichu was silent for a moment before slowly looking up. His cold gaze made Shui's back break out in cold sweat. She suppressed her discomfort and smiled. I also just got the information about Hua Xiaoheng. This man rarely appears in public. I paid a lot of money to get the inside information about the Huaxiao Imperial Army. I only know his name and rank. I don't know anything else. She wouldn't bring the photos to He Jichu without having all the information prepared. With Hua Xiaoheng's background, it wasn't easy for Wen Shui to hire someone to take these photos. He Jichu waved his hand. Go out. I need to think about it. Wen Shui nodded slightly and backed out. She gently closed the door to He Jichu's study. She stood with her back against the door for a while. She was in a great mood. This time, it was truly an unintentional act of kindness. They had originally sent people to follow Gun Yinji. They hadn't expected such an important person to appear. Many of the photos were taken with a telephoto lens. It was a professional tracking lens, so the people were very clear. There were a few photos that were as beautiful as postcards. They were indeed remarkable. He Jichu sat quietly in the study and stared at the photos for a long time and a daze. His fingers caressed Gun Yinji's pretty little face, and his expression was one of longing. After a long time, he picked up his phone and dialed Gun Yinji's number. However, no one picked up the phone. After several rings, Gun Yinji's voicemail appeared on her phone. He Jichu thought about it and left a message on her phone. Yinji. I'm Professor He. School is about to start. When we have time to drop by, I want to get to know everyone. In Hua Xiaoheng's official residence at the headquarters of the 6th Military Region, Gun Yinji lay unconscious on the operating chair in Operating Room A. After Yizitan extracted Gun Yinji's bone marrow, she immediately sent it to Chun Lai to inject it into Song Jinning's vein. Because Song Jinning had been ill for a long time, the genetic damage in her brain cells was more serious, so she needed more bone marrow fluid, and the concentration was higher. However, this kind of extraction and injection could not be done in one go. It had to be done in small batches. Outside the operating room, Hua Xiaoheng was worried about the two people in the operating room as he waited for Yin Shixiang to send him a message. The Deputy Secretary General of the Huaxia Imperial Central Government Secretariat, by Chang Wei, sat in a car that drove up in a hurry. He said to his sister, By Jeannie, what's wrong with you? Why did you let Hua Xiaoheng take her away? You've been working for Hua Guanchen for so many years, but you can't even get a title. Are you going to hang yourself for the rest of your life? Bai Jeannie was very anxious. She did not control her temper in front of her brother. Now is not the time to talk about this. Song Jinning is the key. She's been having some problems lately, and I'm very worried. What are you worried about? Haven't you been treating her for so many years? Why isn't she cured yet? Bai Changwei frowned. If you really can't cure her, just give up. How's your research going? There's still a problem. I can't restore the original experimental data. Bai Jeannie grew even more frustrated. She couldn't accept that an experiment had been going on for 16 years without any results. Is Song Jinning the only way out? Bai Changwei closed his eyes and leaned against the back of the car. He murmured, if only second brother had participated in the experiment as a military representative. Too bad it was Hua Guanyin. If it was second brother, he wouldn't have gone down this path. He's dead now, what's the point of talking about him? Bai Jeannie was silent. The second brother they were talking about was Bai Yusheng, who had been secretly executed by Hua Xiaoheng overseas for treason. You don't want to talk about it? Second brother was supposed to go, but you forced me to intercede and let the eldest Hua family, Hua Guanyuan, go instead. I thought you had your eyes on Hua Guanyuan. How much effort did you put in to get him to enter the laboratory as a military representative? Bai Changwei recalled the past and was overcome with emotion. Hua Guanyuan was a senior colonel 16 years ago, and Hua Guanchen was just a lowly captain at the time. The difference was like night and day. Bai Jeannie smiled. I was just a postdoc at the time. How could I compare to Hua Guanyuan? The truth was, Hua Guanyuan had been the first person she'd fallen for. Unfortunately, Hua Guanyuan had someone else in his heart, and he hadn't even given a damn about her. Bai Jeannie grew irritated at the thought. She took out a pack of cigarettes from her bag and started smoking. Bai Changwei snatched the pack and threw it out of the car window. How old are you? And you're still smoking? Do you want to die? Of course I want to die. I won't rest in peace if I don't complete this experiment. Bai Jeannie was determined. She couldn't let Song Jinning fall into someone else's hands. As the siblings spoke, the police car in front of them cleared the way. They were already a mile away from the main entrance of the 6th Military Region's military base. According to the usual practice of Huaxiao Imperial military bases, there was a military restricted area sign erected a mile away, warning vehicles not to enter without a permit. Bai Chonghui had been dragged here by his sister, Bai Jini. He hadn't been able to find anyone familiar with the military to mobilize the garrison troops. So in the end, he had no choice but to ask his old subordinates from the police headquarters and borrow 100 or so SWAT officers. In their minds, the newly established 6th Military Region wasn't very important. The 6th Military Region was formerly the Special Operations Forces of the Imperial Army. Simply put, it was just a secret service organization that specialized in spying. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the Imperial Army, the 6th Military Region's combat power was inherently lacking. It couldn't be compared to the other 5 major military regions. That was why Bai Chonghui had dared to bring 100 or so SWAT officers to the 6th Military Region's headquarters. For a soldier, strength was gained through fighting, not through the accumulation of organizational structures. Xiaoheng understood this well, which was why he was able to adapt to the situation in a short time and achieve the effect of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only would he be able to treat his mother's illness, but he would also be able to divide the Bai family and establish the 6th Military Region's authority in the imperial capital. Secretary General Bai, look at the sign in front. Bai Chonghui's driver stopped the car in front of the military restricted area sign. They didn't have a permit, so they didn't know how to drive in. Bai Chonghui looked around and waved his hand. Drive in. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. His driver had no choice but to start the car and force his way into the military restricted area. Bang, 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 bang. As soon as the car crossed the line, a few gunshots rang out. All 4 wheels of Bai Chonghui and Bai Jini's car were shot out at the same time. It was the second watch. Good night, dear friends. Chew them one by one. I forgot to mention my recommendation votes. Remember to vote every day, dear friends. Chapter 2:24. The car screeched to a halt. Bai Chonghui and Bai Jini, who hadn't fastened their seatbelts in the back of the car, were thrown off balance by the inertia. Their heads smashed against the back of the seat in front of them, causing 2 large bumps to form on their heads. Do you know how to drive? I'm going to fire you. Bai Chonghui covered his forehead and yelled at the driver. What the hell are you doing? You're the Deputy Secretary General of the Imperial Central Government Secretariat, and you're driving a car with flat tires. Bai Jini gritted her teeth as she rubbed her head. The driver in the front seat gripped the steering wheel with both hands. His face was pale with fright. He sat trembling in the driver's seat and said shakily, Secretary General Bai, the tires didn't burst on their own. Someone shot them. What? Bai Chonghui looked out the window, but couldn't see what was wrong with the tires. In Shixiang and his men were using sniper rifles with silencers. Their bullets were fast, accurate, and ruthless. 2 snipers lined up on either side of the road and fired simultaneously. Each of them blew up 2 tires. The car Bai Chonghui and his men were in was soundproof to begin with. Aside from the driver, Bai Chonghui and Bai Jini had no idea that someone had shot the tires. The driver used to be a soldier in the army. After his discharge, he became a chauffeur for the Imperial Central Government. He also worked as a bodyguard for government officials. Of course, he wasn't as good as a professional bodyguard, but he was the best among all the chauffeurs. And among all the bodyguards, he was the best chauffeur. This kind of person was favored by some of the mid-level officials in the central government. After the car crashed, he recalled the vibration he had felt earlier and deduced that the tires had been shot. Bai Chonghui patted the seat and said irritably, Open the door. I'm going out to take a look. The chauffeur hesitated and said nervously, Secretary General Bai, it says military restricted area here. Please don't ignore it. If this goes on, they'll shoot you on the spot. Nonsense. They wouldn't dare touch a hair on my 3rd brother's head no matter what. Bai Jini didn't believe that Hua Xiaoheng could be so ruthless. More than a decade ago, Hua Xiaoheng had given Bai Jini the impression that he was a polite, well-behaved, and taciturn young man who had never done anything out of line. Although he became a soldier, wasn't a soldier the most disciplined? Bai Chonghui hesitated. He leaned against the seat in front of him and asked uneasily, "Is it really that serious?" He didn't have much contact with the military, and he had some acquaintances in the military who took good care of him, so he didn't know much about military law. "Secretary General Bai, what do I get out of lying to you?" The driver smiled bitterly. "Please don't move. I'll go down and beg them. Then we'll back off." As he spoke, he opened the door and got out of the car with his hands raised. "I'm the driver of Deputy Secretary General Bai of the Imperial Central Government Secretariat. I want to see your boss. I have something to say." In Shixiang and the guards were lying in ambush on both sides of the road. They did not answer and only called Hua Xiaoheng to ask quietly, "Hua Xiao, what should we do next?" "Have them retreat beyond the cordon and try to buy as much time as possible," Hua Xiaoheng ordered in a low voice. Only an hour had passed, and Chunlai's surgery was still in progress. Hua Xiaoheng didn't plan to go out and face the Bais right now. In Shixiang received the order and chuckled. He knew it was time for him to go out and buy time. "Come out of the car with your hands up. Remember, only hands up. I'll shoot the arms of anyone who puts their hands down." In Shixiang walked out of the ambush, gun in hand and mask over his face. "I'll count to 1, 2, 3. Come out. Back. Run." Bai Chonghui and Bai Genie's expressions changed when they saw the fully armed and masked soldier walk out of the forest. "Which unit are you from? What's your designation? Who's your boss? Tell him to come out and see me." Bai Chonghui was in a high position and didn't care to reason with soldiers. He only wanted Hua Xiaoheng to come out. Bai Genie also said, "I'm warning you. You made a serious mistake. Hurry up and hand over the man, or else not coming out?" In Shixiang ignored the two men's chatter. He raised his gun and fired a shot through the window. Bai Chonghui's car didn't have bulletproof windows because he wasn't qualified. 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 bullet holes appeared in Bai Genie's car window. The bullets flew into the seat and barely grazed Bai Genie's face. She froze in fear and couldn't speak for a long time. "I'll say it again. Come out with your hands up. Get out of the police line. I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't come out, I'll blast your car with a rocket launcher." In Shixiang's finger was on the trigger of his sniper rifle again. Bai Chonghui turned his head to look out the window and saw that his driver had long since run past the police line. The 100 or so SWAT officers they had brought were all armed to the teeth, but they were all standing outside the police line. Not a single one of them had stepped into the police line. Bai Chonghui gritted his teeth. He knew he was going to lose face this time. He glared at his sister, then turned to look at In Shixiang. He raised his hands, got out of the car, and quickly ran out of the police line. Bai Genie saw that the situation wasn't looking good. She opened her car door and ran back with her hands up. They were both out of the police line in less than a minute. In Shixiang put away his gun and pointed at the surrounding trees and walls. "Look carefully. Only people with passes can enter the police line. Which one of you has a pass?" Bai Chonghui had arrived in a hurry and hadn't had time to get a pass from the military. He could only glare at Bai Genie again before changing his domineering attitude. He took out a cloth from his trouser pocket and wiped his glasses. He said to In Shixiang in a friendly tone, "It's all a misunderstanding. I'm Deputy Secretary General Bai of the Central Government Secretariat. Your Major, General Hua, took away Song Jining. She's an important person that both the central government and the military are keeping a close eye on. Please return her to us." In Shixiang snorted and rested his sniper rifle on his shoulder. He shook his head and said loudly, "Mrs. Song is our Major General's biological mother. Our Major General is also a high-ranking military officer. May I ask what your relationship with Mrs. Song is? Why should we hand Mrs. Song over to you? How can you make such a ridiculous request? Do you have a Lushan waterfall in your head?" Bai Chonghui hadn't expected the soldier to be so sharp-tongued. He was even better at quibbling than the Deputy Secretary General of the Secretariat. Bai Genie saw that her brother wasn't saying anything, so she had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. She put on an anxious expression and said, "You won't understand even if I explain it to you. Go find Xiaoheng and tell him Aunt Bai is looking for him." Our Major General's mother was an only child. She had no sisters. May I ask what kind of aunt you are? Yin Shixiang was the most eloquent of Hua Xiaoheng's 4 personal secretaries. He could shut Bai Jini up with a single sentence. Bai Chonghui saw that the soldier wasn't going to budge. He remembered a government order from years ago. He immediately called his office and ordered his subordinates to find the government order related to Song Jining and send it to him. The order clearly stated that the Imperial Central Government's Ministry of Science and Technology and the military would jointly oversee Song Jining's treatment. They would find out what had happened in the laboratory and help the experiment continue. Bai Jini was the director of the Ministry of Science and Technology's Institute of High Energy Physics. She represented the Ministry of Science and Technology and could also provide psychological treatment for Song Jining. The military was represented by Song Jining's ex-husband, Hua Guanxin, the director of the political department. Because Song Jining was severely mentally ill, she was legally considered to be incapacitated. Therefore, with this legal basis, Bai Jini could openly take Song Jining away. However, the government order had been sitting in his office for more than 10 years. He had almost forgotten about it. Only now, when the other party had unhesitatingly stopped him at the 6th Military Region's headquarters, did he remember that there had been a government order that had never been used before. Yin Shixiang heard Bai Chonghui on the phone and heard the words government order. His expression changed. He quickly sent a message to Zhao Liangzi, asking him what was going on. Zhao Liangzi quickly searched for any information on Song Jining and found the government order from years ago. He immediately reported it to Hua Xiaoheng. To his surprise, Hua Xiaoheng wasn't the least bit surprised. He straightened his uniform and put on a bulletproof vest. They're only thinking about the government order now. How stupid. If it weren't for the legally binding government order, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't have urged Chun Lai to save Song Jining as quickly as possible. He really didn't have much time. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at his watch and gave the order. Second Guard Company, assemble. Follow me out in half an hour. Before he left, he went to the electronics unit led by Zhao Liangzi to make some follow-up arrangements. When half an hour was almost up, Hua Xiaoheng finally left the official residence. He got into his bulletproof car and rode with the security company on motorcycles to the security perimeter of the 6th Military Region's headquarters. As the people from Bai Chonghui's office escorted the government order to Hua Xiaoheng's office, Hua Xiaoheng led his own guard company to the police line a mile away from the 6th Military Region's headquarters. He got out of the bulletproof car, wearing white gloves on both hands, a bulletproof helmet on his head, and sunglasses that covered half of his face. The holster on his waist exuded the smell of gunpowder. With his hands behind his back, he stood majestically in front of everyone. Bai Chonghui looked at him and sneered. Major General Hua Shure is cautious. You're armed to the teeth, aren't you? Are you afraid we'll make a move? I'm not afraid of you. I'm just worried that you'll try something sneaky. Hua Xiaoheng bowed slightly and nodded politely. Deputy Secretary General Bai, may I ask why you're barging into the 6th Military Region's headquarters? Don't play dumb. Bai Jini pointed a finger at Hua Xiaoheng. You weren't like this before. Now you've become so arrogant and domineering. How sad would your mother be if she found out? This was the first night watch, 3,000 words long. Keep asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today's second night watch was at 7 p.m. Thank you to Huaishuamai for tipping Heshabi yesterday. Moi. Dear readers, please chew on it one by one. Chapter 225. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look at Bai Jini. He only spoke to Bai Chonghui. He took 2 steps forward and stepped out of the police line. He adjusted his white gloves and smiled at Bai Chonghui. Deputy Secretary General Bai, did you get permission from the Senate to come to the Special Operations Forces headquarters? The Empire's administrative department and the military were not allowed to interact in private. They had to be approved by the parliament and recorded before they could do so. Bai Chonghui had come in a hurry, so he didn't have the chance to get permission from the council. However, he had the secret documents in hand, so he wasn't afraid of Hua Xiaoheng's questioning. Major General Hua, don't change the subject. I have a legal document signed by the Empire's Ministry of Administration and the military. It clearly states that Song Jining will be under the care of the Ministry of Administration's Science and Technology Department and the military. You'd better hand Song Jining over. Bai Changhui waved the document in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng slowly extended his hand. Is that so? How come I didn't know about this document? You don't know? Yo-ho. No wonder you had the guts to snatch him away. So you didn't know? Bai Changhui laughed so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. He handed the document back to him. All right. It's a misunderstanding. Major General Hua, can you hand him over now? Hua Xiaoheng took the document and flipped through it. It was about 20 pages long. He said to Bai Changhui, "This is very important. I need to read this document carefully to see if it's true." Bai Changhui waved his hand. "Feel free to look around. I'll wait here." Bai Jini breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could attract Hua Xiaoheng here, they wouldn't have to worry about Song Jining being transferred away. Other than Hua Xiaoheng, Bai Jini believed that no one else would have the guts to do anything to Song Jining. Hua Xiaoheng took the document and slowly walked back into the cordon. Returning to his bulletproof car, he stretched his legs and placed the document on his knees, flipping through the pages. As time ticked by, Hua Xiaoheng kept glancing at his watch from the corner of his eye. He had seen a copy of this document from Grandfather Hua a long time ago and had read it from beginning to end countless times. He was extremely familiar with every punctuation in it. Of course, he would not tell Bai Changhui that he had read the document. He would never knowingly violate the law that way. Even if they wanted to sue him, he could use ignorance is not a crime to defend himself. Moreover, he was a major general. Although his rank was not as high as his father, General Hua Guangqin, his security clearance was even higher than Hua Guangqin's. Moreover, as the leaders of the Special Operations Forces, they should be in charge of matters related to the military's top-secret experiments. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the document and thought about how to remove the Science and Technology Department from the document and forbid Bai Jini from interfering with his mother's affairs. He never fought a battle he was not confident of winning, but once he decided to fight, he would beat the opponent until they had no strength to fight back. Bai Changhui and Bai Jini stood in the cold for more than half an hour, but Hua Xiaoheng still hadn't returned. "Third brother, what's going on with Hua Xiaoheng? Why did you take so long to read a document?" Bai Jini frowned. "It's just over 20 pages. 10 minutes should be enough, right?" Bai Changhui was in a better mood and began to tease Bai Jini. "Do you think everyone is as smart as you and can read 10 lines at a glance?" Bai Changhui was in a better mood and began to tease Bai Jini. They were the direct descendants of the Bai family. There were 3 brothers and 1 sister, all born from the same mother. Later, when everyone grew up and had their own families and careers, they were no longer as close as they were when they were young. The closest person to Bai Jini was her 3rd brother, Bai Changhui. The eldest, Bai Jiansheng, was the most serious and introverted. He was the head of the Bai family. The 2nd brother was Bai Yuxing, who had recently defected and died in a diving accident in South America. The 3rd brother was Bai Changhui, the Deputy Secretary General of the Imperial Administrative Department. Bai Changhui and Bai Jini were close in age and had played together as children. After Bai Changhui got married, he still treated Bai Jini as well as before. Unlike the eldest brother, Bai Jiansheng, and the 2nd brother, Bai Yuxing, who had focused on their own families after marriage. Bai Jini had been rebellious when she was younger and refused to have a boyfriend. No matter how her family tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. She had always said that if she couldn't have the one she loved, she would rather not have anyone. In the end, she finally had a boyfriend in her 30s. It was the 2nd son of the Hua family, Hua Guangqin. Hua Guangqin had only been divorced for 6 months at the time, and he was already dating Bai Jini. Although Bai Jini's personal problems had been difficult, she had been the smartest and most educated child in the Bai family. She had studied at a prestigious university and had even become a postdoc. Bai Jiansheng, the eldest brother of the Bai family, had been very supportive of Bai Jini's decision to pursue an academic career. He had said that the Bai family had people in every industry except for academics, so he had strongly supported by Jeannie and helped her become a student of the famous high-energy physicist Song Hai-chuan. 20 years later, Bai Jini had become the director of the Institute of High-Energy Physics of the Imperial Department of Science and Technology. Although the military's top-secret experiment led by Song Hai-chuan, who studied high-energy physics, failed, the Empire's military, administrative department, and parliament never planned to give up on the experiment. They needed the experiment to continue, and they needed it to succeed. There were signs that the United States was also conducting the same secret experiment on the other side of the ocean. The Huaxia Empire had been ahead of the United States in this experiment by more than 10 years, but they had suffered huge losses because of the sudden failure. Song Hai-chuan, who had led the experiment, had died on the spot. His daughter, Song Jining, had suffered a serious mental illness. The military representative, Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan, had also died in the huge explosion in the laboratory. For soldiers from the Special Operations Forces had died in the line of duty with him. Their bodies had quickly been burned to ashes by the flames, and almost no remains had been found. According to military practice, if no bodies or remains could be found, they would be treated as missing. So Hua Guanyuan's family had been informed that he had gone missing. Bai Jini recalled the past and sighed faintly. She had hoped that Hua Guanyuan hadn't died. Unfortunately, the laboratory had been badly damaged by the fire. She knew that her wish would always be an extravagant hope. Bai Jini looked at Bai Chongwei. "Third brother, let's go sit in the car. It's too cold outside." But their car was parked within the police line, and they didn't dare go any further. Bai Chongwei pointed to a minivan driven by a subordinate. "Let's go sit here." Bai Jini wasn't picky about anything at the moment. All she wanted was to sit in the car and warm up. Hua Xiaoheng sat in his bulletproof car. It took him an entire hour to read the entire secret document. By then, Chun-Lai's surgery had been going on for 2.5 hours. Chun-Lai would be done with the surgery in another half an hour. He slowly opened the car door and calmly got out. He stood in front of the car and looked across the police line. Yin Shixiang came over and whispered. They got into the minivan. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket. He lit it with a lighter and smoked in the cold wind. Bai Chongwei and Bai Jini saw Hua Xiaoheng come out of the car and were about to get out when they saw him smoking again. They looked at each other and sat back down. They would go over after he finished smoking. "Third brother, what do you think Hua Xiaoheng is doing? Does he think we won't have to take Song Jining away just because he's stalling? How childish." Bai Jini shook her head disapprovingly. "He's just like his old man. They're both one-track minded." If his old man wasn't one-track minded, why didn't he want to marry you? Bai Chongwei sneered. "I suggest you get married quickly. After you get married, you can adopt one of the Bai family branches. He can be your son." Bai Jini's expression darkened. She shook her head. "I don't want to marry him." At her age, marriage was no longer the most important thing to her. The experiment was the most important thing to her now. She made up her mind. After she took Song Jining away, she wouldn't care about Song Jining's life anymore. She would stimulate Song Jining's brain cells in the most exciting way possible. She would force Song Jining's memory back and repeat the most crucial set of data for her. She had more confidence in Song Jining than she did herself. After all, she had met Song Jining in school. That was when she realized what a real genius girl was. She had been called a genius girl for so many years, but she had been crushed by Song Jining in seconds. This is the second update of the day. Reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Let me tell all of you, in order to avoid being censored, some settings have to be changed. I'll post the changed settings in the public section tomorrow, so all of you can take a look if you're interested. Dear readers, please chew on it one by one. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 226. 32 from a young age. Bai Jini had shown exceptional talent in her studies. She had skipped grades time and time again. She was only 16 when she entered university, and it only took her 3 years to graduate. It took her another 2 years to get her master's degree, and another 4 years to get her PhD, in high-energy physics from the prestigious Princeton University. Her classmates, on the other hand, had to spend 4 years to get a bachelor's degree, 3 years to get a master's degree, and another 5 to 7 years to get a doctorate abroad. It would take a total of 12 to 14 years to achieve what Jeannie had achieved in 9 years. However, during her Ph.D. studies at Princeton, she was shocked by another girl from the Huaxiao Empire. She wasn't the only one who was shocked. All the physics professors at Princeton were shocked. This girl was Song Jining. She had attended the Huaxiao Empire's B University's physics department at the age of 15. She graduated at 17 and went straight to Princeton University for her Ph.D. in high-energy physics. It only took her 3 years to get her master's and Ph.D. in high-energy physics. Song Jining's undergraduate career had only taken 5 years, 4 years shorter than Jeannie's 9 years. Jeannie felt a little uncomfortable at the thought. She had also fought hard to get her older brother to help her during her Ph.D. graduation. In the end, she had changed her birth certificate and household registration to make her age 4 years younger. In fact, she was already over 50 years old. After so many years, most of the people who knew her true age had already passed away. Now, except for the few closest brothers in the family, no one else knew about this matter. Bai Changhui looked at his watch. It's been more than an hour. That should be enough. Is he trying to stall for time? The two of them looked out the window in Hua Xiaoheng's direction. Hua Xiaoheng slowly smoked for another 15 minutes. He estimated that Chun Lai would be done with the surgery in another 15 minutes. He tossed the cigarette butt and walked over to the police line. Bai Changhui and Jeannie finally got out of the minivan. Major General Hua, you're a little slow at reading things. Bai Changhui shook his head. It's just over 20 pages of documents, and you took almost an hour. It's really... Sigh, don't you soldiers always say speed is precious? How did you become a slow doctor? Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly and shook the document. This is too long and contains too much content. I have to take it back and study it carefully. Deputy Secretary General Bai, you don't mind, do you? This is a copy anyway. The original is locked in the safe. It's fine if you take it back and look at it a few more times. Bai Changhui's smile was benevolent and amiable. He looked like a completely different person from when he had first arrived, when he had tried to bully people with his power. Bai Jeannie grew impatient. She crossed her arms and said coldly, Major General Hua, can you hand Song Jining over to me now? Hua Xiaoheng casually handed the document to Yin Shixiang, who was next to him. He stood ramrod straight with his hands behind his back. Under the winter sun, his aura was as dazzling as the sun. No one could match him. Bai Jeannie turned her head slightly to avoid his gaze. Why should I hand my mother over to you now? Hua Xiaoheng looked straight ahead. She's not a criminal. Can't she spend some time with her son? Then don't say that to me. The documents from the imperial administration and the military clearly state that Song Jining will be under the joint custody of your father and I. Bai Jeannie had been waiting for Hua Xiaoheng to say this, so that she could use the document she had just shown him to suppress him. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. Is that so? Then may I ask if this document requires you to watch over my mother 24 hours a day, 365 days a year? Of course. Bai Jeannie had only said 2 words when she realized that she had fallen into Hua Xiaoheng's trap. Hua Xiaoheng immediately followed up. I see. But in the past 16 years, did you really meet the requirements of this document for the time you spent caring for my mother? Director Bai, have you been by my mother's side 24 hours a day, 365 days a year for the past 16 years? Of course not. Bai Jeannie was speechless. She had her own heavy scientific research to do. How could she have the time to spend on a mental patient? Especially in the early years, when she had been confident that she could rebuild the experiment on her own. With her pride, she hadn't bothered to look for Song Jining to dig up experimental data. She hadn't expected that her experiment would go on for 16 years without any improvement. She had no choice but to go back to square one. She realized that Song Jining's role in the experiment couldn't be replaced by anyone else. Even Song Jining's own husband, Hua Guanxin, had been busy with military affairs all these years. He had been promoted from captain to general in the past 16 years. It was obvious that he hadn't had much time to spend with Song Jining when she was sick. This was actually a blessing in disguise for Song Jining. Otherwise, the situation might have been even worse. But Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't admit this. His expression suddenly changed. He said coldly, "Since you can't do this yourself, why are you stopping us from seeing each other? You also want to take my mother away from me when I finally have time off. May I ask, Director Bai, what are your intentions?" Bai Jini narrowed her eyes. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng refused to return Song Jining, she became even more anxious. She was also afraid that Song Jining would suddenly recover. Wouldn't that mean that all her efforts would be for naught? She had worked so hard for 16 years. It wasn't just for someone else's benefit. I was wrong in the past, but from now on, I will make sure that I stay by Song Jining's side 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, until she recovers. Bai Jini made up her mind. She wouldn't stop until she achieved her goal. Wrong? Saying that you're wrong can make up for more than 10 years of illegal behavior? Hua Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. He pointed at the document in Yin Shixiang's hand. Since this document has the force of law, then disobeying it is illegal. Bai Jini, if apologizing works against the law, why do we need a court? What do you want? Bai Jini was shocked and angry. I already said that I had no choice in the past. I'm also a physicist. I have my own career and my own mission. I have close cooperation with the military. Cooperation? I think it's time to audit Director Bai's expenses over the years. I want to see how you spent all the research funds allocated by the military without any results. Hua Xiaoheng was in charge of external intelligence work, but he was no stranger to internal intelligence work either. Bai Chongwei hated to hear the word audit. He frowned. Hua Xiaoheng's words were not unreasonable. He also didn't understand why Bai Jini was so insistent on Song Jining's return. Bai Jini glared at Hua Xiaoheng. She refused to back down. She sneered. "Major General Hua, don't try to change the subject. It's up to the court to decide whether I broke the law or not. But right now, I want to execute the requirements of this document immediately and bring Song Jining back." She gave Bai Chongwei a look. Bai Chongwei understood and waved behind him. The 100 or so special agents they had brought with them immediately raised their guns and aimed at Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang, who stood behind him. It seemed that Bai Chongwei and Bai Jini had the advantage in numbers. The two security guards that Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang had brought with them were hiding in the shadows. Seeing that Bai Chongwei was about to order the special agents to make their move, Hua Xiaoheng finally spoke into the microphone he was carrying. "Did you record everything?" Zhao Yang's voice came through the earpiece. "Don't worry, Mr. Hua. We've recorded everything." In Zhao Yang's video, more than 100 armed special agents were pointing their guns at Hua Xiaoheng, who was standing near the police line. There was also a security guard wearing a mask. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. He pulled the gun from his waist and fired a shot into the air. Bai Chongwei and Bai Jini trembled in fear. They shouted in unison, "What are you doing?" As soon as the gunshot was fired, the security guards emerged from their hiding places. They, too, pointed their guns at the special agents. This is the first time in the history of our country that the police and the special operations forces are going to fight each other. Hua Xiaoheng put the gun back into the gun case at his waist. He adjusted his white gloves. "Are you sure you want to fight us?" Bai Jini and Bai Chongwei had brought the fully armed special agents with them. They had only wanted to scare Hua Xiaoheng. They hadn't expected Hua Xiaoheng to be so tough. Not only had he thought things through, but he was also well prepared. He wasn't afraid of a head-on fight. "The special agents on the other side, listen up. Put down your guns and report to the police headquarters. The Special Operations Forces will send a letter to the police headquarters for questioning. We've already recorded a video of you pointing your guns at our Major General. We'll present it to the Senate, the military, and the Supreme Administration to demand justice." Yin Shixiang picked up the small megaphone and shouted at the other party. As soon as they heard that they had recorded a video, the special agents immediately put their guns away. The captain of the special agents came to Bai Chonghui's side and whispered anxiously, Deputy Secretary General Bai, our deputy chief said he would do you a favor. He never said he would help you fight these soldiers. We can't interfere in this situation. Please forgive us, but we have to go." After he finished speaking, he turned to his subordinates and said, "Retreat. Get in the cars. Report to the headquarters." More than 100 SWAT officers immediately boarded their police cars in a well-trained manner and left the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Bai Chonghui and Bai Jini were the only ones left, along with their respective drivers and 2 cars. One of the cars had already been shot through, and the only one left was the minivan. The howling, cold wind blew, stirring up the dust on the ground. The branches that had lost all their leaves rustled. The sun was covered by clouds, and the sky was dark. The weather was getting colder. Hua Xiaoheng received a call from Chun Lai in the middle of the confrontation. "Mr. Hua, the surgery is a success. If there are no accidents, Mrs. Song should be awake in a week." This was the first update of 3,000 words. Keep asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update of the day was still at 7 o'clock p.m. So don't be a fan of literature. Catching up on new updates every day is the most fun part of reading online novels. Chapter 227. Chun Lai's surgery was finally over, 10 minutes earlier than expected. Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief. He was now even more at ease with Bai Chonghui and Bai Jini. He raised his white-gloved right hand and waved. The armed guards immediately retreated to their hiding place. Bai Chonghui and Bai Jini immediately felt less pressured. "What do you think? Have you thought it through? What good will it do you to go against the administration and the military? You climbed to the rank of Major General at such a young age, yet you don't cherish it." Bai Chonghui began to use his usual carrot and stick tactics against Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng listened to him calmly, then said coolly, "I can return those words to you." "What do you mean?" Bai Jini was extremely impatient. She had always been obsessed with scientific research. Although the crucial experiment had not yielded results, she had achieved many successes in other areas. Otherwise, she would not have become the director of the Institute of High-Energy Physics. She had been in academia for so many years, and with the protection of the Bai family, she was not as well-versed in the ways of the world as her brothers. Her temper was not difficult to control. She had waited for so long without achieving her goal. She was in a terrible mood. Hua Xiaoheng still did not look at her. He only said to Bai Chonghui, "Deputy Secretary General Bai, I stand by what I said. I'm on vacation to visit my family and spend a few days with my mother. You can look it up. What law says I can't do that?" "But that document." Bai Jini rubbed her hands anxiously and walked towards the police line. "It says I'm responsible for this. You'd better wait for the court summons." Hua Xiaoheng finally turned his gaze to Bai Jini. His eyes were piercingly cold, devoid of any warmth. "Director Bai, we need to settle the score for the past 16 years. He turned abruptly and shouted, "Anyone who crosses the police line without a permit will be shot on the spot." Bai Jini did not stop in time and tried to run forward. Just as she reached the police line, In Shixiang casually fired 2 shots at her. The silenced handgun made a popping sound and splashed dirt around Bai Jini's feet. Bai Jini screamed and fell to the ground. Her legs were too weak to stand. "Director Bai, military orders must be obeyed. Don't make things difficult for us." In Shixiang warned the Bai siblings with a weird smile. Bai Chonghui knew they couldn't take Song Jining away this time. He hurried over to Bai Jini and pulled her up. "Forget it, Jini, let's go home." "No, I don't want it. I'm taking Song Jining with me." "Why?" Bai Jini screamed hysterically, as if she had gone mad. "Pa!" Bai Chonghui couldn't take it anymore and slapped her across the face. "Jini, wake up. We can talk when we get back. Don't embarrass yourself here." Bai Jini was stunned by Bai Chonghui's slap. She covered her face and stared at Bai Chonghui, speechless. "Take her away," Bai Chonghui ordered his subordinates, pointing at Bai Jini. "Go home now." Hua Xiaoheng suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmly walked to his bulletproof car. Fan Jian started the car and drove to the official residence. The second company of guards they had brought with them rode their motorcycles that were parked in a well-hidden parking lot and followed behind Hua Xiaoheng's bulletproof sedan. "Good morning, Chief." The guard standing at the entrance saluted Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng raised his arm and strode inside. He looked straight ahead as he walked through the living room to the suite that had been specially prepared for the operating room. Gun Yinji was in operating room A, and Song Jining was in operating room B. He glanced at Gun Yinji as he passed by operating room A. She was still lying in the operating chair, her face pale and her lips pale to a pink hue. Yi Zitan came out of operating room B with a surgical tray and stopped when she saw Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua Xiao, the surgery is over." She looked at the unconscious Gun Yinji and praised her. Yinji was amazing and brave. She donated a lot of bone marrow to Mrs. Song. Hua Xiaoheng grunted and asked, "Why isn't she awake yet? Does it hurt?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji's face and thought it was strangely pale. Yi Zitan smiled awkwardly and said quietly, "Of course it hurts when the bone marrow is extracted." Hua Xiaoheng's eyes immediately sharpened. "Didn't Chen Lai say it wouldn't hurt after the anesthetic?" "We used anesthetic gas, but it wasn't a complete anesthetic. She woke up during the second extraction." Yi Zitan didn't dare lie to Hua Xiaoheng. She didn't even dare to hide a word from him. She had been nervous and blurted out everything, including Chen Lai's instruction not to tell Hua Xiaoheng everything. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly moved. He glanced at Gun Yinji again before walking to operating room B. In operating room B, Chen Lai stood alone in front of the computer and entered various observation data. He only had to wait for the follow-up in a week to know Song Jining's recovery. He looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng standing silently in front of him and quickly forced a smile. "Hua Xiao, it's done?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. His expression was a bit gloomy. "Didn't you say it wouldn't hurt after the anesthetic?" Chen Lai immediately understood that Yi Zitan had told Hua Xiaoheng the truth. This silly girl. Chen Lai wanted to laugh bitterly. He forced a smile and pushed his round glasses up his nose bridge in an attempt to change the subject. "Hua Xiao, it's a miracle. Nianji's bone marrow matched Mrs. Song's almost flawlessly. There was no rejection at all. I'm already 99% confident in this surgery." Hua Xiaoheng snorted and leaned forward. He placed both hands on the table where Chen Lai's computer was and said coldly, "Chen Lai, you can't build the success of the surgery on lying to others." Chen Lai was speechless. He felt a bit guilty. The bone marrow extraction was very, very painful, and for the sake of the surgery, he hadn't used general anesthesia. In addition, the operation required bone marrow extraction not just once or twice, but many times. It was indeed not very kind, but he had kept it from Hua Xiaoheng for his own good. Was he going to give up the surgery just because it would hurt and they couldn't use complete anesthesia? Of course not. He and Hua Xiaoheng had prepared for this surgery for 6 years. He would never give up no matter what. Now he was talking to him about whether it would hurt or not. He must be out of his mind. Hua Xiao, be careful. Where's your decisiveness? Where's your cold-heartedness? Chen Lai rolled his eyes at Hua Xiaoheng and looked down to pack his things. He said coldly, "Also, I wasn't lying. Nianji isn't a child. She's much smarter than you think. She knows what's important. She's very afraid of pain." Hua Xiaoheng said instinctively. He straightened his back, his posture a bit stiff. "I promised her that it wouldn't hurt. It didn't hurt at first, but the anesthesia wore off. You weren't wrong." Chen Lai hummed a tune as he brushed Hua Xiaoheng off. "Okay, go check on Mrs. Song. Dr. Yi and I will stay here today to observe Mrs. Song's condition. I'll be completely relieved when she makes it through tonight without any complications." As long as there was no rejection, Song Jinning's body would automatically begin repairing the damaged genes once Gun Yinji's hematopoietic stem cells were absorbed by her body. Of course, this process couldn't be completed in a day or two. It would take at least a week for Song Jinning to fully wake up. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him before walking to the operating chair Song Jinning was lying on. Her complexion looked much better than Gun Yinji's. Her skin was rosy and delicate, and her features were stunningly beautiful. 16 years seemed to have frozen in time. There were no signs of aging on her at all. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Song Jining with a complicated expression. He reached out to adjust the blanket covering her. Take Nianji away. She doesn't have to stay here. She'll wake up in a bit. If she's in pain, she'll feel better if you're by her side. Chunlai smiled as he suggested. He looked like he really wanted to atone for his mistakes. Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and looked at Song Jining silently. He left room B and went to room A to carry Gu Nianji horizontally to his bedroom. He had just placed Gu Nianji on the bed when she woke up. She tugged at his sleeve and whimpered, Hua Xiao, I'm in pain. Can you please comfort me? Her eyes were shockingly bright. Her large eyes were filled with tears, but no tears fell. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng quietly. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He couldn't refuse such a request. He sighed and climbed onto the bed as well. He held her in his arms and patted her on the back. Be good. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. This was the second update of the day. Reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Some settings had been changed, such as the name. He thought about it and decided not to list it out. It wouldn't be good if people used it as a reference. Dear readers, please chew on it one by one. Chapter 228. Gu Nianji leaned into Hua Xiaoheng's embrace contentedly and felt the strength of his large, warm palms caressing her back. She exhaled and closed her eyes as if the piercing pain in her body had gradually faded away. Of course, bone marrow extraction was painful. The phrase bone-deep pain wasn't an exaggeration, it was the truth. Hua Xiaoheng looked down to see Gu Nianji lying in his arms in a loose white surgical gown. Her neck was lowered, and her slender, delicate neck was as white as cream. Where does it hurt? Should I ask Chunlai for painkillers? Hua Xiaoheng asked quietly. His voice was very magnetic and resonated with the listener's heartstrings. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and snuggled quietly in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. After a while, she smiled and said, I'll feel much better if you coax me. She looked up from Hua Xiaoheng's arms and met his eyes. If you kiss me, it won't hurt at all. Hua Xiaoheng saw that her eyes were bright and her cheeks were flushed. She didn't look as pitiful as before. His heart softened, and he lowered his head to kiss her forehead. He whispered, It really doesn't hurt? His feelings were extremely complicated. He felt guilty, uneasy, touched, and pitiful. Gu Nianji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng's apologetic gaze. Her big, black eyes turned, and she understood Hua Xiaoheng's intentions. She didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to feel like he owed her. She was willing to donate her bone marrow to save Song Jining. Gu Nianji giggled and said playfully, Hua Xiao, you weren't tricked by me, were you? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. I was just flirting with you. Look at how scared you are. I was just pretending to be in pain, so you would agree to all my unreasonable requests. Gu Nianji's body was a bit stiff, but she forced herself to be in the most natural position and said slyly, It really doesn't hurt. Hua Xiaoheng asked again with some suspicion. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Gu Nianji's slender waist. It really doesn't hurt. Gu Nianji shook her head. Although it might hurt for others, I'm not an ordinary person. When I'm strong, even I'm afraid of myself. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curved slightly. His large hand slowly moved up from the back of her waist to cover her exposed neck. At this moment, he was slightly stunned. His hands were slippery, and he was sweating profusely. Even his neck was covered in sweat. Why was he sweating so much? Hua Xiaoheng's palm rubbed the back of Gu Nianji's neck a few times, then gradually moved down to the inside of her surgical gown. Gu Nianji suddenly became alert, but it was already too late. Hua Xiaoheng's hand was already tightly pressed against her naked back. Her back was covered in cold sweat from the pain. To be precise, her entire body was soaked as if she had just been fished out of the water. The smile on Hua Xiaoheng's face faded, and his eyes deepened. His gaze was fierce and angry as he looked down at Gu Nianji. His large hand swiped viciously across her smooth, naked back as he sneered. Doesn't it hurt? Then where did the cold sweat come from? Her entire body was covered in cold sweat from the pain, and her surgical gown was drenched in sweat. How dare she say it didn't hurt? As soon as Hua Xiaoheng exerted force, Gun Yinji couldn't bear it anymore. With a muffled groan, she gripped the front of Hua Xiaoheng's shirt tightly and bit her lower lip hard. The pain was overwhelming. Her vision turned black, and even breathing made her spasming in pain. Tell me if it hurts. Who taught you to endure it yourself? Hua Xiaoheng's low voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. He was furious when he thought about how Gun Yinji had tried to bluff her way out of it. Pursing his lips tightly, he undid the straps on the back of Gun Yinji's surgical gown. Holding her arms, he removed the gown from her body. He didn't expect her to be naked under the surgical gown. Xiaoheng's expression darkened. He hastily pulled the blanket over to cover Gun Yinji. Getting up from the bed, he said sternly, "Lie down and don't move. I'll go get some water for you to wipe." She was sweating all over. How could she sleep? She would fall sick if she covered herself with a blanket to stop sweating. Gun Yinji's heart was also thumping wildly. Her body didn't seem to hurt much anymore because she was extremely embarrassed. She didn't even have the strength to resist when Hua Xiaoheng hurriedly took off her surgical gown. Although Hua Xiaoheng immediately pulled the blanket over her body, Gun Yinji couldn't help but wonder if he saw it. Was he satisfied with her body, or did it not affect him at all? This kind of fantasy distracted the pain, and color quickly returned to Gun Yinji's small face. When Hua Xiaoheng took off Gun Yinji's surgical gown, he thought there would at least be underwear or something underneath. He didn't expect there to be nothing. His face darkened. He went to the bathroom to look for a long time, but couldn't find a basin to hold water in. He could only take a towel and soak it in hot water before wringing it dry. Taking it back to the bedroom, he patted Gun Yinji, who was wrapped in the blanket. "Can you wipe yourself?" Gun Yinji nodded and gritted her teeth. "Yes." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her silently, without moving, and waited for her to reach under the blanket for the towel. In the end, Gun Yinji couldn't lift her arm no matter how hard she tried. The pain also took a lot of energy. She was already exhausted from the pain of having her bone marrow extracted several times today. She couldn't even lift a finger. She was lucky that her body was special. If it had been anyone else, they would have died from the pain. "What can I do?" "You're still trying to be brave." Hua Xiaoheng sat on the edge of the bed and pulled the blanket. "Lie on your stomach." Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng, unable to move. Her eyes began to mist up again. A pair of misty, watery eyes stared at him. Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank again. She couldn't even turn over. How much pain was this? In that instant, Hua Xiaoheng wished that he was the one who had his bone marrow extracted over and over again. He got up and went back to the bathroom to hang the towel back, then brought back a large dry bath towel. Sitting back on the edge of the bed, he lifted the blanket and pulled Gun Yinji out. He closed his eyes and quickly wrapped the towel around her, then wiped her sweat. The large, fluffy cotton bath towel was especially absorbent. Gun Yinji was quickly wiped clean. She sat in Hua Xiaoheng's arms with the towel wrapped around her, her head lowered in embarrassment. Seeing her like this, Hua Xiaoheng felt that he had been too strict with her. He could only cough and tease her with a smile. "Didn't you say you were going to seduce me? Why are you so shy after just a little?" Gun Yinji was speechless. Was he complaining that she hadn't seduced him to the end? Gun Yinji panicked and found that she could move again. Although the pain still filled her limbs and bones, it wasn't as fierce and stiff as before. She held the ends of the towel with both hands and looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. She sighed and smiled. "Hua Xiao, you said it. Of course I can still seduce you." As she spoke, she slowly let go of her hands, and the ends of the towel spread to the sides. Her fair breasts were exposed, and her pink head was exposed. Seeing this, Hua Xiaoheng quietly reached out and held her hands. He pulled the towel around her to cover her breasts. "You're like this, no matter how I seduce you. It's useless. Let's wait until you're better." Gun Yinji's face turned completely red. Her face was even redder than the sunset. Even her neck was blushing. This was so embarrassing. It was useless. Gun Yinji didn't feel the pain anymore, but her head hurt. She mumbled, "I'm tired. I want to sleep." Hua Xiaoheng pulled the blanket over her and pulled the towel out from under the blanket. He pulled the blanket over her and put her on the bed. Go to sleep. I'll ask Chen Lai if she needs to take her medicine. Gu Nianji nodded and closed her eyes to sleep. She was really tired and just wanted to have a good sleep. When a person's body was injured, sleep was the most natural way to repair itself. That night, Hua Xiaoheng didn't leave Gu Nianji's bedroom. That night, Chen Lai and Yi Zitan didn't leave the door of operating room B. They nervously measured Song Jinning's various data. From their monitoring, Song Jinning's various indicators began to change dramatically 6 hours after receiving the bone marrow injection. On the monitor, the red numbers kept rising. Each indicator dazzled Chen Lai, and his eyes shone with excitement. This regenerative ability was simply too amazing. Even though he had been mentally prepared, this speed and effect still greatly exceeded his expectations. In that instant, Chen Lai understood why Gu Nianji's body hadn't been weakened after being hit by H3 of 7's viral weapon. Instead, it had formed antibodies in her body. This was the first night watch. I'm begging for recommendation votes on Monday. Dear friends, please give me your recommendation votes. The second night watch was still at 7 p.m. Chapter 229. Yi Zitan stayed by Song Jinning's operating chair to look after her. Chen Lai was responsible for recording the data. Chen Lai was overjoyed at the incredible data, but he carefully downloaded it and saved it separately. He didn't put it in Song Jinning's personal file. Just like the H3 of 7 antivirus weapon, Gu Nianji's name didn't appear in the military records. Only Chen Lai and Hua Xiaoheng knew about this. Gu Nianji herself didn't know about her special constitution. Gu Nianji's importance to the military was because of her background. Hua Xiaoheng and Chen Lai didn't want anyone to find out about Gu Nianji's special constitution. If those people found out, Gu Nianji could only be a lab rat and be locked in a lab for secret experiments. Hua Xiaoheng and Chen Lai had a tacit understanding about this and chose to keep it a secret for Gu Nianji. They had been protecting Gu Nianji ever since they discovered her special constitution 6 years ago. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even go home and let Bai Jini and the others focus on Song Jinning. They didn't notice Gu Nianji's special constitution. They hoped Gu Nianji could help save Song Jinning, but that was all. Asking Gu Nianji to help save Song Jinning was also with her consent. Chen Lai thought that Hua Xiaoheng would let her save his mother regardless of whether Gu Nianji agreed or not. If Gu Nianji didn't want to, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't force her. He never wanted to force Gu Nianji to save his mother, nor did he want her to contribute to the Huaxia Empire. He was a soldier and could sacrifice everything for the country, including his life. But Gu Nianji wasn't. He wasn't even sure if Gu Nianji was from the Huaxia Empire. Of course, he couldn't make the decision for Gu Nianji and make her sacrifice everything. That went against his principles as a man and his beliefs as a soldier. Hua Xiaoheng didn't sleep all night. He sat alone on the massage sofa next to the bed and checked on Gu Nianji from time to time as he worked on his computer. Gu Nianji did have a fever late at night, but it was only a low fever and nothing serious. Chen Lai came to check and didn't even give her medicine. He only said Gu Nianji could handle it. Hua Xiaoheng checked Gu Nianji's forehead every 15 minutes to make sure her temperature wasn't rising. Gu Nianji didn't sleep well. The surgery in the afternoon had almost caused her to faint from the pain, but in order to prevent Hua Xiaoheng from feeling more pressure and guilt, she chose not to make sound. She liked him, loved him, and hoped that he loved her too. However, she didn't want him to be with her out of guilt. However, the pain still left a mark on her body, causing her brain to be constantly in a state of tension. In the middle of the night, when she had a fever, she was immersed in a long-lost nightmare. Pain was everywhere. Someone was chasing her. She cried for her mother and hid everywhere. In her dreams, a woman's blurry face would appear beside her from time to time. It seemed that the woman was the object of her greatest desire when she was young, but when she ran towards her, she was ruthlessly pushed away by the woman. She opened her mouth in her sleep, wanted to call that woman, but found that she couldn't. In the end, she could only softly call out, "Daddy." Hua Xiaoheng suddenly looked up at Gu Nianji, who was lying on the bed. In the dim night light, her little face was snow white, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Her fever seemed to have subsided. Hua Xiaoheng took a towel to wipe Gu Nianji's sweat. Gu Nianji was still whispering, "Daddy, uncle." Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused. He looked at Gu Nianji deeply, then picked up the towel again and tapped her forehead. He suddenly whispered, "Nianji, what's your father's name?" The Special Operations Forces had trained on how to induce a confession from a person who talked in their sleep. This method was very effective, and it was extremely secretive. After the other party woke up, she didn't remember being induced to confess while talking in her sleep. Gu Nianji had a nightmare, and her body still felt the pain from the surgery during the day. This pain also stimulated her brain. When her mind wasn't focused, it was easy for her to talk to Hua Xiaoheng in her sleep. "Daddy, Daddy is Daddy." Hua Xiaoheng's heart suddenly skipped a few beats, then began to beat even more violently. His steady voice trembled slightly. "Then what's his name?" Gu Nianji didn't reply. It seemed that she had fallen asleep again. It seemed like it was the same as before. This time, there was no result. Hua Xiaoheng moved the towel away. Just as he was about to get up, he heard Gu Nianji say softly, "Xiangwen." "Xiangwen? Gu Xiangwen?" Hua Xiaoheng took a deep breath. He had finally found an important clue about Gu Nianji's background. Which two words are they? Xiang as in auspicious, when as in culture, Gu Nianji answered obediently. She was as obedient in her sleep as she was awake. Hua Xiaoheng's brows relaxed. It would be easier to investigate now that he had a name. When the time came, he would go to the Huaxiao Empire's Administrative Department's Household Registration Management Agency to conduct a nationwide search. He would find all the people named Gu Xiangwen and then test their DNA one by one. Hua Xiaoheng suppressed his racing heart. He almost couldn't believe what he had just heard. After 6 years, they had finally come into contact with the tip of the iceberg of Gu Nianji's background. "What about your uncle? What's his name?" Hua Xiaoheng asked softly again. Gu Nianji shut her mouth and didn't speak again. Hua Xiaoheng asked a few more times, but Gu Nianji didn't respond. She was actually so vigilant, even in her sleep. Perhaps if the pain today hadn't been too intense, Gu Nianji wouldn't have lost her mind so easily, right? Hua Xiaoheng stood in the middle of the bedroom, lost in thought. From what Gu Nianji had said, her father should be from the Huaxiao Empire. But they had investigated for 6 years and almost all the relevant people in the Huaxia Empire, but they hadn't found anyone with similar DNA to Gu Nianji. They hadn't even found a distant relative. How could Gu Nianji's parents still exist in the Huaxiao Empire? They had all thought that Gu Nianji wasn't from the Huaxiao Empire, but Gu Nianji had been tricked into confessing when she was talking in her sleep. What she said at that time must be absolutely true and couldn't be faked. It might even stay in the deepest recesses of the person's memory. Sometimes, even these people might not remember when they were awake. For example, Gu Nianji's memory loss before she was 12 was the best example. Therefore, using a confession in her sleep as bait could summon things from the deepest recesses of her memory. No matter how ridiculous and inconceivable her answer was, there was no doubt that it was true. If Gu Nianji's answer was true, then there must have been a problem with their previous investigation. But he really hadn't expected Gu Nianji to be from the Huaxia Empire. Hua Xiaoheng composed himself and put the towel back in the bathroom. He returned to the massage chair on the sofa and continued working. At 2 in the morning, Zhao Yangzi sent him a message. "Mr. Hua, General Hua is here. Do you want to see him?" "My father is here." Hua Xiaoheng looked up from his laptop. "What's he doing here?" "I don't know. I've arrived at the entrance of your official residence and am getting off the car." Zhao Yangzi looked at the surveillance footage on the computer screen and reported the news to Hua Xiaoheng, then shared the video with Hua Xiaoheng. On the laptop screen in front of him, a black bulletproof car was parked in front of the official residence. The car door opened, and Hua Guanchen, dressed in casual clothes, stepped out of the car. He folded his arms in front of him and looked sharply at Hua Xiaoheng's mansion. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips tightly and watched the video for a while before saying to Zhao Liangzi, "Open the door and let him in." With that, he turned off his laptop and got up to check on Gunyinji. Seeing that her fever had subsided, he turned to leave. She walked steadily from the bedroom on the second floor to the living room on the first floor. Hua Guanchen was already waiting there. This is the second watch. Begging for recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Dear friends, hurry up and vote for me. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 230. Hua Xiaoheng strolled over leisurely, his emotions unreadable. Hua Guanchen narrowed his eyes and studied his son for a long time. He had to admit that although Hua Xiaoheng was only 28 years old, he was so shrewd that even he couldn't figure him out. General Hua. Because Hua Xiaoheng was still in his military uniform, he put his legs together and raised his hands in a standard military salute when he walked up to Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen nodded and sat down on the sofa. He pointed at the sofa opposite him. Sit. He made himself at home. Hua Xiaoheng sat down noncommittally. His posture was ramrod straight, and he sat upright. The expression on his face was very calm and composed. General Hua, why are you here so late at night? Hua Xiaoheng waved. Guards, serve tea. An orderly brought a cup of tea for Hua Guanchen and Hua Xiaoheng and placed it on the coffee table between them. Hua Guanchen wasn't in the mood for tea, but he still picked up the cup and made a drinking gesture. He looked sharply at Hua Xiaoheng and waved his hand to dismiss the orderlies in the living room. Only the father and son were left in the large living room, sipping tea. I heard you rejected Aunt Bai's request to not take your mother away. Hua Guanchen's expression darkened. His tone was heavy. Are you done? Your mother is sick. How could she endure all this? You're already so old. How can you still be so reckless? If my mother could survive 16 years under Director Bai and my father's supervision, then she could endure all this. Hua Xiaoheng's handsome face was Song Jinning's shadow. Only his rigid facial features were identical to Hua Guanchen's. How dare you? Hua Guanchen slammed his cup on the coffee table. Do you know you've broken both the law and military law? Do you really want to go against the Bai family? Hua Xiaoheng nodded expressionlessly and said calmly, Who does the Bai family think they are? Do they deserve to go against me? My father might be afraid of them, but I'm not. You. Hua Guanchen was furious. He stood up in anger and pointed at Hua Xiaoheng. You're ignorant. Do you know how powerful the Bai family is? How many members of the Bai family were scattered in different departments? If they really want to deal with you, next year on this day, you'll be spending the new year in prison. Hua Xiaoheng slowly put down the teacup, but did not stand up. He only placed his hands on his knees and straightened his back. He looked up at Hua Guanchen and said, Father, you've probably knelt for too long and don't know what it's like to stand anymore. What was so scary about the Bai family? Right now, the ones who should be afraid should be the Bai family, not us. That was why they were frantically grabbing on his Song Jinning as their last hope. No matter how well-mannered Hua Guanchen was, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. How dare you speak to me like that? Believe it or not, I will send you to the military court. If I have to go to military court just to speak to my father, then from now on, I won't call you father anymore. I'll call you General Hua. Hua Xiaoheng unleashed a flurry of punches, trapping Hua Guanchen in one move after another. Hua Guanchen froze and remembered that when Hua Xiaoheng said he couldn't stand up after kneeling for too long, he had said father, not General Hua. When he called him father, it was a father-son relationship. When he called General Hua, it was a superior and subordinate relationship. There was a fundamental difference here. Hua Guanchen blushed slightly. Thankfully, his skin was dark brown, so even if he was slightly red, it was completely unnoticeable. All right. Since we're father and son, of course I won't hold it against you. Hua Guanchen waved his hand and pretended to be magnanimous. But you still have to hand over your mother. I'll take her back myself. Okay? Your Aunt Bai has good intentions. Seeing that your mother's condition is getting better, why do you have to hold up your mother's treatment just because of a moment of anger? Of course I'm not holding up a moment of anger. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly and lowered his head to take a sip of tea. I haven't been home for 6 years. This year, General G gave me a special annual leave to reunite with my mother. Father, as her son, can I reunite with my mother? Is my mother not a soldier, but a criminal? Huo Guanqin was speechless. He stared blankly at Huo Xiaoheng. After 6 years, the quiet young man had become a major general who would not bat an eyelid, even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. He was only 28 years old, but he had already become a major general. He was even more accomplished than his uncle, Huo Guanyuan. Huo Guanqin was proud of his son, but he was also unwilling to be suppressed by his son. He thought for a moment and made a conciliatory gesture. How about this? You send your mother back, and you go back as well. You stay at home. That way, your Aunt Bai will have nothing to say. My mother had no sisters. Director Bai hasn't married father yet. Father, please don't call me Aunt Bai anymore. It'll make people laugh. All right, enough with the nonsense. Huo Guanqin didn't want to talk about this anymore. Are you not willing to hand over your mother? Do you know the consequences? What consequences? Tomorrow, the military and the Ministry of Science and Technology may send people to ask for her. Huo Guanqin curled his fingers and tapped the coffee table in front of him. Do you still dare to not hand her over then? I already said that my mother is a soldier, not a criminal. Why would they ask for her for me? When my vacation ends, I will naturally send my mother back. Father, did you come to me so late at night just to separate us? Huo Xiaoheng wasn't as forceful now because there was no need. All he wanted was a week. This week was crucial. No matter who came, he wouldn't allow them to take Song Jining away. Really? You'll send your mother back after your vacation ends? Huo Guanqin was suspicious. You're not lying to us, are you? Xiaoheng, I'm warning you. Don't ruin your own future. What's the point of lying? Huo Xiaoheng crossed his arms and stretched his long legs against the couch. He wasn't as serious as before. I always keep my word. All right. Huo Guanqin looked at him deeply and suddenly said, It's exactly as they said. If that's the case, then I have no choice. He suddenly changed his tone and words. Huo Xiaoheng immediately became alert. Father, what do you mean by that? Nothing. It's actually reasonable for you to want to reunite with your mother. I think even if they make a fuss to the military, no one will care. Huo Guanqin sighed and glanced at Huo Xiaoheng. But he changed the topic and looked upstairs. Where's the little girl you brought back? Which little girl? Alarm bells went off in Huo Xiaoheng's head. He felt slightly uneasy. Gun Yinji, of course. Huo Guanqin looked at Huo Xiaoheng with a smile and saw that he was still unmoved. He muttered to himself, could it be that Jialan was wrong? Gun Yinji wasn't that important to Huo Xiaoheng? What's wrong with Yinji? She's still sleeping. Huo Xiaoheng stood up and straightened his uniform. If there's nothing else, Father, please go back. We'll talk tomorrow. Xiaoheng, don't change the subject. Huo Guanqin took 2 steps outside. Gun Yinji's background is unknown. She didn't pass the necessary security checks, so she can't stay at the Special Operations Forces headquarters, which has the highest security requirements. I'm afraid there's a risk of leaks. Director Liao of the police headquarters is waiting outside the cordon to take Gun Yinji away and lock her up in isolation. Huo Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He instantly understood. These people couldn't take Song Jining directly from him, so they were using Gun Yinji to force Huo Xiaoheng to make a choice. He could either let them take Song Jining away or sacrifice Gun Yinji. Huo Xiaoheng didn't know who came up with this idea to Huo Guanqin and Bai Jini, but the seemingly simple idea was extremely effective. It went straight to the heart of the matter and seemed to understand Huo Xiaoheng very well. At this time, it was a competition of who could keep their cool. His expression didn't change, but the aura around him became extremely solemn. Police headquarters? They don't have the right to take Yinji away. Huo Xiaoheng dusted his sleeves. Let them find General Ji and Speaker Long and get the joint authorization from the Supreme Military Council and the Senate to take Yinji away. I won't see you out. This was the first night watch, begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Dear friends, hurry up and vote for me. Today's second night watch was still at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to I am Master Rashi for the Heshabi yesterday. Moi. Chapter 231. Haha. An orphan girl needs General G and Speaker Long to show the joint authorization from the Supreme Military Council and the Senate? Xiaoheng, are you going to betray Gun Yinji's importance just like that? Hua Guanchen shook his head and looked at Hua Xiaoheng's slightly stiff body with interest. Hua Xiaoheng's mind raced, but he didn't fall for Hua Guanchen's trap. He turned around and said nonchalantly, "Is that strange? As everyone knows, the military is after her family, and she's the only lead, so her importance is undeniable." Hua Guanchen froze and looked at Hua Xiaoheng solemnly. "Are you sure? Just because of her background, you need the joint authorization from General G and Speaker Long to take her away? You can fool me with that, but if you want to fool others, especially the enormous Bai family, you better think of another reason." He stood up and hesitated before asking Hua Xiaoheng, "Your mother, is she really okay?" "Don't worry, father. She's fine here. She's already asleep, and you'll be able to see her when my vacation ends." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and his attitude softened. "All right then, I'm leaving." Hua Guanchen picked up his hat and walked out of the house. Hua Xiaoheng didn't see him out. He stood in the middle of the living room with his hands behind his back and watched him leave. Hua Guanchen's bodyguards and personal secretary were in the car outside the official residence and didn't follow him in. He came in alone. After Hua Guanchen left, Hua Xiaoheng sat back on the sofa and thought about what Hua Guanchen had just said. Hua Guanchen had actually revealed two of the Bai family's future plans to Hua Xiaoheng. One was that they were targeting Gun Yinji and wanted to attack Wei to save Zhao. They wanted to see what Hua Xiaoheng would choose. If Hua Xiaoheng chose to give up Gun Yinji to protect Song Jining, it meant that Hua Xiaoheng was plotting something against Song Jining. It was very likely to have a lot to do with Song Jining's recovery, because they also knew that Hua Xiaoheng was not the kind of person who would act on impulse. But if Hua Xiaoheng chose to give up Song Jining to protect Gun Yinji, then they would have to reevaluate Gun Yinji's importance. Regardless of how important it was to the Huaxiao Empire's military or to Hua Xiaoheng, it would be a devastating blow to Hua Xiaoheng if outsiders found out. For so many years, Hua Xiaoheng had always been a war machine with no weaknesses in the eyes of outsiders. He didn't care about his sick mother and hadn't entered the house for 6 years. In the eyes of outsiders, he was completely emotionless. He had personally led teams to participate in many overseas activities and had fought with foreign special forces countless times. Not once had he failed, which further showed that he was a decisive and ruthless person. However, if he chose Gun Yinji and gave up on Song Jining this time, it meant that Hua Xiaoheng had a weakness. If outsiders saw through this, it would be a fatal blow to Hua Xiaoheng. Another action was that they had mobilized the police headquarters. The police couldn't go against the military, but they could deal with ordinary people, such as a young girl like Gun Yinji. Hadn't Bai Chongwei and Bai Jini arrived with over 100 SWAT officers in the afternoon, it could be seen that the Bai family's influence in the police headquarters was not small. Not long after Hua Guanchen left, Hua Xiaoheng heard Zhao Liang's voice in his earpiece. "Mr. Hua, Commissioner Liao from the police headquarters is here with a pass. He wants to see you at the entrance of the official residence." Hua Xiaoheng grunted. "Tell him to wait. I still have something to do." He sat alone on the sofa and pondered for a long time. It wasn't until the sun had risen that he got up from the sofa and returned to his bedroom. Gun Yinji was still asleep. Hua Xiaoheng bent down to touch her head. He discovered that her fever was gone, but there was still a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead. He didn't know how much sweat was left on her body. He thought about it and went out to call Yi Zieten over. "Dr. Yi, can you help Ninji wipe down her body and change her clothes? Her fever has subsided, but she still can't move." Yi Zieten nodded sympathetically. "I know. Extracting bone marrow is so painful. She must have suffered greatly." He then praised her. "But Ninji's health is really good. A normal person would have died a long time ago. I can't believe she was able to endure it without making a sound. Hua Xiaoheng turned his head away and walked out without saying anything. He went to the bathroom in the guest room to take a shower. After washing up, he came out to have breakfast with Chun-Lai. Chun-Lai's eyes seemed to be spinning. He grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's sleeve and said dreamily, "Hua Xiao, this is bad. This is really bad. What is it?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him. "Let's talk inside." They walked into the highly confidential operating room B. Song Jining lay there quietly. Her face was rosy and pale. She looked very well. "How was my mother's condition?" Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and stood in front of Song Jining's operating chair. He looked at her silently for a while. Chun-Lai took out a stack of printed data and whispered in Song Jinning's direction. "Hua Xiao, look at this." "I don't even dare put it in her medical records." Hua Xiaoheng took it and glanced at it. He didn't really understand the data. Chun-Lai snatched it back like it was a treasure. His face was red and oily. "Be careful. That's my precious baby. I'm telling you, if you dare burn them again, I'll kill you." Hua Xiaoheng looked at him with disdain. "Speak human. What's going on?" "Speak human. It's Gun Yinji. Can you give her to me? You have a death wish." Hua Xiaoheng grabbed Chun-Lai's collar. "Did you forget your military pledge?" Fine. "I was just exaggerating. Don't you know how to use rhetoric? Soldiers are all illiterate." Chun-Lai couldn't help cursing. Hua Xiaoheng was actually a straight-A student at the military academy. Of course, he couldn't compete in medical theory with a medical genius like Chun-Lai. It was just like how Chun-Lai wouldn't compete with Hua Xiaoheng in marksmanship or a 10-kilometer cross-country obstacle course. They were all experts in different fields. "I told you not to play to the gallery, but you didn't listen." Hua Xiaoheng tossed Chun-Lai aside like a rag. "Hurry up and explain." "Let's put it this way. Gun Yinji's genetic repair was very effective." Chun-Lai lowered his voice and enunciated each word carefully. "I've never seen such perfect genetic repair data." His expression was extremely serious, as if he had made a Nobel Prize-level discovery. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was solemn. He folded his hands behind his back and looked at him without a word. Chun-Lai pursed his lips, his round eyes looking at Hua Xiaoheng from under his round glasses. He patted Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. "If you don't want people to capture her and take her to the lab to dissect every inch of her, you have to guard this secret carefully. But there are many people who know about this." Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and paced around the room. "There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Do you think this information can be hidden? It's impossible to hide everything, so we can use a simpler piece of information to cover the truth." Chun-Lai was the best at this. "I'll say that Song Jinning's recovery had something to do with her bone marrow transplant. She originally had insufficient vital energy and was physically weak. As for her mental recovery, don't mention that." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "What else?" "As for why Gun Yinji wanted to transplant her bone marrow, that's easy to explain. Just say that their bone marrow types were compatible, so it was accepted. You know, with so many bone marrow donors, it's especially difficult to find a bone marrow that doesn't have any rejection. At least no one in the medical world will question it if we say it this way." Chun-Lai spoke with confidence and considered all aspects of the situation. Hua Xiaoheng listened attentively for a long time before patting his shoulder. "Okay, I'll listen to you." He then asked Chun-Lai, "Is my mother okay now?" "She's fine. She had a low fever in the middle of the night, but that's normal. After all, it's an external gene fusion, and the immune system activates, so there's a fever. She got better after that." Chun-Lai looked at Song Jinning lying on the operating chair. His eyes were filled with awe and admiration. It wasn't the kind of admiration one would have for a beautiful woman, but the kind of admiration one would have for a great medical achievement. "Then why hasn't she woken up yet?" "I said she wouldn't wake up until a week later." Right now, her body is repairing the damaged genes, so it's best for her to maintain this deep sleep. Chun-Lai took a deep breath. "And I'll be here to personally watch over her this week. Didn't you say you could only stay for a day or two?" Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at him. "The data is too exciting. I don't want to go." Chun-Lai spread his hands and winked. "Whatever." Hua Xiaoheng looked away and turned to walk out the door. He said to Zhao Liangzi through the headset, "Let Deputy Chief Liao in." When he returned to the living room, he saw the new Deputy Chief of the police headquarters, Deputy Chief Liao, sitting there in exhaustion. Hua Xiaoheng had left him hanging at the door for most of the night. It was a good show of force, and it had immediately dealt a blow to his arrogance. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng enter, Deputy Chief Liao no longer hesitated. He stood up and saluted. "Major General Hua, I'm following orders from above. Please hand Gun Yinji over." "Hand her over? Why do I have to hand her over?" Hua Xiaoheng sat down on the sofa again. He pulled out his pistol from his waist and grabbed a gun wipe cloth. He wiped his pistol with a serious expression. "Tell me, what did she do? Do you have an arrest warrant?" Deputy Chief Liao was speechless. He was indeed difficult to deal with. "Mr. Hua, this is the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Anyone who can enter here has to have at least a level 5 security clearance. Gun Yinji, she can't even pass level 1. How can she stay here? She's already violated the National Security Act. If you want an arrest warrant, I can have it issued right now." "Oh, a level 5 security clearance is required? Then arrest by Chong Hui and by Genie first. They came to the Special Operations Forces headquarters yesterday and crossed the security line without a pass. According to you, they're also breaking the law. Why don't you arrest them?" Hua Xiaoheng clasped his hands together and leaned forward. His piercing gaze made Deputy Chief Liao sweat profusely. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a white handkerchief. "Mr. Hua, so you're willing to break the law and disregard your mother to protect Gun Yinji?" He was trying to get at Gun Yinji's importance to Hua Xiaoheng. This was the second installment, 3,000 words long, begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Dear friends, please vote for me. Chapter 232. Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward slightly, holding his polished pistol. He looked up at Deputy Director Liao, then took out his phone, turned on the recording button, and pointed it at Deputy Director Liao. He said dryly, "What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Say it again." Deputy Director Liao looked at the phone in Hua Xiaoheng's hand, sweat pouring down his forehead. How dare he say something like that and risk being recorded? Say it. Weren't you very talkative just now? Why can't you say it to the phone? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head with a smile. He placed the phone on the coffee table in the middle of the sofa, crossed his legs, and waved his arm arrogantly behind him. "Deputy Director Liao, it's too late if you don't say it now. You're on my turf. From the moment you stepped into this room, your every word and action has been recorded." "What? How dare you secretly record me? That's against the law. You're invading my privacy. Recording without my permission is an invasion of my privacy and civil rights." Deputy Director Liao waved his arms agitatedly, fear written all over his face. Hua Xiaoheng sat on the sofa silently as he watched Deputy Director Liao dance. After a while, he spun the pistol in his hand and said unhurriedly, "Deputy Director Liao, this has nothing to do with you. Why are you getting involved?" Deputy Director Liao saw that he had already reached this point. Since the other party had already recorded the conversation, it was no longer possible for him to curry favor with Hua Xiaoheng. He gritted his teeth and said, "So, Major General Hua, you would rather break the law and disregard your mother to protect Gun Yinji? That's a strange question. Who told you to ask that?" Hua Xiaoheng frowned, as if he couldn't figure it out. "What? Who told me to ask that? Of course I wanted to ask that question." Deputy Director Liao said nervously, "You only have two choices now. Either hand over Mrs. Song or Gun Yinji. Do you have any other choice?" "Of course I do." Hua Xiaoheng sat up straight. "Mrs. Song is my mother. Why would I hand her over to someone who has nothing to do with me? As for Gun Yinji, she's my mission. Go ask around. When have I ever given up halfway through a mission?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up. His gun was already cocked, and he leaned forward to point it at Deputy Director Liao's temple. "You want to take Gun Yinji away from me? Are you trying to interfere with military affairs? Do you believe that I will shoot you right now?" Deputy Commissioner Liao was so frightened that he squeezed his eyes shut and gasped for breath. Major General Hua, please calm down. Major General Hua, please calm down. I was only entrusted by someone. Major General Hua, don't be rash. Entrusted by someone? Who asked him to do this? If you tell me, I'll let you go. Hua Xiaoheng sat down on a coffee table and continued to point the gun at Deputy Director Liao's temple with one hand. He patted Deputy Director Liao's face with the other. If you tell me who it was, I promise I'll delete all the audio and video recordings from today. Really? Deputy Director Liao hadn't expected there to be a way out of this predicament. He felt as if his heart had just fallen into a bottomless abyss, only to find a rope dangling down to save him. He felt as if he had just been rescued from a hopeless situation. Major General Hua, will you keep your word? Hua Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows, but didn't say anything. He only glanced at him. Deputy Director Liao suddenly felt that Hua Xiaoheng was especially trustworthy. He immediately said, "This really had nothing to do with me. I was forced to do this. You know, the Bai family." The Bai family? Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "They must have had something to do with this, but I don't think the Bai family would have thought of asking you to kidnap Gun Yinji." Major General Hua, you're very perceptive. Deputy Director Liao was taken aback. He could see that Hua Xiaoheng already had an idea. If he told him, it would only confirm his suspicions. Why hide it? He took a deep breath and lowered his voice. They know you so well. Of course it's your family. Family? Hua Xiaoheng put his gun back into its holster. I have a lot of family members. Can you be more specific? I heard it from someone else. Deputy Director Liao was embarrassed. They said she's your cousin. The only person who could properly refer to Hua Xiaoheng as his cousin was Hua Jialan. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes and returned to his seat on the sofa. He said calmly, I see. Actually, my family doesn't know me that well. I'm not close to them. Deputy Director Liao was speechless. I haven't been home to take care of my mother for so many years because of my mission. That's why I want to spend more time with my mother during the holidays. I want to make up for it and show my filial piety. Protecting Gun Yinji is a mission given to me by the military. It's to serve the country and be loyal. I'm being filial and loyal at the same time. Isn't that a good thing? My family doesn't understand this, so it's obvious that they can't be trusted. Hua Xiaoheng spoke with fervor and assurance. Deputy Director Liao couldn't refute a single word he said. Deputy Director Liao stood up. Fine, Major General Hua. I've answered all your questions. The audio and video. He looked around the living room, as if trying to figure out where the hidden cameras and recording devices were. Of course I'll delete them. Don't worry. Hua Xiaoheng stood up as well. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was like a hammer to Deputy Director Liao's heart. When you go back, tell them that if anyone dares to make life difficult for my mother, I promise, as her son, that I will seek justice. But if anyone dares to make life difficult for my mission, I'm sorry, but I won't give them a second chance to do so. I've never failed a mission since I joined the military. If they fail because of Gun Yinji's mission, ask them if they can bear my wrath. His words were clear about public and private interests, sonorous and forceful, without any personal feelings mixed in. Deputy Director Liao was ashamed. He felt like he was taking the side of the evildoer. He nodded hastily. I understand. I was being silly. Don't worry, Major General Hua. The police HQ will never get involved in this again. I'm relieved to hear that, Deputy Director Liao. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and shook Deputy Director Liao's hand. You're the Deputy Director of the Police HQ, and you're also part of the military. I'm sure you understand the word mission better than anyone else. After a slap in the face, Hua Xiaoheng gave him a carrot. Deputy Director Liao was completely convinced by Hua Xiaoheng. No wonder Major General Hua is in such a high position at such a young age. You've never failed so many missions. Hua Xiaoheng smiled as he saw Deputy Director Liao out. He stood at the door and narrowed his eyes as he watched Deputy Director Liao drive away with the police officers. Zhao Yanzi asked him through the earpiece, Mr. Hua, should I delete the video and audio? Of course not, Hua Xiaoheng replied dryly. Since when do I keep my word to my opponents? The other party was clearly trying to mess with him, and he still wanted to convince them with reason, convince them with virtue. He must be out his mind. After so many years of working as a foreign intelligence officer, they had long developed the habit of holding back on everything. Zhao Yangzi burst into laughter over the earpiece. Got it. I'll put today's audio and video on file with the highest security password. This meant that Deputy Director Liao's audio and video recordings would be sealed forever, unless absolutely necessary. As long as Deputy Director Liao didn't go back on his word, the audio and video recordings would never see the light of day. In a sense, Hu Xiaoheng had fulfilled his promise to Deputy Director Liao. As soon as Deputy Director Liao returned to the police HQ, he went to inform Bai Chonghui of Hu Xiaoheng's words. Bai Chonghui choked, unable to utter a single word. Bai Jini was indignant and wanted to find someone else to help. They had caused such a ruckus that the head of the Bai family, Bai Jiansheng, was alerted. Chonghui, Jini, that's enough. Bai Jiansheng slammed his fist on the table angrily. The Bai family is in the teeth of a storm right now, and yet you're offering yourselves up for a slap. Are you tired of living? Brother, how can you say that? I've worked so hard to cure Song Jining for more than a decade. Although Bai Jini was afraid of her brother, she didn't want to let him go at this critical moment. She had been on tenterhooks for the past few days. She had a nagging feeling that something bad was about to happen. This premonition made her restless. She wouldn't rest until she had Song Jining back in her hands. Shut up. Bai Jianxing growled. Don't treat others like fools. Who do you think Hu Xiaoheng is? Don't think you're so great just because you've been studying for a few years. You were still dreaming in your lab when he was wreaking havoc overseas. Even the elite foreign special forces see him as their #1 enemy. Do you think Hu Guanchen alone can force him to hand over Song Jining? You've really wasted all your time studying. Brother, I'm doing this for the Bai family. Bai Jini was aggrieved. If I can get Song Jining to spit out the data, then my experiment will be a success. Then our Bai family will be able to rise to the next level. 16 years won't even be enough. Don't even think about it. Stop thinking about it now. Bai Jianxing warned Bai Jini. Don't let me hear any more news of you doing anything to the Hu family. When that time comes, Hu Xiaoheng won't have to deal with you. I'll be the first to deal with you. Brother, Bai Jini cried out in panic. She suddenly remembered what Gu Nianji had said the other day. She had said that she would be the Bai family's sacrificial pawn. Ba. She couldn't have been right about that, could she? Bai Jini gritted her teeth. Fine. If we can't get Song Jining back, then what about Gu Nianji? Can't we get her back? Gu Nianji is a mission assigned to Hu Xiaoheng by the military. A competent soldier will not give up his mission on a silver platter. So don't even think about getting Gu Nianji back. Bai Yueran walked out from behind the screen. She nodded to the people in the study. Dad, third uncle, auntie. Bai Jiansheng was her father, Bai Chonghui was her third uncle, and Bai Jini was her only biological aunt. This was the first night watch, 3,000 words long. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes quickly. The second night watch today was still at 7 o'clock p.m. P.S. Thank you to Dreamy Cloud Boy for the gift yesterday. Moi. Oh, intersectioners corner section. Oh. Chapter 233. The Bai family originally had a second son, Bai Yuxing, but he had died in a diving accident somewhere in South America. Bai Yueran was considered the most accomplished and official in the next generation of the Bai family. Although she wasn't a son, she was much better than many other sons. Bai Jiansheng didn't have any prejudice against boys or girls. As long as it was his child, as long as it was capable, he would do his best to help it. Yueran has a point. The Bai family is already very passive because of what happened to the second son. Bai Jiansheng shook his head helplessly. Third brother and Genie, you two need to restrain yourselves. Genie, you need to think of a way to marry Hu Guanchen as soon as possible. Bai Genie's mood immediately soured. However, she couldn't vent her anger in front of the younger generation. She could only sit on the sofa and drink her coffee. Bai Yueran sat next to her and said disapprovingly, "Aunt, don't listen to Hua Jialan anymore. She only has that little brain. She only knows how to think about relationships. Hua Xiao isn't that kind of person. Gun Yinji is his mission and he's her guardian. How could Hua Jialan think of using her to threaten Hua Xiao? You don't think they have that kind of relationship?" But Jialan said they live in the same house with the Hua family and behave intimately. Some expressions can't be faked. Bai Jini said blankly as she held her coffee. She thought she had something on Hua Xiaoheng, but didn't expect it to be so unreliable. Hua Xiaoheng really was a tough character with no weaknesses. It was a real headache to deal with him. Hua Xiao raised Gun Yinji for 6 years. Of course he has feelings for her. However, these feelings were nothing compared to his mission and the interests of the country. I know Hua Xiao very well. He's not the kind of person who doesn't know what's important. Bai Yueran had always felt that she and Hua Xiaoheng were the same kind of person. They were too similar, so there had never been any feelings between them. Otherwise, her father, Bai Jiansheng, would have set them up a long time ago. What about Song Jining? Bai Jini was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Hua Xiao hasn't been back for so many years, and now he's taking her away as soon as he comes back. I'm always worried that he's plotting something. Auntie, why are you so worried about Hua Xiao meeting his mother? Bai Yueran looked directly at Bai Jini. What else are you hiding from me, father and third uncle? Bai Jini turned her head away uncomfortably. She lowered her head and took another sip of coffee. She mumbled, "It's nothing. I just heard from Jialan that Song Jinning's condition has improved a lot. Maybe she'll regain her senses soon." "Oh," Bai Yueran drawled. "That's it. Of course. Think about it. She and I used to be best friends, but now she's divorced, and I'm with her ex-husband," Bai Jini said irritably. She looked up at Bai Jiansheng. "Brother, I want to break up with Hua Guanchen." "No," Bai Jiansheng objected. "You've been together for almost 10 years, and the Hua family is on the rise now. You can't be too willful." Bai Jini flopped onto the sofa and stared blankly at the ceiling of the study. If it had been Hua Guanyuan, she would have been willing to be his mistress, as long as he wanted her. But Hua Guanchen, she couldn't say he wasn't good. After all these years, Hua Guanchen had treated her better than Hua Guanyuan had, but she still couldn't get over it. But Hua Guanyuan no longer existed in this world, so being with Hua Guanchen wasn't unacceptable. Bai Jini thought about it for a long time. She closed her eyes and said, "I can get engaged to Hua Guanchen. There's no rush to get married. He already has a son anyway." At her age, she couldn't have children anymore, so it didn't really matter if she got married or not. Bai Jiansheng looked at her darkly. He thought about it and nodded. "Then get engaged first. Remember to go to the Hua family in a few days and mention it to Hua Guanchen." "Got it." Bai Jini finished her coffee in one gulp. She got up and left Bai Jiansheng's study with Bai Chongwei. After they left, Bai Yueran stared in the direction Bai Jini had disappeared and whispered to Bai Jiansheng, "Dad, I think Annie is still hiding something from us." Bai Jiansheng knew a thing or two about what had happened all those years ago. He grunted quietly. "Don't worry about it. You need to put more effort into General Ji. Also, your cousin Bai Shuang will be returning to China in a few days. Remember to clean up a house for her to live in. Your second aunt passed away a long time ago, and so is your second uncle. I'm worried about her living alone. Shuang is coming back." Bai Yueran looked pleasantly surprised. "That's great. I'll go pick her up. Let me know her flight number and date when you get there." Ever since Gun Yinji had fallen asleep, she had been in a coma like Song Jining. Fortunately, Chun Lai and Yi Zieten were there. They had all kinds of medical equipment and medication. Gun Yinji's coma had been closely monitored and there were no other health problems. She slept until the afternoon of December 30th. She didn't know so much had happened in the meantime. Gun Yinji sat up in bed. Her body felt sluggish. The pain had long since disappeared, but she was still a bit tired. Perhaps because her bone marrow wasn't regenerating as quickly, she still felt a bit weak. Hua Xiaoheng was sitting on the massage sofa across from the bed, reading documents. He heard movement on the bed and looked up to see Gun Yinji sitting up in his black t-shirt. Her snow-white skin glowed against the pure black t-shirt. Because it was Hua Xiaoheng's clothes, the neckline was a bit too big for Gun Yinji, who had a small frame. She stretched, and when she dropped her arms, the black t-shirt fell down to reveal her delicate, white collarbone and a large expanse of white and moving skin below. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her indifferently. His dark eyes seemed to be locked, and it was impossible to read any of his emotions or thoughts. "You're awake?" Hua Xiaoheng put down the documents and sat on the edge of the bed. He raised his hand to feel her forehead. Her temperature was normal. She didn't have a fever. Gun Yinji held his hand and squeezed it. "Hua Xiao, I'm fine now. It doesn't hurt anymore?" Hua Xiaoheng still asked. Chunlai said, "I can take the painkillers in 48 hours. It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt at all." Gun Yinji let go of Hua Xiaoheng's hand and waved her arm. "Look, I can move now. I just don't have any strength. My joints are a bit sore." Chunlai said it's normal. Hua Xiaoheng finally relaxed. "Get up and wash up. We're going out for dinner." Gun Yinji's eyes widened as she looked at the window. "What time is it now?" "You slept from the afternoon of the 27th to the afternoon of the 30th. You almost slept through the new year." Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. "Get up, eat more, and get some nourishment." Gun Yinji gasped. "I slept for 3 days and 3 nights." Only then did she see the needle inserted into the vein in her arm. She looked up to see a makeshift metal stand beside the bed. She couldn't help but purse her lips. "I'll call Yi Zieten over to remove the needle." Hua Xiaoheng pressed the intercom on the bedside table. "Dr. Yi, Yinji is awake." "Finally awake? That's great. I'll be right there." Yi Zieten's voice sounded from the intercom. Yi Zieten quickly came in and removed the needle and bottle from Gun Yinji's foredrip. After she left, Gun Yinji lifted the blankets to get out of bed. Hua Xiaoheng stood up calmly and looked at Gun Yinji's fair, slender thighs. "You can't walk around the house wearing this. There are guards and cameras everywhere." "Oh!" Gun Yinji quickly burrowed under the blankets. She moved faster than a startled rabbit. "There are cameras in here." "Not here." Hua Xiaoheng bent down to pick up the documents he had been reading. "There are no cameras in the bedroom or bathroom." "Phew, I was scared to death." Gun Yinji patted her chest. "Hua Xiao, why did you install so many cameras in this official residence? It feels so strange. This is the official residence of the highest-ranking officer in the Special Operations Forces headquarters. It's not an exaggeration to have too many cameras." Hua Xiaoheng walked out with the documents. "Hurry up and get up. Chunlai wants to give you another checkup." Gun Yinji quickly agreed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. She saw in a mirror that her face looked oily from sleep, so she put on a cleansing mask. When she found the brand of cleansing mask she often used in the small cabinet in the bathroom, she was overjoyed. She thought happily, although I'm already an adult, Hua Xiao hasn't forgotten his duty as a guardian. Chunlai happily walked in with the equipment and was almost shocked by the black mask she had smeared all over her face. Okay, that's enough time. I'm going to wash up." Gun Yinji quickly went to the bathroom to wash off the mask and found that her skin was much better. Chunlai put on various instruments and connected them to her brain, heart, and pulse to measure the changes in her vital signs. As he expected, Gun Yinji recovered very well. Other than some anemia and weakness, there were no other sequelae. Also, her own cell repairability was very strong. Even if she wasn't given food supplements, her health would automatically recover over time, and her body would automatically strengthen. Tisk, that's amazing. Chunlai looked at the data printed out on the grid paper. He looked at it for a long time and memorized a lot of typical data before burning it all. "Am I okay?" Gun Yinji asked uneasily. "I don't feel uncomfortable. I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine." Chunlai chuckled. "Thanks to your help, Mrs. Song's condition is also very stable. There's no rejection. Everything is fine. We're just waiting for her to wake up." Gun Yinji was overjoyed. After removing all the equipment, she rushed to operating room B to check on Song Jinning. As expected, her complexion was much better than before. Her breathing was steady and smooth, and her sleeping face was so beautiful it was hard to describe. Gun Yinji couldn't help gently touching Song Jinning's forehead. She's really like a sleeping beauty. Is she waiting for the prince to wake her up with a kiss? What nonsense are you talking about? You've read too many fairy tales and become stupid. Chunlai looked at her with disdain. Little prodigy, come over and help me with a set of data. Chunlai waved at her. Gun Yinji turned to walk to Chunlai. She didn't see Song Jinning's hands suddenly tremble on the operating chair. Then her eyelids fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. This is the second installment of 3,000 words. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, my dears moi. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.